oral observations. No final order has come in from the Supreme Court. For all you know, a mark of a good lawyer is when he convinces the bench something different from what their mind is already set
CJI
up
says
on.
you have enough remedies. We will be flooded. Justice Narasimha says it will send a wrong precedent just because an incident occurred in Delhi. We should interfere. Manish Sisodia's latest updates coming in. CJI Chandrachud says, we're not saying we are bereft of powers, but you have remedies. Justice Narasimhan has said it will set a very wrong precedent. Just because an incident happens in Delhi, it doesn't mean we should interfere. So there you go. That's the latest. CJI going on to say you have enough remedies. We are going to be flooded and it will set a wrong precedent. So in case the Supreme Court is not willing, and as you are already right about mentioning they're hesitant, what really happens legally in this particular case? Does the petition get dismissed and does he have to go then to a lower court? Can you explain to our viewers the legal process, Nalini?
Well, that seems to be pretty much the gist of it. If the Supreme Court refuses to entertain his petition today, then he'll either withdraw the petition from the Supreme Court so that there's not an official order of dismissal on his petition, or the Supreme Court will go ahead and dismiss it altogether, and he will be allowed to exercise other legal remedies, which is basically go back to High Court. Because yesterday, during the proceedings in the trial court, Manish Sisodia had made a plea for interim bail, saying that his wife is not keeping well and that he should be allowed bail at least in the interim on these grounds. But at the same time, the trial court, the special CBI judge M.K. Nagpal, who was hearing the case yesterday, did not find any merit in that argument and has sent him to 5 days police custody instead. And that is what has led him to filing this urgent petition before the Supreme Court, seeking bail and trying to get some sort of a relief. But like I told you, the Supreme Court at this point is hesitant in interfering in this matter, and the reason for that is because there are other remedies, legal remedies, like going to the High Court, challenging the order of the trial court that are available before Manish Sisodia that have still not been exercised by him. The Supreme Court comes in as a last resort when all other measures have failed and all of the other legal remedies have failed. That is when you knock on the doors of the Supreme Court of India. But in this case, Manish Sisodia seems to have approached the Supreme Court directly. Now, we've seen a similar thing happen when Pawan Khera
I also have to mention that this is despite the lawyer for appearing for Manish Sisodia going on to insist that this is an extraordinary case warranting interference under Article 32 and citing a previous judgment in the Vinod Dua case as well. And despite all of this, you have the Supreme Court making their stance very clear, and CJI going on to say that it will be wrong for Supreme Court to meddle, and hence now we're looking at a story where Manish Sisodia would have to exercise his other legal options now. We'll wait and watch to see what happens, because the Supreme Court is hearing a plea filed by Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia challenging his arrest by CBI in the alleged Delhi excise policy scam. The matter is being heard at the moment, and Nalini is bringing us up to speed with the latest developments. Nalini, what has been the stance of Abhishek Manu Singhvi on the back of all we mentioned to our viewers in terms of what the Supreme Court has to tell the lawyer?
Well, Abhishek Manu Singhvi's main case over here is one that Manish Sisodia is in fact cooperating with the investigation. He's been called in by the CBI twice. He's come in both the times. He's cooperated with them. He's sat there for as long as they've wanted him to, and he's answered every question that has been put forth before him. There is no question of him evading any sort of arrest or from fleeing from the country or from tampering with evidence or influencing any witnesses. And on these grounds, Abhishek Manu Singhvi is asking for bail from the Supreme Court. But along with that, what he's also saying is that there are established legal principles in the form of past judgments of the Supreme Court where liberty of individuals has been upheld, and he's specifically relying on late journalist Vinod Dua's petition where the Supreme Court had struck down the case that was filed against him regarding sedition.
That front is that CJI said that you can approach Delhi High Court. The Vinod Dua was a different case, and that case was freedom of speech and expression of a journalist. We're getting those latest updates, and Gaurav, you have those updates with us as well, because you're taking this particular broadcast forward. You've got those updates that I have as well. If you could walk our viewers through the latest breaking news coming in terms of the observations that are being made by the Chief Justice of India as we speak.
It is a big setback for Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. The Supreme Court has told Manish Sisodia's lawyer Abhishek Manu Singhvi to approach the Delhi High Court. Chief Justice of India, CJI DY Chandrachud says, you have enough remedies, will not meddle just because this case is from the national capital, Delhi. Manish Sisodia, through his lawyer Abhishek Manu Singhvi, has been directed to approach the Delhi High Court for bail. Justice DY Chandrachud told the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister that the Supreme Court will not meddle in this case just because it happens to be a case of the national capital in Delhi. So the Supreme Court is hearing this plea filed by Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, challenging his arrest by the Central Bureau of Investigation in that alleged Delhi liquor scam or the Delhi excise policy case. The matter is being heard by a division bench headed by Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, Chief Justice of India, and Justice P.R. Narasimha. And I want to quickly cut across to India Today's Nalini Sharma for more on this. Nalini, the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister perhaps extremely hopeful when this case was mentioned in the morning that at least they get quashing of the FIR or may get some relief, but apparently no relief whatsoever so far.
Well, yes, Gaurav, and this is a big setback coming in for Manish Sisodia because he knocked the doors of the top court expecting that he is going to get some sort of relief, even for a few days if possible. But the Supreme Court said absolutely nothing doing. You have other legal remedies available for you. If we entertain this petition, then we are just going to be flooded with petitions asking for bail, even without other accused or other persons who are currently lodged in custody exercising their other legal remedies. So Supreme Court in a very clear line has told Manish Sisodia, go back to High Court, approach the High Court first, go through the proper process, and then if your case makes it to the Supreme Court, then you can always come back to us. We are here, but at the same time, there are other legal remedies available to you. Why have you come to the Supreme Court directly? At 10:30 in the morning is when Abhishek Manu Singhvi had sought urgent hearing. At that time, on those little grounds, the Supreme Court had realized that there is an urgency in the matter, which is why they've sat now at almost 4:45 p.m. to hear this matter. And after this, they've said that there is no reason for Manish Sisodia to come to the top court directly. He can go back to the Delhi High Court. In fact, that's what he's been directed to do. He's been directed to go back to the High Court with his petition. In fact, Abhishek Manu Singhvi also tried to get an order from the Supreme Court whether trial court could be asked to decide on the bail expeditiously, but there has been no order passed by the Supreme Court to that effect at all whatsoever. They've said if you want such an order, go back to the High Court, make this plea before the High Court, and once the High Court order is in, and if it's not in your favor, you of course have the liberty to challenge that before the Supreme Court. But at this point, the Supreme Court's not going to interfere into this matter. It's a big setback coming in not only for Manish Sisodia but also for the Aam Aadmi Party, because it's going to take him at least another day to file his petition before the Delhi High Court, and for the next 5 days it seems like he will continue being in CBI custody with no interim relief coming in for him from the top court of the country. It was the bench of the Chief Justice of India as well as Justice P.S. Narasimha that have both in unanimous voices said that it cannot be allowed for this to be done, because this will mean that the Supreme Court will be flooded with petitions asking for bail even when other legal remedies have not been exercised. And as the Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia should in fact go ahead and follow the proper procedure. He should approach the High Court with this petition, and whatever the outcome of that petition may be, then he can decide as to whether or not it should be challenged before the Supreme Court of India.
So did Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister through his lawyer Abhishek Manu Singhvi jump the gun? Did they have grounds to approach the Supreme Court directly without exhausting the remedy of the Delhi High Court?
Well, Gaurav, you know, sometimes it's a risk that the lawyers take. Sometimes it works in your favor because, like you saw in Pawan Khera's case, the Supreme Court had in fact urgently stepped in and not just given him relief but granted him interim bail altogether and asked the court to release him on bail. So there are sometimes when this gamble pays off, but in this case it clearly hasn't, because the Supreme Court has said that there are legal remedies, and not just one or two, there are enough legal remedies available to you that you have not exercised yet. There is no reason for you to come directly to the Supreme Court, and for that reason they've asked him to go back to the Delhi High Court. There is no doubt about the fact that Manish Sisodia will approach the Delhi High Court because his legal team is going to leave no stone unturned in trying to get him out. Even if it's a day earlier than they could originally, then that's still going to be a win for them. Even if one night less Manish Sisodia has to spend in CBI custody, they will take that also for a win. So they're going to leave no stone unturned to try and get him released as early as possible. And for that reason, they will definitely approach the High Court. And in case they don't get a favorable order from the High Court, they will come back to the Supreme Court. But one important thing they will have to remember is that they'll have to follow the proper procedure. They'll have to follow the proper hierarchy, and they cannot be jumping the gun and knocking the doors of the top court directly just because Manish Sisodia is the Deputy Chief Minister of the National Capital. That was one of the grounds that Abhishek Manu Singhvi was stating, that he has 18 portfolios under him, and there is a lot of aspects of governance that will be stalled with his arrest and with him not being allowed to carry on his day-to-day work. But that does not seem to have held any ground with the Supreme Court. They've said nothing doing, go back to the High Court. If there are actually merits to your arguments, the High Court, being a constitutional court, will recognize that and will grant you the efficacious remedy that you are asking for. But right now, coming to the Supreme Court, it does not make sense. So you can challenge the order of the High Court, but right now the petition is not going to be entertained by the top court.
So howsoever high you may be, the law is above you. Follow due process of law. This is what the Supreme Court said. Nalini, for the benefit of viewers joining us, take us through what happened, because these were two cases of the Aam Aadmi Party, one after the other in the Supreme Court, one Punjab and one Delhi. And Abhishek Manu Singhvi was arguing both the cases. Tell us what happened as soon as the bench met post-lunch.
Well, it was about at 3:50 p.m. when these hearings began, like the Supreme Court had told in the morning to Abhishek Manu Singhvi. And the first petition was regarding the budget session for Punjab, where the Supreme Court was informed by the Solicitor General that the Governor of Punjab, in fact, today itself, has issued orders calling for the House so that the budget session can be commenced. And keeping that in mind, the petition that the Aam Aadmi Party government had filed before the Supreme Court has effectively become infructuous. And for that reason, the Supreme Court, Abhishek Manu Singhvi, in fact, also told the Supreme Court during that hearing that it doesn't matter that orders have now been passed by the governor, but it is important to highlight how the governor is abusing his power as a constitutional authority at the behest of political parties, and he is not following the proper procedure as mandated by law by allowing the House and the procedure to go on. So those were the arguments that were made by Abhishek Manu Singhvi at that time. A short order was pronounced in the petition, immediately after which Manish Sisodia's petitions were taken up by the Supreme Court same bench of Justices P.S. Narasimha as well as the Chief Justice of India, who was heading this bench hearing this entire matter. And he said in as many words that the Supreme Court at this stage is not going to interfere because there are rights and remedies available to Manish Sisodia to approach the High Court to put forth their arguments on merits before the High Court and let the High Court first decide as to whether or not this is in fact a fit case for bail. So it's going to be a slightly longer uphill battle for Manish Sisodia to try and get some relief, but it's not going to deter his legal team.
A lot of reactions coming in. Give me a moment, I'll come back to you. Let's listen into the reactions.
पर्दा उठेगा। अब लेकिन सवाल अरविंद केजरीवाल से है, क्या 18 मंत्रालय जेल से चलेंगे? क्या सवाल ये है। मुख्यमंत्री से मांग ये है कि आप तो नैतिकता का तकादा देते थे और कहते थे कि कोई केस ले आइए, मैं कार्रवाई करूंगा। आज एक मंत्री आपका 8 महीने से जेल में है, दूसरा मंत्री आज पुलिस रिमांड में है, 18 मंत्रालय उसके पास है। कब इस्तीफा लोगे? आज देश और दिल्ली की जनता आपसे पूछ रही है। आप ये जो जांच की आंच है, बहुत जल्दी, मैं फिर कह रहा हूं, ये जांच की आंच बहुत जल्दी मुख्यमंत्री तक पहुंचेगी, क्योंकि असली मास्टरमाइंड इस सारे शराब घोटाले का अरविंद केजरीवाल है।
So that's Harish Khurana of the Bharatiya Janata Party. In fact, he says that the mastermind is Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. That's the opposition's allegation against Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister, that he was only following orders of his superior. And in this case, as far as the Deputy Chief Minister is concerned, it's Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. That's the claim. But I want to once again bring in Nalini for more on this. Nalini, Was the CBI also present to present their side of the case in the Supreme Court, opposing the plea of Abhishek Manu Singhvi for Manish Sisodia?
Well, Gaurav, this was still the first hearing in the matter and there was no official notice issued by the Supreme Court for the CBI to be present. We are given to understand that the Solicitor General or somebody from his office would have been present to track the hearing about what's happening, because as early as 10:30 a.m. in the morning, we'd received the information that the Supreme Court will be taking up this matter for urgent hearing. So it
Give
is
me a moment, I'm getting Manjinder Singh Sirsa of the Bharatiya Janata Party joining me on the broadcast. Mr. Sirsa, no relief for Manish Sisodia from the Supreme Court. He's been directed to approach the Delhi High Court and follow the procedure. Your reaction, sir?
Yesterday I was on one of the TV for a debate and I said that it is written on the wall, no court can give him a relief. For reason being, there is a direct evidence, though today Supreme Court has not taken up the case on merit, it simply said that it won't be appropriate for us to take up the case directly without going to High Court, so you should not come directly to Supreme Court, rather go to High Court. But at the same point, they have shown their all urgency and all the documents which the Honorable Supreme Court has not appreciated. So first of all, it's a big setback for Manish Sisodia, and secondly, it's also a very clear-cut case, as this Arvind Kejriwal has been shouting day and night, कोई सबूत ही नहीं है जी, मैंने सारे सबूत देख लिए जी, वहाँ तो सबूत ही नहीं है. तो rather it would have been good if Arvind Kejriwal had tell this to the court also कि कोई सबूत ही नहीं है जी. तो अब तो आपको पता चल गया कि बहुत सारे सबूत हैं जी और sufficient सबूत हैं उसको अरेस्ट करने के लिए. That is the reason he is behind bar, because the agency got a sufficient evidence also, and even the Supreme Court has not intervened and or had in fact categorically said that you should move to the High Court, not to the Supreme Court.
But Mr. Sirsa, the Supreme Court did not go into the merits of the case. The Supreme Court was only on the aspect of procedure, saying approach the High Court, follow procedure, exhaust all remedies. The Aam Aadmi Party continues to maintain there is no evidence and that the CBI is acting as an extension of the government. Respond to that charge, sir. The Aam Aadmi Party says there is no evidence against Manish Sisodia of any wrongdoing. So,
this is very important, and you also need to understand there have been a specific case. One was of one of the editor of a national news channel who was arrested by Maharashtra police, and he was released after the intervention of Supreme Court because there was no evidence. He need not to go to High Court. Second, the last and the latest incident is, if you remember, a couple of days back, when this Mr. The Congress spokesperson, skipped my mind, he was immediately released by the Supreme Court when he was arrested by the Assam police on the charges of using a foul language against the Honorable Prime Minister's family and his late father. So, it is not that Supreme Court usually do not intervene. There are various instances where Supreme Court has intervened, but in this particular case, they said that you need to exhaust your remedies in High Court, and thereafter only you can come to Supreme Court. It means that Supreme Court is also feeling that there is some evidence on the record which High Court should first of all see, and then they should come to the Supreme Court.
Is this, in your view, now are there grounds, as the opposition, and of course your party says Arvind Kejriwal should take action against Manish Sisodia, because Arvind Kejriwal has taken absolutely no action even against Setendra Jain. So what is the BJP strategy now?
No, we definitely will to keep on asking and we'll protest again for this also. But one thing is very clear, Arvind Kejriwal cannot take a stand against Manish Sisodia for reason being, maybe Manish Sisodia or Setendra Jain, all three of them are together. When it comes to the kickbacks, they have distributed that. He was well aware of the fact that these kickbacks are used for Goa and Gujarat election also. So he knew every in and out of the case. So Arvind Kejriwal do not dare to touch Manish Sisodia or Setendra Jain. I was also told by one of the senior person in the Aam Aadmi Party that when they were planning to take action against Setendra Jain, his family visited Arvind Kejriwal and categorically said, अगर आपने हमारे परिवार अरविंद केजरीवाल जी अगर आपने सेंटर चैन के खिलाफ कोई भी बात कही तो हम स्पष्ट तौर पर लोगों में जाके सारा सच उगल देंगे और बताएंगे किस किस्मत से पैसे कहाँ कहाँ गए और कौन कौन से आपके रिश्तेदारों को गए हैं। सो अरविंद केजरीवाल में हिम्मत ही नहीं है कि वो मनीष सिसोदिया के खिलाफ कार्रवाई कर पाए।
Mr. Sirsa, for joining me here on India Today, many thanks. I also want to now quickly cut across to India Today's Srishti Ojha joining us live from the Supreme Court. And Srishti, you were inside the Supreme Court. Take us through the prayer that Abhishek Manu Singhvi put forward and the response of the Chief Justice of India.
Well, yes, Gaurav. Today, Senior Advocate Abhishek Manu Singhvi appeared for Manish Sisodia and the relief that basically challenged the FIR that has been filed and also Mr. Sisodia's arrest. And a petition, a writ petition under Article 32 has been was filed before the Supreme Court. This is exactly what the Supreme Court has mentioned, that why an Article 32 petition was filed in the case when alternate reliefs are already available. And why did Mr. Sisodia decide to approach the Supreme Court directly when alternate remedies under the CRPC and before the High Court are available to them? He also asked Mr. Singhvi that all the arguments that he was making with as to whether Mr. Sisodia's arrest was illegal, whether his arrest was required or not required, and all these arguments can be argued and be made before the High Court as well. So what the Supreme Court today, what the Chief Justice of India today has said is that it is true that they have the powers. The Supreme Court definitely has the power to grant the relief. But in this case, Manish Sisodia has alternate remedies, which he should. He also suggested that Mr. Sisodia should approach the High Court and argue the same things that he's arguing here. Because we also saw another comment that came from Justice P.S. Narasimha, who was also on the bench, who said that just because a case is in Delhi does not mean all the cases have to go to the Supreme Court, and if they entertain the case, then it may set a wrong precedence as well. Another important observation was definitely with regard to freedom of speech cases, because Mr. Singhvi had argued that earlier Supreme Court has granted release in cases of other journalists, but the Chief Justice of India remarked that there are certain cases there's some rights. Those particular cases were about freedom of speech and expressions that are exercised by journalists in the country. And there are some rights which are elevated
stay with you for a
level.
moment. More reactions coming in of the opposition BJP. Let's quickly listen in.
काम है झूठ बोलना, झूठा प्रचार करना, लेकिन शराब का घोटाला, दिल्ली के युवाओं को नशे में डुबोने का जो काम अरविंद केजरीवाल और उसकी पार्टी कर रही थी, लेकिन अब इस घोटाले से वो बच नहीं पाएंगे और निस्संदेह न्यायालय अपना काम करेगा, न्यायिक एजेंसी अपना काम कर रही है।
इसकी होने वाली है, जब कॉन्फ्रेंस करेगी तब का एलिगेशन है बीजेपी पे लगाने वाली है, क्योंकि ये कहा जा रहा लगातार कि अगर रिहाई नहीं होती है तो आप पार्टी प्रदर्शन भी करेगी, और जो कल भी किया था।
लोकतंत्र में प्रदर्शन करना सबका अधिकार है, लेकिन वो क्या आरोप लगाएंगे क्या नहीं लगाएंगे, संभावनाओं पे क्या जवाब देना। लेकिन सबको मालूम है, दिल्ली की जनता का बच्चा बच्चा कह रहा है कि स्कूलों के पास, मंदिरों के पास शराब के ठेके खोलने की ज़रूरत क्या थी, कमीशन 2% से 12% करने की ज़रूरत क्या थी, दलाली का पैसा किसके पास जा रहा था, इतने सारे मोबाइल फ़ोन तोड़ने की ज़रूरत क्या थी। तो ये सब बातें तो मनीष सिसोदिया को बतानी पड़ेंगी।
सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बोला कि गो टू हाई, ये कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस इसके बैठेंगे।
वो माननीय न्यायालय का निर्णय है, उनको मानना ही चाहिए, मानना भी पड़ेगा।
So the Supreme Court directing Abhishek Manu Singhvi to follow due process of law. Nalini, you were also in court. So did Abhishek Manu Singhvi explain the reason why they approached the Supreme Court directly? The court did say that, of course, they do have powers, but they would use them at an appropriate time. Right now, due process of law should be followed.
Well, Gaurav, what Abhishek Manu Singhvi made out the case, what he said was there was a sense of urgency in this entire case, and along with that, the reason why this case was so important and why they approached the Supreme Court directly is because there are about 18 portfolios of the Delhi government that fall under Manish Sisodia. He is not just the number 2 of the Aam Aadmi Party, a political party, but at the same time, he is also the Deputy Chief Minister of the national capital, and several important aspects of governance are being stalled due to his arrest, which which is why it was important for them to try and get some sort of a favourable order from the Supreme Court so that some little relief or respite could come in for the Delhi Deputy CM. But at the same time, the Supreme Court's in very categorical words saying that if we allow this, it's going to set a bad precedent because all of the petitions for bail will then directly start coming to the Supreme Court, and there's a proper procedure in place for a reason. It doesn't matter that he's the Deputy CM. He has to follow the proper procedure, first knock on the doors of the Delhi High Court, and in case he does not get any relief from there, he always has the option to appeal before the Supreme Court. But to file an Article 32 petition in the Supreme Court directly without even exhausting any of his other legal remedies is something that the Supreme Court's not going to allow, because that's going to mean that it's going to be an extraordinary circumstance that's going to be created specially for Manish Sisodia. At the same time, the Supreme Court also said that none of the past cases, past precedents that Abhishek Manu Singhvi was relying on can be applied in this case, primarily because those cases were about the freedom.
Nalini, we are also getting a reaction now from the Congress party, and I want to quickly cut across and listen in to Ajay Makan.
मनीष सिसोदिया से जरा सी भी हमदर्दी रख रहे हैं, उन सभी लोगों से मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि वो इस बात को समझ लें कि ये सीधे के सीधे ओपन एंड शट भ्रष्टाचार का मामला है और ये बहुत बड़ा दिल्ली के अंदर शराब का, लिकर का स्कैम हुआ है। इसको उस तरीके से देखना चाहिए। हम लोगों को ये बताना चाहते हैं, केजरीवाल और आम आदमी पार्टी ये कह रहे हैं कि इनके साथ में बहुत बेइंसाफी हो रही है। क्या बेइंसाफी हो रही है इनके साथ में? इन्होंने खुद ने 4 सितंबर 2020 को मनीष सिसोदिया ने, इनकी सरकार ने एक कमेटी बनाई कि कमेटी बताए कि एक्साइज पॉलिसी में क्या चेंज होने चाहिए। कमेटी ने जो रिपोर्ट दी ठीक उसका उल्टा कर दिया कि ताकि भ्रष्टाचार हो सके। कमेटी ने ये कहा कि आप होलसेल की, जो भी इसकी होलसेल का ट्रेड है, उसको सरकार अपने हाथ में ले ले, जैसे कर्नाटक के अंदर होता है। इन्होंने उसकी जगह होलसेल का सरकार अपने पास में ले ले, इसकी जगह 6% पहले कमीशन होता था, उसको बढ़ा करके 12% कमीशन कर दिया। और ये पूरी तरीके से एस्टैब्लिश हो चुका है कि उस 12% के अंदर 6% वापस इन लोगों ने ले लिया। तो जब करप्शन इन्होंने किया, 6% होलसेल को बढ़ा करके कमीशन को 12% कर दिया। इनकी अपनी ही द्वारा कमेटी बनाई हुई कमेटी ने कहा कि इसको निजीकरण मत करिए, इसको सरकार के खुद के अपने हाथ में लेना चाहिए। तो ये करप्शन नहीं है तो क्या है? और वो पैसा कम से कम 100 करोड़ का मनी ट्रेल मिल गया, जो कि पैसा इन्होंने गोवा के चुनाव में कांग्रेस के खिलाफ में लड़ा। तो जो कांग्रेस के तमाम नेता हैं, मैं उनसे बताना चाहूंगा कि यह पैसा कांग्रेस के खिलाफ में आम आदमी पार्टी ने इस्तेमाल किया। इस चीज को समझें। यह पैसा देश विरोधी लोगों के साथ में मिलकर के उनकी मदद करने के लिए आम आदमी पार्टी ने खर्च किया। इस चीज को ये लोग समझें। और इसी कमेटी ने रिपोर्ट ये कहा कि जो रिटेल सेक्टर है वो एक से ज्यादा किसी को नहीं दिया जाना चाहिए ताकि मोनोपोली ना हो सके। और उन्होंने ठीक इसका उल्टा किया। इसी कमेटी ने कहा कि इस रिटेल सेक्टर में एक एक को ऑक्शन में दिया जाना चाहिए, उसको पहले रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए लोगों से आमंत्रित किया जाना चाहिए। रजिस्ट्रेशन के माध्यम से अगर 50,000 या 1 लाख रुपया रखेंगे तो 1,000 करोड़ रुपया सरकार कमाएगी। इस कमेटी का यह कहना था और इन्होंने उसको नहीं कहा, उन्होंने इसको इसके अंदर भी मोनोपोलाइजेशन कर दिया। हुआ ये कि जो मैन्युफैक्चरर्स से लेकर मैन्युफैक्चरर्स, उन्होंने कंपनी अपनी ही कोई कंपनी और नहीं बना करके उन्होंने होलसेलर बना दिया, अपनी तीसरी कंपनी बना करके उन्होंने रिटेलर बना दिया। वही मैन्युफैक्चरर्स होलसेलर बन गए, वही होलसेलर रिटेलर बन गए और सबका सब मोनोपोली के अंदर लेकर के उन लोगों ने करप्शन इसमें किया है, जो पूरी तरीके से एस्टैब्लिश हुआ है। तो कोई ये ना सोचे इसके अंदर कि ये वही आम आदमी पार्टी है जिसने भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ी। दुख की बात यह है कि आम आदमी पार्टी, जिसका निर्माण इसलिए हुआ था कि वो लोकपाल बनाएगा, आज लोकपाल भूल गए हैं और लिकर के अंदर, शराब के अंदर, इसी काम के अंदर वो लोग लग गए हैं। ये बड़े दुख की बात है और इस पूरे पैसे का इस्तेमाल ये अपने पॉलिटिकल यूज के लिए कर रहे हैं, कांग्रेस पार्टी के खिलाफ कर रहे हैं। ये मैं तब सभी कांग्रेस के नेताओं से ये कहना चाहूंगा।
सर, क्योंकि आपने कांग्रेस नेताओं का जिक्र किया, मोस्टली
That's a big attack by Ajay Makan on the Aam Aadmi Party, saying this money, and that's his allegation, his point he's making, that he claims there is money trail of 100 crore rupees and that money was used against the Congress party in Goa. Let's listen into Saurabh Bharadwaj of the Aam Aadmi Party.
सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने मामले को सुनने के लिए हमें आज शाम का समय दिया और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि क्योंकि आप हाई कोर्ट अभी जा सकते हैं, आपके पास इन सीढ़ियों के बीच में एक सीढ़ी है, तो आप पहले उस सीढ़ी पे जो है अपनी बात रखिए, और मुझे लगता है ये बात ठीक है, इसके अंदर कोई गलत बात नहीं है। तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि आप माननीय हाई कोर्ट के पास अपनी बात रखें, तो हम हाई कोर्ट के अंदर जो है अब जाएंगे और अपनी बात रखेंगे, और हमें पूरा यकीन है कि कोर्ट जो है हमें रिलीफ देगा।
तो लगता है कि जल्दबाजी में ये अति उत्साह में सुप्रीम कोर्ट चले गए, जबकि हाई कोर्ट का रास्ता था बीच में। उम्मीद थी कि पहले जाना चाहिए था, लेकिन डायरेक्ट सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाना लगता है कि कदम सही नहीं था।
देखिए, हमारे तो उप मुख्यमंत्री जेल में हैं, कोई क्रिमिनल, कोई जेब कतरा, कोई स्मगलर, वो कोई ना है जेल में। 18 विभाग रखने वाले दिल्ली के उप मुख्यमंत्री जेल में हैं। हम तो हर जगह अर्जी लगाएंगे, हम तो सबसे ऊपर भगवान के यहां भी अर्जी लगाएंगे। हम ये नहीं सोचेंगे कि नहीं पहले लोअर कोर्ट चले जाएं, हाई कोर्ट चले जाएं। हम तो सबसे ऊपर भगवान के आगे अर्जी लगा रहे हैं रात से कि भगवान कुछ करे। तो इसमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो कहा है वो हम करेंगे।
तो क्या आम आदमी पार्टी भगवान भरोसे है?
देखिए, पूरी दुनिया भगवान भरोसे है, और ये जो मान ले वही उसी का कल्याण है जल्द से जल्द। जो नहीं मानता उसको नहीं पता चलता।
उम्मीद हाई कोर्ट से कुछ राहत मिलेगी?
बिल्कुल उम्मीद है, हाई कोर्ट से उम्मीद है, ईश्वर से भी उम्मीद है।
पंजाब वाला, हाँ पंजाब। So you heard Saurabh Bharadwaj there of the Aam Aadmi Party very clearly saying that as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, they will even approach God if it means getting Manish Sisodia out of jail quickly. Now, India Today has accessed details of Manish Sisodia's questioning by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Big story. The CBI is questioning Manish Sisodia about the kickbacks to a tune of 100 crore rupees, which were allegedly received as advance by Vijay Nair from the South Group in exchange for formulating and bringing a favorable excise policy, and that policy was later cleared by the Aam Aadmi Party government. The CBI is also questioning Manish Sisodia about the alleged kickbacks which were received apparently, and that is the CBI claim, through Hawala channels. The Delhi Deputy Chief Minister is being confronted with documentary evidence against him by the Central Bureau of Investigation. The entire interrogation is being recorded on camera. It's being recorded on TV cameras, in the visual cameras at the CBI headquarters, and the footage will be preserved. Why? Because it may be used not just to cross-question him later. These are video cameras at the CBI headquarters where the entire conversation is being recorded, but it's also being recorded so that it can be used either to confront Manish Sisodia or other accused in this case, according to CBI officials. So after that big liquor dangle in Delhi, all eyes now on the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister, Manish Sisodia, and his alleged links, that's what the CBI claims, with the South cartel. In a stunning revelation, the CBI has alleged that there was a very clear quid pro quo that was struck with the South group comprising an Andhra Pradesh MP and YSR Congress leader Mungta Srinavalu and Reddy and his son. KCR's daughter K. Kavita has also been named in the liquor charge sheet. What really is this cartel and its alleged links with the Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi and Manish Sisodia, the Deputy Chief Minister in particular? We bring you this report.
After Manish Sisodia, is Kalvakuntla Kavita Rao next? With Sisodia's arrest, the BJP is now predicting that another big political gun will be arrested next by agencies in the Delhi liquor gate. And that is BRC MLC, Telangana Chief Minister KCR's daughter, K. Kavita. With months to go for elections in Telangana, BJP is going all out to gun for Kavita's arrest.
अभिषेक बोनीपल्लू और बच्ची बाबू गोरंटा के खिलाफ, जो कि के कविता के चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट बताए जाते हैं, उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई अगर होगी और जो तार अगर जुड़े पाएंगे तो चाहे कितना भी बड़ा आदमी क्यों ना हो, अगर आप विपक्ष के मुख्यमंत्री हैं तो आपका परिवार करप्शन करे और बच्चा रहेगा, ऐसा इस निजाम में नहीं चल सकता.
But the BRS is also fighting back with all its might. Kavita's brother K.T. Rama Rao lashed out at the Modi government, accusing the centre of misusing agencies. A veiled message of support, perhaps.
Telangana kubattina shani, Telangana kubattina daridram edana unnada ante ee Bharatiya Janata Party ani cheppaka tappadu. Ekko maatladinam anuko ippudu itla maatladina kada. Pampinra ventane ED ni pampinri, CBI ni pampinri, IT ni pampinri, in sangat judunri. Veta kukkalaga ayana kinda unna samsthalanu usigolpi ఇవాళ ప్రతిపక్షాల మీద దాడి చేయండి, కేసులు పెట్టండి, వాళ్ళని ఇరికియండి, జైల్లో పెట్టండి అనే ఒక దిక్కుమాలిన పని తప్ప ఇంకో మంచి పని అయితే చేస్తలేడు ప్రధానమంత్రి.
देखिए 2 घंटे के लिए अगर CBI ED किसी के पास भी आती है तो देश का बादशाह बन जाएगा आज के ज़माने में, लेकिन लोकतंत्र नहीं है, सिर्फ विरोधी है अपने, इसीलिए उनको सताया जा रहा है, जेल में डाला जा रहा है. मैंने कल भी कहा कि आपके पार्टी में सिर्फ संत महात्मा और साधु बैठे हैं क्या, कि 10 दिन हिमालय और केदारनाथ से अप डाउन करते हैं मंत्रालय में, उनको नहीं हाथ लगाने की हिम्मत आप.
But why is a Telangana leader's name being dragged into a Delhi excise policy case? The allegations stem from accused turned approver Dinesh Arora, who named K. Kavita. She's been named in the ED charge sheet as well, which claimed that the BRS MLC was contacted by the accused, changed multiple phones and then destroyed these phones to get rid of evidence. But Kavita has dismissed all these allegations, calling it nothing but a witch hunt against her. Her former CA, Buchibabu Gorantla, has also been arrested by agencies in the case, spelling more trouble for her. KCR's daughter isn't the only one. YSR Congress Party MP Magunta Srinivasulu Reddy, his son Raghav Magunta and businessman Sharath Reddy are also accused and collectively have been called the South Group by the ED. From Delhi to Telangana to Andhra, the investigation into the Delhi excise policy has opened a political can of worms across the country. Bureau Report, India Today.
We will track developments on the story very closely. A quick break. There's a very disturbing story that's coming up next on India Today. A Galwan hero's father was abused, thrashed and jailed over his son's memorial in Bihar. The police in Bihar claim that the memorial was being built on encroached land. But is this the way to treat a Galwan martyr's father? That story and lots more coming up. Stay with us.
I think there's an opportunity for India particularly to work with the United States and others.
India is has the largest vaccine manufacturer in the world.
I thought if it's blowing in the wind, it's best I'm on the motorcycle. And I did 15,000 kilometers in 36 days.
Rich countries have a particular obligation to exercise their investment in innovation.
I believe that global business has the money and the power.
Improvements in the way we understand the importance of education and healthcare.
You have a greater chance of killing yourself than of being killed by any soldier or terrorist or criminal.
Many who understand sustainability understand slow fashion is the way to go. So what's the problem? Slow fashion can be more expensive and more often than not is expensive compared to fast fashion. But there is a solution. Reuse, repurpose. Alternatively, go for something called as a closet detox. You can sell a big label on a pre-loved fashion platform to make the planet a better one so that all of that does not go into the landfill. What's more, you can even buy pre-loved clothing. Celebrities have now caught on to the pre-loved trend. Recently, Alia Bhatt, Deepika Padukone, Katrina Kaif and Anushka Sharma indulge in a closet detox, setting off a pre-loved revolution in India. While you give your closet a second life, remember you are also giving your planet another life. And with that, don't forget to reuse, repurpose, or alternatively, join the pre-loved revolution in India. In New Delhi with Vaishnavi Kaharwar, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
Akshay Kumar dropped a promo of his upcoming North America tour, The Entertainers. Sharing this clip, which also features the crew of the show, including Moni Roy, Nora Fateh, Sonam Bajwa, among others, he wrote, and we quote, "A tiny dose of entertainment for you all, The Entertainers. North America, come join the madness and party with us in Atlanta on March 3, Dallas on March 8, Orlando on March 11th, and Oakland on March 12th. See you soon." Meanwhile, on the work front, Akshay was seen in selfie.
इनके लाखों करोड़ों फैंस की तरह मेरे और मेरे बेटे का भी सपना है अपने सुपरस्टार के साथ एक सेल्फी लेने का।
The film opened to a disastrous response and has failed to leave an impression on its opening weekend.
दुनिया जानती है कि अगर एक्टिंग के अलावा मेरा कोई दूसरा प्यार है तो वो है ड्राइविंग। मैं अनाड़ी सो खिलाड़ी, मैं खिलाड़ी तू अनाड़ी, मैं अनाड़ी सो खिलाड़ी। आजा शुरू से शुरुआत कर।
Directed by Raj Mehta, Selfie is a Hindi remake of Malayalam film Driving License. Starring Prithviraj Sukumaran and Suraj Venjaramudu, the 2019 release was a hit.
അദ്ദേഹത്തിന്റെ നമ്പർ എൻ്റെ കയ്യിലുണ്ട്. നമ്മുടെ സിനിമയിലെ വാഴൂർ ജോസ് സാറിന്റെ കയ്യിൽ നിന്ന് വാങ്ങിയതാ.
പപ്പനെ കൊണ്ടാണ് തോപ്പിക്കാനൊന്നും പറ്റൂല.
കാണാടാ കാണാടാ.
brave laid down his life. But Martyr's father thrashed and abused.
तो मारपीट किया गाड़ी में और थाना पर भी ले जाकर 2-4 चाटी मारा है, तो वही फादर हमको बता रहा है.
Father jailed for paying homage to his son. Is this how we honor our brave hearts? Nitish government needs to answer.
Let me now get you more on this shocking story. Is this how we honor a brave heart? His father was insulted by the police in Bihar. Is Chief Minister Nitish Kumar watching this? Father of Sipahi Jai Kishore Singh. Now, Sipahi Jai Kishore Singh made the supreme sacrifice of his life at the Galwan heights. Remember 15 June 2020 when the Chinese tried to transgress Indian territory at Galwan? 20 Indian braves made the supreme sacrifice of their lives, led by Colonel Santosh Babu. Well, Sipahi Jai Kishore Singh was one of those 20. He was awarded a Sena Medal for gallantry. He laid down his life for our nation. His father was dragged, thrashed and abused by the police in the Vaishali district, and a case under SC/ST Act registered against him for allegedly constructing a memorial in the memory of his son. There is now a dispute whether this land is owned by the government or another farmer. The father, Raj Kapoor Singh, constructed the memorial on the 24th of February last year in the village, and the family says several government officials, they participated in that function when this memorial was inaugurated. Now, the state police claims that the memorial for the Galwan martyr, Sipahi Jai Kishore Singh, was built on encroached land, and the martyr's father had been directed to remove this memorial 15 days ago or face legal action. Let's get you more voices on this big and a very disturbing story.
11 बजे रात में जय किशोर के पापा को घिसेटते, बिछावन पर से मारते, घिसेटते, लात से मारते हुए घुसा के गाड़ी में लेके चल गए.
And I quickly want to cut across to India Today's Aditya Vaibhav for more on this story. He joins us from Hajipur in Bihar. Aditya, why did the police assault the father of a martyr? Why wasn't this amicably resolved?
Well, exactly, Gaurav. This is the question that remains pertinent at this very point of time, that why was this issue not resolved amicably? Interesting to note here is the fact that if at all the version of the victim's family is concerned, of course the martyr's family is concerned, they are leveling serious charges as far as the conduct of the Bihar police and the local Bihar government officials are concerned. They have raised serious questions on the way Jandaha SHO has behaved, on the way he has come to the place, dragged his father, beaten him, bashed him, abused him and taken him into the custody, and finally that the martyr's father is lodged inside.
कानून के रास्ते से आओ. The Supreme Court refused to grant any indulgence to one of the most prominent faces on anti-corruption movement led by Shri Anna Hazare, Mr. Manish Sisodia, and go and suffer the consequence of law and court. आज के सुप्रीम कोर्ट के आदेश का सीधा मतलब यही है. अब बाकी क्या बहस हुई, क्या हुई, ये आपने टीवी पर देखा है, चलाया है. सुप्रीम कोर्ट से उनको कोई राहत नहीं मिली और ठीक नहीं मिली. जिन लोगों ने भ्रष्टाचार के नाम पर लड़ाई करते हुए देश के लिए एक नैतिक बल बनाने का दावा किया था, और कौन ईमानदार है और कौन नहीं ईमानदार है, उनका शासन क्या है कि दिल्ली में शराब पीने वालों की संख्या बढ़ाओ, शराब लेने की उम्र 21 की 18 कर दो, शराब के ठेके में पॉलिसी को बदल दो, जो एक्सपर्ट कमेटी की रिपोर्ट है उसको जीएम से चेंज करा दो, और दक्षिण से उत्तर 100 करोड़ का मुनाफा ले लो, जिसमें इस तरह की शर्तें डाल दो कि छोटे प्लेयर्स उसमें पार्टिसिपेट कर ही नहीं सके। तो ऐसे ही कार्टलाइजेशन हो जाता है, आप भी जानते हैं। आप उनकी अगर अहर्ता बड़ी कर दें एलिजिबिलिटी, और प्लस कमीशन को 2% से उठा के कितना कर दिया, 12%, तो दोनों फायदा। तो इससे अच्छी बात और क्या होगी। और 100 करोड़ रुपए मिले, ये तो पूरे मीडिया में चर्चा है, हम क्या बोल रहे हैं अपनी से। और आज मैंने मीडिया में एक और रोचक बात देखा है। जो दक्षिण भारत के ग्रुप बैठे हुए थे एक होटल में, वहां से जो उन्होंने फोटोकॉपी करके उनके एक सहयोगी को दिया, उन्होंने इसी पॉलिसी को बनाओ, और उसका नंबर वही था कागजों का जो नंबर होटल के फोटोकॉपी का था। और फिर आपके एक ग्रुप ने कहा कि नहीं ये भी नहीं ठीक है, ये भी बदलाव कर दीजिए, तो भी भेज दिया गया। हम मेरिट पर बिल्कुल नहीं जा रहे हैं, हम सीधा कह रहे हैं सीबीआई ने क्या आरोप लगाया है, उसके क्या एविडेंस आए हैं। एविडेंस डिजिटल है, एविडेंस फिजिकल है। देयर इज डिजिटल एविडेंस एंड देयर आल्सो फिजिकल एविडेंस। अब मुझे यहां आके एक खबर मिली कि जो वीआईपी लोग थे उन्होंने 170 फोन बदला। शायद मनीष सिसोदिया ने भी 16 फोन बदला। अब तो मैं देश का थोड़ा इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मंत्री रहा हूं, संचार मंत्री रहा हूं, तो मेरे भी आश्चर्य है अनिल बाबू कि एक नेता अपने 16 फोन बदलता है। हाँ? ये तो कमाल है साहब। तो ये फोन क्यों बदले जा रहे थे, ये रिकॉर्ड्स क्यों डिलीट किए जा रहे थे। आप तो बिल्कुल पारदर्शिता की प्रतिमूर्ति हैं, यही दावा आप करते हैं कि आप और अरविंद केजरीवाल हिंदुस्तान में एक नई पारदर्शिता को लेकर के आए हुए हैं। दिस क्वेश्चन बिकम्स वेरी रेलेवेंट मिस्टर सिसोदिया, बिकॉज वेदर यू और वेदर योर लीडर मिस्टर केजरीवाल, दे कीप ऑन गिविंग सर्टिफिकेट ऑफ ऑनेस्टी। He is honest, he is dishonest. And you are only deleting. You have shamed Anna Hazare. आपने अन्ना हजारे के ईमानदार आंदोलन की विरासत को बदनाम किया है। और दिल्ली में सबको शराब पिला के क्या करना चाहते हैं आप। कहा था कि हम स्कूल खोलेंगे, आप शराब की दुकान खोल रहे हैं। और थोड़ा मेरा राजनीति का अनुभव है, ये पूरे भारत के देश में कहीं नहीं सुना है कि जो शिक्षा मंत्री है वही शराब मंत्री भी है। ये तो और कमाल की बात है। और जिस तरीके से केजरीवाल साहब को क्या कहा जाए। अभी हम लोग गए थे, अनिल बाबू भी थे गुजरात के चुनाव में, तो वहां देखा उनका भाषण कि आईबी हमको रिपोर्ट दे रही है कि हम स्वीप कर रहे हैं। तो हम दोनों बात कर रहे थे कि आईबी की रिपोर्ट इनको कहां से मिल गई, वो भी स्वीप करने की। तो मालूम हुआ उन लोग की जमानत जब्त हो गई, सुपर स्वीप तो भाजपा कर गई। अब कल देखा उनका ट्वीट पर सर्टिफिकेट आ गया कि सीबीआई के सभी लोग उनकी गिरफ्तारी के पक्ष में नहीं थे, दबाव में गिरफ्तार किया गया। केजरीवाल साहब कितना झूठ बोलेंगे। शराब के मुनाफा और कट और कमीशन के लिए कितना करेंगे। मुझे लगता था कि कट और कमीशन एक ही पार्टी की विरासत है, हाँ? लेकिन आज तो कहना पड़ेगा कि 3C केजरीवाल जी की पार्टी के लिए भी बोलना पड़ेगा। कट, कमीशन, करप्शन। और एक बात, मैं मेरिट पे विस्तार से नहीं जाऊंगा। अगर आपको इतना ही ये पूरी पॉलिसी अच्छी थी तो विड्रॉ क्यों किया था, आप मुझे बता दीजिए। तो ये जितना ये बोलते हैं उतने फंसते हैं, ये तो मैं कह रहा हूं। इसलिए आज का मूल विषय यह है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट से उनकी हार हुई है, उनको कोई रिलीफ नहीं मिला, और जिस तरह से सीबीआई के खिलाफ आरोप, प्रधानमंत्री के खिलाफ आरोप, बिना मतलब का दबाव, और इस बात का हमारे पत्रकार में ध्यान रखें और आपके माध्यम से देश ध्यान रखे, इनके कई नेता जेल में गए हैं, किसी को बेल नहीं मिला है। सत्येंद्र जैन शायद 8-10 महीने से जेल में है ना, उनको बेल नहीं मिला ना, और अब इनका नंबर आया है। तो जैसा काम करोगे वैसी गति होगी। अब इस तरह की ओपन बातें करना, और आज मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि अगर यही बात है तो आप जाइए, क्वेश्चन की बात करिए हाई कोर्ट में, देखते हैं, देखा जाएगा, सीबीआई जवाब देगी अपना। जितना भी विषय मीडिया में आया है उससे स्पष्ट है कि यह करप्शन का टेक्स्ट बुक केस है। आई रिपीट, whatever has appeared in the media, this whole scandal is a textbook case of rampant corruption. और किनके द्वारा? जो देश में ईमानदारी का सर्टिफिकेट बांटते थे।
Big attack by the Bharatiya Janata Party in the national capital. Former Union Minister Ravi Shankar Prasad says this is a textbook case of rampant corruption, and that is why he insists that there was no relief for Manish Sisodia from the Supreme Court. This story and lots more coming up with Akshita Nandagopal after a short break on 6 p.m. Prime. Stay with us.
Wali painting, a mural art form of Maharashtra, gives Aurangabad a facelift ahead of a G20 inception meeting. A group of 120 women painted non-stop for 6 hours to complete the artwork.
वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट शो करते हुए हम लोग ये जो प्रोजेक्ट कर रहे हैं वारली का, वर्ल्ड्स लार्जेस्ट वारली पेंटिंग जो है, जिसका रिकॉर्ड पहले पूना में था, उसको पूना के रिकॉर्ड को ब्रेक करते हुए, उसको चैलेंज करते हुए आज हम सब लड़कियां, वी आर 120 लेडीज हियर वर्किंग फॉर दिस वारली पेंटिंग टुडे। और इसका सबसे बड़ा क्रेडिट जो जाता है, जो मेरी बहुत अच्छी फ्रेंड है, वो है नंदिनी घोडेले। ये कॉन्सेप्ट जो जहाँ से आई है, वो लड़की ने, सर 21 इयर्स की लड़की है। दिस इज रियली अ मोटिवेशन टू ऑल द गर्ल्स ओवर हियर।
The work spread over 3200 square feet will enter the India Book of Records 2024 in the social and cultural category. This painting breaks the earlier record of 3050 square feet set by artists in Pune.
I congratulate all the dignitaries, those who have taken efforts, जिन्होंने इस इवेंट को एक सक्सेसफुल बनाया है, एंड कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस टू औरंगाबाद म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन।
There were no professional artists among the 120 participants. They came from different professions like medicine, accountancy, and engineering. Bureau Report, India Today.
Tragedies can either break you or make you. And this story from Naxal hit Gadchiroli will inspire you in many ways. Bharati Bogami was just 17 when her father, the Sarpanch of Lahiri village, was shot dead by Naxals in 2002. A brain tumor survivor, she faced several financial problems and yet continued her struggle to become a doctor. She now serves in the same area where her father was killed.
मैं सोच रही थी अब तो पापा चले गए, आज ये सब होने के बाद अगर मैं
अगर यही मेरा फ्यूचर, अगर मैं पेपर ना दूँ तो आगे कैसे बढ़ूँ। मेरे पापा की एक ख्वाहिश थी कि मुझे बचपन से मुझे बोलते थे, नर्स बोलते थे, डॉक्टर बोलते थे, ऐसे मुझे अच्छा लगता था। पढ़ाई पूरी होने के बाद मैंने सोच लिया या तो सब सिटी में रहकर सब लोगों को तो डॉक्टर है, लेकिन मेरे गाँव को मेरे लोगों की बहुत ज़रूरत है। मेरे दिल में ऐसे कुछ तो भी चुभन जैसी लग रही थी कि अपने गाँव जाके मैं सेवा दूँ, इसीलिए फिर मैं रिटर्न आ गई।
Bogami found a life and work partner in Satish, who moved from Beed to the tribal area only to support her dream of serving her village.
मेरी जो बीवी है उसने मुझे मोटिवेट किया कि उन्होंने मुझे ये बताया कि डॉक्टर प्रकाश आमटे, डॉक्टर मंदाकिनी आमटे, डॉक्टर दिगांत आमटे और डॉक्टर अंदाकिनी आमटे वो जो कार्य वहाँ करते, उनसे कुछ मैं इंस्पायर होके मुझे भी ऐसा कुछ लगा दिल को कि अपन जाके आरोग्य में थोड़ी तो सेवा देना। मेरे अंतर्गत जो 52 गाँव है वहाँ जाना इम्पॉसिबल है। कई बाइक पे जाना पड़ता, कई जगह 10-10 किलोमीटर चलते हुए जाना पड़ता, वो आरोग्य सेवा देना पड़ता है।
Bharati and her husband have made it an aim to serve people in her village where health facilities are not easily available. Bureau Report, India Today.
Integration of Air India and Vistara needs to go through a regulatory approval process. There are 3 steps to that process. One is competition clearance. The second is from a DGCA regulatory aviation perspective. And the third is obviously the merger of the 2 companies. We are in the process of the first phase, seeking competition clearance. But in anticipation of this, we are working together with some external parties to work on what are the areas of opportunity in an integrated business, what are the things that we need to focus on in the process of that integration, and what would the end state look like once we have received clearance to actually embark on the integration process. The intention is to end up with 1 full-service airline and 1 low-cost airline in the group. The full-service airline will be an amalgam of Air India and Vistara, but we expect that many of the practices and systems will be those of Vistara, being a younger, privatized airline that has been able to imbibe the learnings that it brings from its other shareholders. We are not unaware of what they have in terms of systems and processes. And so over the course of the privatization process and the last year, a lot of the
We've got big breaking news that's coming in. Manish Sisodia and Setback Jain have submitted their resignations in the face of Manish Sisodia now being remanded to CBI custody and no relief from the Supreme Court. The Delhi Deputy Chief Minister, who also holds 14 departments in the Delhi government, has submitted his resignation. We can also confirm for you that Arvind Kejriwal has accepted Manish Sisodia's resignation, and that's not all. Setback Jain, who's been languishing behind bars for nearly a year now, has also submitted his resignation. So 2 big faces, 2 of the biggest leaders in the Aam Aadmi Party besides Kejriwal have now resigned in the face of all these graft charges and of course because they are currently in custody. Manish Sisodia has submitted his resignation. This has obviously come from the AAP High Command, from Arvind Kejriwal himself, considering almost immediately his resignation has also in fact been accepted. So this is the big breaking news that's coming in. There was a lot of speculation a lot of questions about how Arvind Kejriwal will continue to run his government when both Satyendra Jain and Manish Sisodia hold some of the most crucial portfolios. Manish Sisodia on his own holds 14 departments. So now the task will be for Kejriwal to kind of ensure that this is spread out among all of his ministers. Who will be given the large chunk of it is a big question mark. But this will also lead to questions about whether AAP is finally distancing itself from all of these mantris who've been accused in one graft case or the other and are in custody. Satyendra Jain, for nearly a year now, there's been no action like this. He hasn't resigned. There was no action taken against him. He remained the jail minister, as well as several other portfolios that were with him, stayed with him for nearly a year despite him being behind bars. But it looks like the trigger is Manish Sisodia also being remanded to CBI custody. Manish Sisodia's arrest seems to have woken up the Aam Aadmi Party and the Delhi government. And that's why both Manish Sisodia and Satyendra Jain have now resigned. We can tell you that almost immediately Arvind Kejriwal has accepted the resignation. So this is in no way Arvind Kejriwal trying to ditch his two mantris, but he's taken the step to essentially ensure perhaps that the Delhi government continues to function. Ashutosh is joining us with more details on this. Ashutosh, Manish Sisodia has resigned. Satyendra Jain has resigned. This is clearly a strategy by the AAP because immediately Kejriwal has accepted it.
Absolutely. And, this afternoon there was meeting at Chief Minister's residence about the further strategy of both the Delhi government and the Aam Aadmi Party. And remember, on the 10th of, between 8th of March to 10th of March, there will be budget session of the Delhi Assembly. And most likely on 10th of March, there will be a budget tabled in the Delhi Assembly. So as far as allocation of work is concerned, Manish Sisodia has almost 18 ministries after Satyendra Jain was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. So clearly, after two of the ministers holding important portfolios, almost 18 ministries, the work was totally affected. And even this because remember, even after Manish Sisodia's arrest, the AAP was not playing on back foot.
But what's prompted this? Ashutosh, let's face it, Satyendra Jain has been behind bars for nearly a year. All the while Arvind Kejriwal defended him, all the while he was allowed to go ahead and perform his ministerial duties from behind bars. What's changed now that's prompted Sisodia and Satyendra Jain to resign?
Basic arithmetic, basic mathematics. Out of 7 ministries, if your one minister, was jailed, 6 can, their work allocation portfolios can be made. But when you have two of your important ministers arrested or being jailed, then clearly your entire work is going to be affected. And Arvind Kejriwal, who has no portfolio at the moment, you cannot run a government with just barely 5 ministers, where you have only 4 working ministers and 1 the chief minister, who is the guiding authority. So clearly that is one strategy, because there is also political, if I remember, as I said, they are not playing on back foot. You see the protests on the street, you see how they are approaching court, and subsequently the governance, because most importantly is the budget. And also amidst of this G20 meeting, there are several PWD work, health work, education sector, everything that is very crucial, which is the key model of the Aam Aadmi Party. And that was perhaps the strategy that was designed, and which has led to this action, resignation by both of these two ministers, that has been accepted by the chief minister. What we know, that most likely in next 24 hours, there will be 2 other ministers from the AAP MLAs. They will be sworn in as a ministers, and there will be further allocation of the work. And
do we have any details about that? Do we have any details about that, Ashutosh? Because clearly, as you're pointing out, Arvind Kejriwal wanted to send out a message that governance will not suffer. And that's why Manish Sisodia as well as Satyendra Jain, optics-wise, it wouldn't have looked good if only Manish Sisodia was made to resign, because then the obvious question would have been, what about Satyendra Jain, who's been behind bars for nearly a year? And that's why, to ensure that there's a message of no differences within AAP, both have resigned and the resignations have been accepted. But who's going to get all of their important portfolios, Ashutosh? Any inside details on that?
Well, there was already a pressure from the BJP. Remember, very this evening, they demanded resignation from Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia after the arrest, and particularly there was no relief from the Supreme Court. So that led to, of considering all the factors and the consequences, both politically and the administrative work in the Delhi government, that was the decision taken in this afternoon by the Chief Minister and the party entirely. And of course, Manish Sisodia and Satyendra Jain, they both, offered their resignation. But when it comes to the allocation of work, that will be considered, I said, next 24 hours. There will be 2 new ministers in the cabinet, and the work allocation will be done. Several names are being discussed, where we have Atishi and most likely it will be the vice chairman of the Delhi Jal Board, Saurabh Bharadwaj. These 2 names are the front runner, but there could be also some surprising elements. Remember, Saurabh Bharadwaj in the a few days of the governance in the first Kejriwal 1.0. He was a transport minister. Atishay Marlin recently become MLA now. So these two names are the front runner, but we have to wait for the official confirmation. Yet again, we have a meeting at Delhi Chief Minister's residence where all the top senior leaders of the party will be meeting, and then not just the further strategy politically, administratively, but there will be decisions also on the two new faces who will be inducted in the cabinet and the work allocation that will be done.
You know, it was expected this would happen. Out of the total 33 departments in the Delhi government, 18 are with Manish Sisodia alone. And we're talking about some of the biggest portfolios like education, like finance, home, all of that is with Manish Sisodia. So obviously the government would be crippled with him in CBI custody right now. And would it look fair for Manish Sisodia alone to resign? It's because of that Setendra Jain has also now submitted his resignation, because mind you, for the last many months, he's been behind bars. There's been no action by AAP against him. Kejriwal has staunchly defended him. So this in no way changes the AAP strategy. They're going to continue to defend Manish Sisodia and Setendra Jain, but this is essentially to send out a message that governance will not take a hit. And that's why Arvind Kejriwal has perhaps requested both to resign. They've done so. Their resignations have been accepted. And the 18 departments that Manish Sisodia holds on to will now be spread across different ministers perhaps. Arvind Kejriwal maybe could take on a few as well. There will be also Setendra Jain's portfolios. This is still going to be a crisis for Arvind Kejriwal to deal with, because these are all extremely important portfolios. He will have to ensure they are with capable hands, because he's trying clearly to send out a message that governance isn't going to take a hit. As far as politics is concerned, the BJP is going to declare this as a big, big win. They're going to say that we asked for the resignation, and this is the direct impact of our political demands, that now the Aam Aadmi Party is buckling under pressure. So we'll see how this plays out. But clearly, and I want to bring in Munish Pandey as well as Nalini Sharma on this broadcast. Munish, to you first. You know, this is a huge setback politically, but it also we have to keep in mind what's played out in the Supreme Court, what the CBI also has been saying in court yesterday, when they sought custody of Manish Sisodia. All of that also comes into play in this big decision by Arvind Kejriwal.
Absolutely, Akshita, and remember the core ideology of Aam Aadmi Party when it came into existence and also in power, that they are against corruption. But initially, when Setendra Jain was arrested by the enforcement directorate, then the first question was asked by the Bharatiya Janata Party that a person has been arrested under charges of corruption. Why are you not taking any action? That was a direct question against Arvind Kejriwal. Okay. There was a lot on stake as far as
Munish,
the Aam Aadmi Party.
My apologies for interrupting, but I want to bring in Alka Lamba of the Congress on this broadcast. Ms. Alka Lamba, good evening. What do you make of this big move? Arvind Kejriwal has accepted the resignations of Manish Sisodia and Setendra Jain.
देखिए, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को बहुत पहले ही सत्येंद्र जैन जी का इस्तीफा ले लेना चाहिए था, लेकिन मनीष सिसोदिया जी की गिरफ्तारी के बाद और सुप्रीम कोर्ट की राहत न देने के बाद दिल्ली का पूरा लोगों का एक दबाव केजरीवाल सरकार पर था, क्योंकि स्वास्थ्य मंत्रालय ताक पर रखा गया है पिछले 8-9 महीनों से, और मनीष सिसोदिया जी के पास 18 विभाग हैं। दिल्ली कैसे चलती? तो दिल्ली के दबाव में आकर केजरीवाल को ये फैसला लेना पड़ा है। केजरीवाल लेना नहीं चाहते थे और उन्होंने लिया है, क्योंकि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी राहत नहीं दी। और अब बिल्कुल मालूम है सीबीआई 4 तारीख तक जो रिमांड में रखे हैं मनीष जी को, उस पे जो है बिल्कुल दूध का दूध पानी का पानी होने वाला है, क्योंकि भारतीय राष्ट्रीय कांग्रेस का साफ मानना है कि शराब नीति में एक बहुत बड़ा भ्रष्टाचार हुआ है। वो रिपोर्ट मुख्य सचिव ने तैयार की थी और उस आधार के पर ही सीबीआई ने जांच बिठाई, जिसके डर से शराब नीति मनीष सिसोदिया और दिल्ली सरकार ने वापस ली थी।
लेकिन क्या आपको लगता है अलका लांबा जी कि Kejriwal, all right, Alka Lamba, thank you for joining us. Amit Malviya, BJP IT cell chief, is joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Amit Malviya, what do you make of this development? Setendra Jain, Manish Sisodia, both have now submitted their resignations and it's been subsequently accepted.
Let's not make a virtue out of a necessity. Arvind Kejriwal had no option but to accept both the resignations, because if he had not done so, he would have had to conduct his next cabinet meeting in Tihar. And let's not forget that Setendra Jain has been in jail for the last several months and he continues to be a minister. So Arvind Kejriwal did try to defend his ministers for as long as he could. But now that the position has become untenable, he had no option but to seek their resignation and accept it. So really, the party that came out of anti-corruption movement is now fully covered in glory because of these corruption cases, and Arvind Kejriwal is the person behind all of this. And it's also a message to the Aam Aadmi Party workers that Kejriwal will use you as cannon fodder and discard you when it becomes inconvenient.
The AAP will no doubt argue, Amit Malviya, that this is a message from Arvind Kejriwal that he will not let governance suffer in Delhi.
Oh, really? He should have, in that case, sacked Satyendra Jain several months ago. Was Satyendra Jain's absence not impeding governance? Or how would it change situation now if Sisodia also went to jail? Only thing now left is that Arvind Kejriwal should join them in Tihar and hold cabinet meetings out of there. I think it's in independent India's history, this is the first time that a cabinet, and a small cabinet like Delhi, has 2 ministers in Tihar jail. It should be an embarrassment for Arvind Kejriwal, but then there is nothing that embarrasses the man.
Okay, Amit Malviya, thank you for joining us here on India Today. So the BJP is saying that this is not a question of some moral high ground that Arvind Kejriwal is taking on governance, because Satyendra Jain then would have been sacked much earlier. It was a necessity considering that 2 of his top ministers are currently behind bars. Manish Sisodia, of course, is in CBI custody. Preeti Chaudhary is joining us live with more details on this. Preeti, explain to us what really is Arvind Kejriwal's strategy here. It's clear that the command has come from the top, which is why things have gone so smoothly, that Satyendra Jain, Manish Sisodia both have resigned. And this has never been asked before of Satyendra Jain. He's been behind bars for nearly a year.
Well, you know, it's a two-pronged strategy if you look at it, Akshita. At one angle, Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party want to put forth in public domain that governance where Delhi comes into question will not suffer, because primarily you have Satyendra Jain, who held the portfolio of health, and mind you, every portfolio, PWD health, that Satyendra Jain held when he was arrested, those portfolios were shifted to Manish Sisodia. Manish Sisodia now has 18 portfolios of the 33 where the cabinet is concerned. So primarily that would mean that governance would come to a standstill of sorts. So in public domain, the message is that we are working for Delhi. We are fighting this massive fight of vendetta politics, is what the Aam Aadmi Party would like to project. But we are going to make sure governance does not suffer. On the other hand, Aam Aadmi Party and Arvind Kejriwal was left with little option but to make these resignations happen, primarily, Akshita, because there's no way that Arvind Kejriwal can function without at least 2 new cabinet ministers in the fray. So my bet is, and what I'm given to understand, that very soon we'll have 2 new ministers who will be coming in, and some of the portfolios will be transferred to Kailash Gehlot and other ministers. There is a possibility which is being mulled upon where the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, that only the portfolio of finance Arvind Kejriwal might keep and the rest might be distributed with 2 new ministers coming into fray. Who those 2 new faces are, there's speculation. Once we get a basic confirmation, we're going to confirm those names. But having said that, like I said, it's a multi-pronged strategy. Number one, put out the message in public domain that the Aam Aadmi Party is working for Delhi citizens. We are not going to let governance suffer. They are coming down on our leaders hard, but we will make sure we deliver the promise of governance.
My apologies for interrupting. Reactions coming in. Ravi Shankar Prasad currently speaking.
दामन बचाने के लिए मजबूरी में ये दोनों का इस्तीफा लिया, क्योंकि आप लोग लंबे समय से इस्तीफे की मांग कर रहे हैं।
दामन में बहुत धब्बे हैं, प्रतीक्षा करिए, कई चीज अपने आप निकलती है ना, बस। हाँ, लेकिन जब धब्बे बड़े होते हैं तो वो फिर बच नहीं पाते हैं, इसलिए प्रतीक्षा करिए, ठीक है? We have just learned that Mr. Manish Sisodia has resigned, and so has Mr. Satyendra Jain. And to our great surprise, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal has also accepted the resignation of Mr. Satyendra Jain after 9 months. Come on. If Mr. Manish Sisodia had any moral compass left, being the disciple of Anna Hazare movement, he ought to have resigned on the day this scandalous allegations came to light. He ought to have told, first I will get exonerated, then I will come back. But his plea in the Supreme Court was, I am looking after 18 departments, therefore please give me bail. The keenness was there to run the department, not to explain the scandalous case of corruption. Therefore, again, I would repeat, the whole conduct of Aam Aadmi Party is typified by 3C: cut, commission and corruption. Thank you.
How did he? So that's the reaction that's come in from Ravi Shankar Prasad. The BJP, as expected, is going to declare this as a big political victory as a result of their campaign against the Aam Aadmi Party, against Manish Sisodia and Satyendra Jain. Let me take this back across to Preeti Chaudhary. Apologies earlier, Preeti, for cutting you off. But Jain, as the BJP points out, has been behind bars for nearly 1 year. And the AAP never felt the need really to ensure that he resigns or steps down. Is this a hint, perhaps, Preeti, that Arvind Kejriwal sees this to be a long-drawn fight, that they believe Sisodia isn't going to be out of this anytime soon?
Well, of course, you know, the writing's on the wall. It's quite clear that Manish Sisodia has gone in for the long haul. But the reason, Akshita, also at somewhere down the line, the Aam Aadmi Party...
Okay, we're cutting across to more reactions. Apologies again, Preeti. Anurag Thakur speaking.
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के मापदंड देखिए, इनको लगता है कि जो सबसे बड़ा घोटाला करे उसको सबसे बड़ा सम्मान दिया जाए, लेकिन उन्होंने शहीद भगत सिंह और बाकी सबको अपमानित करने का काम किया जब उनसे जोड़ने का काम किया। कभी शराब घोटाला, कभी स्वास्थ्य घोटाला, कभी जमीन घोटाला। पंजाब में इनकी सरकार बनी तो विजय सिंगला, इनके मंत्री को एंटी करप्शन ब्यूरो ने गिरफ्तार किया। इनके ऐसे ऐसे नेता हैं जो एक के बाद दूसरा, 11 लोग तो इनके जेल में ही हैं या अन्य आरोपों में हैं। भ्रष्टाचारियों की एक टीम अलग से बन गई।
That's Anurag Thakur's reaction. Non-stop political updates coming in, and we're cutting live to each and every update. So you get the reactions that are coming in from the BJP, from the Aam Aadmi Party, cutting across political circles. Everyone now reacting to this big news that's coming in from the national capital. Manish Sisodia, Satyendra Jain, both have resigned. Preeti, apologies again for cutting you off, but go ahead.
Okay, so the reason here is, Akshita, that the Aam Aadmi Party would want to project very clearly, expect a press conference very soon, if not today, then tomorrow, by the Chief Minister of Delhi as well. The projection is we are not sacking these ministers. We have full faith in them. The reason we never ever, asked even Satyendra Jain to step down, but the reason why both ministers have been asked to step down together is primarily you couldn't have Manish Sisodia tender in his resignation because he held 18 portfolios, which included the additional charge of the portfolios of Satyendra Jain. So, the reason behind is make both of them resign. The resignation would be accepted. The Aam Aadmi Party will go to the public and say that, listen, it's governance first. We as a party are suffering. It's a witch hunt on us. But because we've taken a pledge of delivering governance to Delhi, we're going to put that forward. We're going to continue, with our model of Delhi model of governance. So that would be done. But behind the scenes, the big, issue is that they couldn't have functioned. There's no way. 18 portfolios of 33 could not just be distributed. Ultimately, the bureaucracy would want signatures on papers when projects, policies are being passed. Who would do that? Somebody now needed to step into their shoes. Who will that be? What we are given to understand, 2 new faces will be inducted into the cabinet. Possible that the portfolio of finance be retained by Arvind Kejriwal as well. Who are these 2 new faces? That would be interesting. Would an Atishi be given a chance to step up? There's also an understanding within the Aam Aadmi Party right now. There's an urgent need to create the next level leadership, constantly to feed in to the narrative of the Aam Aadmi Party. And with Manish holding 18 of the 33 gone, that understanding has only been driven home stronger.
This shake-up, these resignations were needed because, as you pointed out, Preeti, 18 of the 33 departments, and we're talking about some of the biggest portfolios, most important ones like finance, education, home, all of that was with Manish Sisodia. So Arvind Kejriwal had little choice really but to go ahead and take the step, and to ensure that there's no question of partiality, there's no question of some sort of distancing themselves from one leader not the other. Both Satyendra Jain and Manish Sisodia have resigned. A sense that you will get, the fact that this development has happened just 1 hour after what happened in the Supreme Court, and I'd like to bring Nalini Sharma in on this, is that perhaps they approached the Supreme Court, Nalini, as a last-ditch attempt to hope that there will be some relief that comes Manish Sisodia's way. When that didn't happen, with the Supreme Court saying very clearly, go to the High Court, it looks like Kejriwal had to go ahead and take this step.
You're right, Akshita, and in fact these resignations that are now coming in are also going to impact the legal strategy that is so far being adopted by Manish Sisodia to try and get some sort of relief. Yesterday when he was produced before the Rouse Avenue court, he had sought interim bail on health grounds, saying that his wife was not well and she was undergoing medical treatment, which is why he needed to be allowed out on interim bail. Today before the Supreme Court, we saw no mention of his wife or her health. Instead, we saw a different ground being taken by Abhishek Manu Singhvi, where he'd spoken about how the governance has been stalled because there are 18 portfolios under Manish Sisodia regarding the Delhi government, and the capital cannot be put to a halt just because the deputy CM has been arrested. So to ensure that that doesn't happen, now Manish Sisodia has put in his resignation, but this will also directly impact his legal strategy now before the Delhi High Court, because the Supreme Court's asked him to approach the Delhi High Court seeking bail. He cannot go to High Court now with the same demand, saying that he is the sitting deputy chief minister and that there are 18 portfolios under him, because that's not the case anymore. So as to what ground for bail he is going to take before the Delhi High Court is now going to be dependent on rather the merits of the case, apart from the fact that he holds the public office of the Delhi deputy chief minister. Now that seems to have been put on the back burner. At the forefront will be the CBI case against him, and as to whether or not the arrest was done in a legal manner. We might also see Manish Sisodia making the same plea that he made before the Rouse Avenue court, asking for bail to be granted to him because his wife is not well and is undergoing medical treatment. So that ground might again be mentioned before the Delhi High Court, but it all depends on how their petition is drafted and how soon they are able to approach the High Court with this petition seeking some sort of an interim relief.
Interesting insights that you've given us on how they'll tweak their legal strategy now going forward. The Aam Aadmi Party will argue that this was done because we wanted to ensure governance of the national capital, governance in Delhi doesn't suffer. Optics-wise, it's not really going AAP's way right now, Manish. There will be some who argue that this is signaling, this is messaging from the AAP that they're extremely concerned that Sisodia isn't going to come out any time now, that the CBI does indeed have strong charges, strong evidence against him.
Absolutely, Akshita, and Kejriwal had no choice because this party came into existence after a movement against anti-corruption. Now, as far as Mr. Manish Sisodia is concerned, last 2 days have been very crucial. First of all, the day of questioning, and the second day when he was produced before the court. As Nalini was pointing out, remember in the court, a narrative was said that CBI indeed has some concrete evidence based on which the CBI court decided to send Manish Sisodia in 5 days custody. All the arguments made by Manish Sisodia's lawyer that he should not be sent into custody, he is cooperating with the investigation, those arguments were rejected by the court. Now this happened in the CBI court, but politically it set a narrative for the parties like Bharatiya Janata Party that Manish Sisodia indeed is a person who was involved in a corruption case. Now these are allegations at this point of time, but politically it is playing out in public that Aam Aadmi Party, whose one minister, Satyendra Jain, was already in Tihar jail, the other minister also has been arrested. Second and important part is, Satyendra Jain has been in jail for 7-8 months, but he never resigned, his resignation was never asked. Why in this case? Because remember, Akshita, even Aam Aadmi Party has realized that Manish Sisodia is going to jail not for few days, but for months. After CBI, the ED will take custody, which means that at least for a couple of months, Manish Sisodia will be in jail. For that, till the time he is in custody or jail, all the parties who are in opposition with Aam Aadmi Party, including Bharatiya Janata Party, they will be asking questions not only to Arvind Kejriwal, but also to Aam Aadmi Party that why are you not taking action against two corrupt ministers?
Ashutosh Mishra is joining us live on this broadcast. Ashutosh, is there a belief within the Aam Aadmi Party? Does Arvind Kejriwal believe that what happened with Satyendra Jain is now going to happen with Manish Sisodia, and preempting that, he's taken this decision that both will resign?
Well, it is not just apprehension just within the party. Everyone who understands the way of agency works and the way of there have been actions in recent times. So this is inevitable. After CBIs, there will be custody by the ED, and when ED takes custody, we know only it is the PMLA sections which makes the bail very difficult. So perhaps this was anticipation. And if you remember, Manish Sisodia in his almost farewell speech before appearing before CBI, he rather said, "It may take few months. I'll be in jail." Appealing the students, do not skip your school, do not skip your study. So that was perhaps the message, and there was acknowledgement and there was assessment that it could take really a bit longer. Though there was some suggestions by the legal team of the Aam Aadmi Party and Arvind Kejriwal, which suggested to approach Supreme Court. And as Nalini said, the similar ground they will seek, they will challenge the way of arresting by CBI in the higher court, but that's a legal process. But in the meanwhile, so there have been multiple challenges before the Aam Aadmi. Point number one, of course, Sisodia and Jain continue to be in jail, then the governance totally going to be collapsed. Particularly, you have a budget session, you have G20 meetings, and there's several projects which is on the verge of being completed. Secondly, the perception. Before the BJP could ask that, almost your 20-30% of your ministers being in jail, how you to be claim, the Imandar party, an honest party. Now, before that could possibly happen, this was decided, and then it is the Manish Sisodia and Satyendra Jain. Of course, it is the party decision that took place, but the resignation came from their side and it was immediately accepted by Arvind Kejriwal. They could go look before Manish Sisodia was arrested. He was denied bail, relief from Supreme Court. Immediately he resigned. Third, the parties, the political programs which are scheduled from 5th of March to 23rd of March, that is going to continue. So be it the governance issue, administrative work in the national capital, or the political functioning of the Aam Aadmi Party, nothing going to be halted. The message that they want to give, they are not on back foot, they are on front foot. And in fact, using the similar action by the agencies, they will go almost in every state that how the political opponents being targeted, particularly in the light of the way opposition camp has almost extended support to Manish Sisodia and have condemned the CBI's action. So there are multiple factors that playing at the moment, but what we are keeping eye that who to those faces will be that will be inducted in the Delhi government's Arvind Kejriwal's cabinet. Tomorrow there is a crucial meeting at Arvind Kejriwal's residence. Even there are certain leaders which are meeting Arvind Kejriwal at the moment, but tomorrow there is an official meeting. There will be two faces that will be announced, and then they will be sworn in. Further, there will be allocation of work, and then Delhi government will write to the Lieutenant Governor calling for assembly session from 8th to 10th of March, where the budget for the fiscal year will be tabled. Akshita.
So the meeting is going to happen tomorrow. What we're hearing from both Ashutosh and Preeti is that in all likelihood there will be two new faces who are introduced, who are brought in as ministers, particularly because between Sisodia and Jain, they held some of the biggest and most important portfolios. And obviously to ensure even distribution, they will have to bring in two new faces. But what Preeti also told us is as far as the all-important portfolio of finance is concerned, in all likelihood that will remain with Arvind Kejriwal. Up very clearly is now looking at this being a long fight for Manish Sisodia, for Satyendra Jain. There are many arguments, of course, coming in saying that if there was an issue of governance, why wasn't Satyendra Jain asked to resign in the first place? Why has it taken 8 months plus? The reality is that now between Sisodia and Satyendra Jain, when they hold so many important portfolios between the two of them, the AAP can't afford to not just defend them, but also let governance take ahead, which is why they said that we're not going to make one resign, both will resign. And that's why Satyendra Jain, after almost 8 months in prison, it'll be almost a year actually, he has been asked now to resign. He's resigned, his resignation has been accepted. Tomorrow we should have clarity on who the two new names are. There's a lot of speculation doing the rounds right now, a lot of names being thrown around of senior AAP leaders who could be brought in to the Delhi cabinet right now. But as far as legal recourse is concerned, there's no doubt that the Aam Aadmi Party isn't distancing themselves in any way from Sisodia or Satyendra Jain. This is a fight they're going to continue to fight on the streets of Delhi and across the nation. They've made that very, very clear. Politically, they back their two leaders very much. It was just a governance issue. And also legally, Nalini, they're going to continue to fight this out. The next step perhaps is going to be taking this up in the Delhi High Court.
Well, absolutely, Akshita, and I don't think they have much of a choice right now except for see through this battle and emerge at the other end. Eventually, it is going to end. Whether it's going to be sooner rather than later is all dependent now on the Delhi High Court and eventually the Supreme Court whenever the matter comes up. Because irrespective of however it goes in the High Court, whether Setendra Jain gets bail, Manish Sisodia gets bail or does not get bail, either way it's going to end up in the top court because whichever side is not happy with the order is going to file an appeal before the Supreme Court. So it is going to ultimately end back here, and the Supreme Court is going to decide what needs to be done in this entire case. But at the same time, what needs to be remembered is that Manish Sisodia's troubles, this is just the beginning because right now he is only facing charges in the CBI case. Once the ED and if the ED steps in, like we discussed yesterday also during the time when the court hearings were going on, if the ED steps in, then it's going to be an uphill battle for Manish Sisodia because that's when the burden of proof is actually going to shift from the agency onto the accused himself. So in the ED case, it will be up to Manish Sisodia to prove that he is actually innocent in this case for something as simple as even to get out on bail, which is why we see several political leaders who've been arrested by the ED end up remaining behind bars, like Setendra Jain, for example, end up remaining behind bars for much longer than those political leaders that are arrested in the CBI cases. Because the burden of proof in a CBI case or a case under prevention of corruption lies on the investigating agency, on the CBI, to make out a prima facie case against the accused so that the case can proceed further. But that's not the case under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. So in case money laundering charges are brought in, that will just mean that it's more trouble for Manish Sisodia. But that seems to be something that he's prepared for. That's something that we've even seen in the kind of statements that Manish Sisodia had given before going to jail. He's in it for the long haul and he knows it, but he's prepared to fight the battle the entire way because he knows that at the end of the day, it seems to be nothing more than political vendetta. At least that's what Aam Aadmi Party's claim is. And Aam Aadmi Party is also putting its full weight and full support behind both Manish Sisodia as well as Setendra Jain. But at the same time, the governance of the national capital cannot be halted perpetually till the time all of these political battles are going on the sidelines, and which is why they've decided, the higher echelons of the Aam Aadmi Party has decided that matters need to be taken into our own hands, and all of these 18 crucial portfolios that are held by Manish Sisodia currently need to be reassigned and redistributed to other ministers.
You know, every time that Arvind Kejriwal and the AAP, there's no doubt they're going to be saying this repeatedly now in the press conferences going forward. They're going to maintain that this was done to ensure governance doesn't take a hit. But every time they put forth their argument, the BJP is going to come up with the counter that Amit Malviya told me earlier as well, which is why didn't Setendra Jain then resign the moment he was put behind bars? So the BJP will continue to maintain that this was because of political pressure. This is them distancing themselves from Manish Sisodia. So as far as the optics game is concerned, Arvind Kejriwal isn't winning this one. For the Aam Aadmi Party, as far as optics is concerned, it isn't looking good. The fact that Manish Sisodia and Setendra Jain have been asked to resign. And that's where perhaps they will feel the political heat as well. But I want to also bring up the other issue that Nalini mentioned about, in fact, the money laundering charges against Manish Sisodia. Even as we speak, they will be, in fact, we're getting you the inside track of what's expected. Manish Sisodia's portfolios, 18 of them will be distributed, we're being told. So there's not going to just be one face who's brought in and given all of the portfolios. Arvind Kejriwal in a meeting tomorrow is going to discuss exactly how to distribute this. As we told you earlier, out of the 33 departments, 18 are with Manish Sisodia. So Arvind Kejriwal will have to strategize, even if he's bringing in 2 new faces, how to ensure that there's even distribution of some of these portfolios. He could keep finance, but the rest could, in fact, could be distributed among others. We're also, in fact, getting the big breaking news right now that there will be no new Delhi minister who will be appointed. Kailash Gehlot has been given some chunks of Sisodia's portfolio. Besides that, we're also hearing that several others are going to be brought in. Rajkumar Anand also given some portfolios. At this point, what we're hearing is that there will be no new faces inducted in the Delhi cabinet. So that's the big breaking news that's coming in. Initially, there was speculation that 2 new faces will be brought in. But what we're hearing right now, and the sources are confirming for us, that there will be no new minister in the Delhi cabinet. You will instead have, in fact, Kailash Gehlot as well as Rajkumar Anand taking care of these portfolios. Ashutosh, give us more details on that. 2 leaders who will, in fact, get the portfolios. It's going to be distributed among the current ministers in the Delhi cabinet.
say that this is optics by Arvind Kejriwal, the Aam Aadmi Party, and this is also a message to the cadre and the entire leadership that they are standing really firm with their leaders who are now in the judicial custody and one is in CBI custody. Of course, there is as I earlier mentioned, that there is one meeting at the moment happening at the Chief Minister's residence, and there is another tomorrow called up. Names are indeed being discussed, but this is really very surprising. And remember, Aam Aadmi Party, when it comes to Arvind Kejriwal, he has always surprised when such kind of decision comes. Remember, when Setback Jain was jailed, it's been months now, but it known that work was allocated to Manish Sisodia. There was not really much suffering when it comes to the governance. It was allocated to Manish Sisodia, and he was really doing well with those profiles. But now his deputy second in rank command, being in custody of the CBI.
His fallback, his right-hand man is now in custody. So perhaps that's why he's decided now to actually bite the bullet and get them to resign. Preeti Chaudhary is with us. Preeti, as per early speculation, it was being said that there could be new faces who are inducted into the Delhi cabinet. That's not the case. There are going to be no new faces. Among the current crop of ministers, we're hearing that all of these portfolios of Manish Sisodia, Setback Jain is going to be essentially distributed.
Look at it like that, Akshita. Earlier on, there was word, there was indication, and it seemed that Saurabh and Atishi were moving towards getting portfolios and cabinet ranks where the Delhi cabinet was concerned. But look at it like that, there is already a lot of, the older lot of the Aam Aadmi Party. This would have caused a lot more upheaval than the Aam Aadmi Party can actually absorb at this point of time, understanding with all that is going on outside. They didn't want any in-party acrimony. So I would think right now, the latest that is coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party is that no new minister will be inducted. I feel there has been a rethink because earlier on, every indication seemed to suggest that Atishi and Saurabh were being inducted enlisted as new cabinet ranks, but that's not going to happen. It's something that the Aam Aadmi Party, our sources within the Aam Aadmi Party have made very clear. The reason being is the fact, Akshita, that the minute that announcement was made, right now, the Aam Aadmi Party is facing the wrath of the Bharatiya Janata Party. They are facing a perceptional battle where their corruption, anti-corruption shield comes into question. They don't want any internal party dynamics to be destabilized. News such as this, that Atishi, even though Atishi and Saurabh are very visible on television channels, but when it comes to the rank and file of the Aam Aadmi Party, there are senior leaders, who've been waiting out in the wings, and they are the ones who are looking at maybe taking forth these, portfolios which now need to be distributed. So there seems to have been a rethink within the Aam Aadmi Party. Before inducting new faces, they've decided now, at least for the next 1 or 2 months, not to get any new face in. The portfolios will be distributed where Kailash Gehlot is concerned. Mr. Anand comes into question right now. He doesn't have any cabinet ministry, so he's going to be given cabinet portfolios as well. So in that context, Akshita, the Aam Aadmi Party seems to have had a rethink. They don't want internal party dynamics to be destabilized for them. They want at least the party as a unit to stay together. They don't want any rancor. Look at it like any organization. So if there are the old who are already hanging around hoping that their time will come, it's, the top boss picking up somebody lower than them and saying, okay, you will get a portfolio. And that could, cause a bit of rancor within the rank and file of the Aam Aadmi Party. The party can't afford that also right now.
Yeah, the last thing Kejriwal needs is really a power tussle within AAP to iron out amid all of these issues that he's been facing. But Preeti, any details about who will get the major chunk of portfolios? A big question mark on that, because there's no doubt that Kejriwal's biggest aide, his right-hand man, was Manish Sisodia. With Manish Sisodia now in CBI custody, who will get the major chunk of portfolios? Will it be Kejriwal himself who will retain them?
There is still word that Arvind Kejriwal might retain finance, but not little clarity on that where that is concerned. But I want to correct myself. Rajkumar Anand has the portfolio of social welfare. So it's a very small portfolio that he has, so he's going to be given more. But on the contrary, the biggest portfolios, I would think the likes of PWD, would all go to Kailash Gehlot. But mind you, Kailash Gehlot, the party also feels is next in line when it comes down to questioning of the agencies. You've seen that kind of narrative already been built by the Aam Aadmi Party, that next in line where the agencies are concerned is Kailash Gehlot.
They've run out of options then, if that's the case, Preeti, because to many, they would assume that if you look at how really the AAP leadership stands right now, Manish Sisodia gone, Satyendra Jain gone, you would think that Kailash Gehlot is the next big trusted aide for Kejriwal. And you're telling us that there's a suspicion within the AAP that he could be next. That means there's a leadership void in Aam Aadmi Party now.
Well, if you look at it, there are, in terms of just the cabinet, who did, Rajkumar Anand replace? Rajkumar Anand didn't have any cabinet rank or portfolio. But if you remember when Rajendra Pal Gautam in that whole controversy, where he, he presided over an event where certain individuals converted from Hinduism to Buddhism. And at the back of that, Mr. Gautam was asked, or rather, he stepped down and his resignation was accepted. That is the time when Rajkumar Anand stepped in and took over the Ministry of Social Welfare and Justice, where Delhi is concerned. So he has just one portfolio right now. But Kailash Gehlot is a man, who already has over 5 portfolios under his charge. He's someone that Arvind Kejriwal trusts. He's one of the core team members of the Aam Aadmi Party, where Arvind Kejriwal comes into question. He's a man who knows how the party works. He's been, behind a lot of management organization where Delhi elections are concerned. He is as per the party, best suited for the juicy portfolios or the heavy, workload shifting. So he's going to be taking in more of those portfolios. But having said that, trust the Aam Aadmi Party to continue to build that narrative कि हम सबको जेल में डाल दो, एक-एक करके हम सब जेल जाएंगे. So they will keep pushing that forth because they do feel next in line, over something or the other is the number of Kailash Gehlot, who might be called in for questioning. But as of now, will Arvind Kejriwal retain finance? There is word. We're going to try and get in a confirmation on that. But let's take a look. After how many months today did Arvind Kejriwal actually attend a government function? He did it today, when Manish Sisodia wasn't there. So he will also be taking an active role in Delhi governance. But he wants to settle, the house in terms of, the Aam Aadmi Party, in terms of these 18 portfolios very quickly, because he also wants to push forth the perception that the national plan of the Aam Aadmi Party remains intact. Mind you, over the course of the next 10 days, the Delhi Chief Minister is to be in Chhattisgarh, is to be in Rajasthan, is to be in Madhya Pradesh, scouting fresh land, fresh states to enter this year where elections come into play. Sources suggest that an internal survey of the Aam Aadmi Party already is pointing towards Chhattisgarh as possibly ripe ground for the Aam Aadmi Party to make inroads. So a lot going on that account, Akshita. But once again, I want to stress, earlier on there was indication 2 fresh faces, Atushi and Saurabh, will be stepping up to the job, but that's not going to happen because it's created a lot of rancor, a lot of heartburn in the other members of the Aam Aadmi Party. For now, the party wants none of that. They want to firefight what's happening outside. So status quo remains. Portfolios to be distributed between Rajkumar Anand, who holds only one portfolio, which was Mr. Gautam's earlier, of social welfare and justice. So he's going to get possibly, tourism, culture, language, and the juicier, big, heavy lifting kind of portfolios will go to Kailash Gehlot, at least for now.
But let's talk about that, Preeti, and I want to bring in Munish Pandey on this. Munish, Preeti is also telling us that within the Aam Aadmi Party, there is a fear that Kailash Gehlot could be next as well, which means after Satyendra Jain, after Manish Sisodia, Kailash Gehlot, who is facing heat from the agencies in the bus scam, could also face trouble next. What's the status on the investigation against him?
Yeah, well, Preeti, as far as Kailash Gehlot is concerned, there is no plan as far as CBI is concerned, or even for that matter, Enforcement Directorate is concerned. There are no summons, there is no plan to call him for questioning. But as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, remember in this excise policy, The last charge sheet by the Enforcement Directorate was very interesting. And in that charge sheet, they did mention the name of Kailash Gehlot because he was part of one of the meetings in the excise policy case. But the biggest name in that excise policy charge sheet by the Enforcement Directorate was the name of Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, the Chief Minister of Delhi. His personal assistant was called in by the Enforcement Directorate. His statement was recorded, and there is a buzz that he may be called even by the Central Bureau of Investigation. As far as Mr. Arvind Kejriwal is concerned, remember, the ED in the charge sheet mentioned that there was one phone conversation between the accused Sameer Mahendru and Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, the Chief Minister of Delhi. And Sameer Mahendru is a person who was arrested in the excise policy case. He was the second person to be arrested by the probe agencies. So the investigation by the agencies, as far as Aam Aadmi Party leaders are concerned, it is at a very crucial stage. Two ministers are arrested. Later, others will be arrested or not, that is yet to be seen. But as far as agency are concerned, they are saying that they are probing the case. If someone comes under scanner, we are going to probe it. If there is evidence, then they are going to arrest that person. Akshita.
So we'll have to see whether this is a good decision that's been taken by the Aam Aadmi Party, but clearly it's one that's been taken by Arvind Kejriwal, keeping in mind the current circumstances. And he has little choice. If you look at the kind of names that are left in the Aam Aadmi Party, if you look at how his biggest aides, his most trusted lieutenants, have all in fact now have faced some action or the other from agencies. Setendra Jain, 8 months and counting behind bars. Till now, there's been no talk of him quitting or of him resigning. It's happened days after Manish Sisodia was arrested by the Central Bureau of Investigation. And that by itself tells you that Arvind Kejriwal had little to no choice but to go ahead and take this kind of a drastic step. The BJP, of course, is maintaining that this is no moral high ground that Arvind Kejriwal has suddenly stumbled upon, because they're saying that if it was an issue of governance, why didn't he go ahead and ask for Setendra Jain to resign earlier? Because those portfolios were also important ones that Setendra Jain held on to. Of course, it was also temporarily shifted over to Manish Sisodia. Some of them forced Sisodia to take care of, to take charge of. So at that point, Kejriwal still had Sisodia to rely on, to bank upon. That option also is out now, which is why Arvind Kejriwal has had to take this decision. Besides which, with 18 departments under Manish Sisodia, if Arvind Kejriwal had asked Manish Sisodia to resign and Setendra Jain sits pretty with his portfolios behind bars for 8 months and counting, there will obviously be questions about why Sisodia has been asked to resign and not Setendra Jain. To kind of ensure that that narrative doesn't build up, doesn't snowball, it looks like Arvind Kejriwal has taken this decision that both will resign. There was a lot of speculation that 2 new faces could be brought into the Delhi cabinet, but that's clearly been ruled out now. Within the current crop of ministers in the Delhi cabinet, in the Delhi government, you're going to be seeing all of these crucial portfolios of Manish Sisodia and Setendra Jain being juggled around. And what Preeti is telling us is that finance, in all likelihood, will remain with Kejriwal, because in some days from now, the budget will also have to be presented. That was one of the reasons why Sisodia also had delayed his appearance before the CBI, saying, I'm busy working on the budget. But now that perhaps will fall on the shoulders of Arvind Kejriwal. This by no means translates to the Aam Aadmi Party actually distancing themselves in any way from Manish Sisodia or from Setendra Jain. They're planning a nationwide campaign, and that plan sticks, where they're going to be raising this issue time and again. They're going to be saying that this is nothing but a political witch hunt. Now expect the Aam Aadmi Party to hold a press conference. We're hearing it could happen sometime this evening, when they're going to come out and explain why they took this decision. And the reason they're going to come out with a justification or a defense, whichever way you want to put it, is because of the fact that the BJP is spinning this as a big political victory for them. They're saying that this is Arvind Kejriwal admitting essentially to his ministers, to Sisodia and Setendra Jain, being guilty, and that he's had no choice but to go ahead and take this kind of a step. Let's get you some of the reactions that have come in from the BJP also. Moments after the resignation of Manish Sisodia and Setendra Jain, Arvind Kejriwal immediately accepted it. So it was clear that all of them were on board. But as I mentioned, the BJP is declaring this to be a political victory. Let's play out for you some of those reactions.
Mr. Manish Sisodia has resigned, and so has Mr. Setback Jain. And to our great surprise, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal has also accepted the resignation of Mr. Setback Jain after 9 months. Come on. If Mr. Manish Sisodia had any moral compass left, being the disciple of Anna Hazare movement, he ought to have resigned on the day this scandalous allegations came to light. He ought to have told, first I will get exonerated, then I will come back. But his plea in the Supreme Court was, I am looking after 18 departments, therefore please give me bail. The keenness was there to run the department, not to explain the scandalous case of corruption. Therefore, again I would repeat, the whole conduct of Aam Aadmi Party is typified by 3C, cut, commission and corruption. आप तो बिल्कुल पारदर्शिता की प्रतिमूर्ति हैं, यही दावा आप करते हैं कि आप और अरविंद केजरीवाल हिंदुस्तान में एक नई पारदर्शिता को लेकर के आए हुए हैं. This question becomes very relevant, Mr. Sisodia, because whether you or whether your leader, Mr. Kejriwal, they keep on giving certificate of honesty. He is honest, he is dishonest. And you are only deleting. You have shamed Anna Hazare. आपने अन्ना हजारे के ईमानदार आंदोलन की विरासत को बदनाम किया है और दिल्ली में सबको शराब पिला के क्या करना चाहते हैं आप? कहा था कि हम स्कूल खोलेंगे, आप शराब की दुकान खोल रहे हैं. और थोड़ा मेरा राजनीति का अनुभव है, ये पूरे भारत के देश में कहीं नहीं सुना है कि जो शिक्षा मंत्री है वही शराब मंत्री भी है. मुझे लगता था कि कट और कमीशन एक ही पार्टी की विरासत है, हाँ? लेकिन आज तो कहना पड़ेगा कि 3C केजरीवाल जी की पार्टी के लिए भी बोलना पड़ेगा, कट, कमीशन, करप्शन.
आखिरकार दिल्ली की जनता की ये बड़ी जीत हुई है. दोनों भ्रष्ट मंत्रियों को, मनीष सिसोदिया और सत्येंद्र जैन को कैबिनेट से हटना पड़ा है. और जो दबाव लगातार हम लोग डाल रहे थे कि भ्रष्टाचारी मंत्रियों को कैबिनेट से बाहर करो, मनीष सिसोदिया और सत्येंद्र जैन का इस्तीफा लो, और दिल्ली की जो सरकार ठप्प करके बैठे अरविंद केजरीवाल, जेल से जो सरकार चलाने का पाप किया जा रहा था उसको तुरंत बंद करना चाहिए. आज दो भ्रष्टाचारी मनीष सिसोदिया और सत्येंद्र जैन कैबिनेट से बाहर कर दिए गए हैं. ये दिल्ली की जनता की जीत है, दिल्ली की माताओं और बहनों की जीत है, और दिल्ली के साथ लूट करने वाले, धोखा करने वाले लोगों को कभी माफ नहीं किया जाएगा. उस न्याय की प्रक्रिया की शुरुआत है.
So we got you some reactions from the BJP, all of them claiming that this is a political victory, that Arvind Kejriwal has his back against the wall and hence had no other choice but to go ahead and ask both Manish Sisodia and Satinder Jain to resign. It's a wrap of this edition of 6 PM Prime, but stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Preeti Chaudhary is joining you in just a few moments from now on the Inside Track on what prompted the Aam Aadmi Party, what prompted Arvind Kejriwal to take this step.
All successful people worked hard, nothing comes easily.
Sometimes you need to just cross that mental barrier.
काफी प्रोसेस ओरिएंटेड. मैं जब दोनों मेडल को ले रहा था और मैं बोल रहा था कि दो ही हमारे पास मेडल है इंडिया में और दोनों आज मेरे हाथ में है.
The very fact that you're opening the India Today conclave with a session on Olympic sport tells me that we've made progress.
So I think
In general, there is obviously much more digital advertising happening, and the platforms are becoming more active and influencers are becoming more active, because we do feel that this is going to shape advertising in the future in a very, very big way. So more than I would say, has it gone up or down, because the guidelines are very recent. I think what we can say is that just at an anecdotal basis, we are seeing a lot more influencers who are compliant. We are seeing the hashtags being used. We are seeing the paid partnership tags being used. So I think that's a great step, and we are definitely seeing more platforms also bringing in disclosure labels, so that there is a native way to kind of disclose your material connection. So I think influencers are taking this whole thing, I feel, in a really good way, in a very positive way, and using disclosure, not with any kind of pressure, but I think as a voluntary choice that they are making, and I think that is really, really great news.
Absolutely. Like you said, there's been a rise in digital ads. Digital influencing marketing is the newest thing on the block. Where do you think this will go? Will it take over the revenue, the ad spends that we saw for TV ads? Will digital advertising be the biggest advertising field in ad?
If you see the growth that it has, I mean, it's already kind of inching towards television growth. So television still remains the largest, but digital is now a close second. And the rate of growth of digital is definitely higher. So I think, I think all media will continue to grow. So it's not as if, that you will actually see a decline in any particular medium. But yes, I think just in terms of percentage split, I feel that digital is likely to take over television in the next few years.
Leo. Thalapathy Vijay is one of the most celebrated actors of Tamil cinema, and every time he returns on the big screen, it's no less than a carnival. Leo will also feature Sanjay Dutt, who is all set to make his Tamil debut. Trisha will also be playing a crucial role in the film. And with this, the actress and Thalapathy Vijay will collaborate after 14 years.
Adam Pathane. Sir, பயங்கர romantic moodல இருந்தீங்க?
Sorry Anjali.
எதுக்கு?
இல்ல நேத்து நீ வீட்டுக்கு வந்திருந்தப்போ நான் மாதிரி பேசிர கூடாதுல.
சச்சா, அந்த இடத்துல நான் இருந்திருந்தாலும் அப்படிதான் பேசிருப்பேன்.
Leo will also mark yet another collaboration between Thalapathy Vijay and filmmaker Lokesh Kanagaraj. Their first being Master. The action thriller will release in October. Mega star Kamal Haasan will also treat fans with his next offering, Indian 2. Directed by Shankar, the film is a sequel to the much celebrated film of the same name. Cine lovers are waiting with bated breath to witness Kamal Haasan in the khaki costume, essaying the role of vigilante Senapati. Surya 42. Next in line is Surya with his tentatively titled film Surya 42. Directed by Sirudai Siva, touted as historical fantasy drama, the film will also star Disha Patni in lead role. As per reports, Surya 42 has a 1,000-year-old backstory with some solid action. The superstar was last seen in Edarkum Tunindavan in a full-fledged role. Directed by Pandiraj, the action drama received mixed response at the box office. He also appeared in cameo role in Vikram and Rocketry, The Nambi Effect.
பொண்ணுங்கனாலே பலவீனமானவங்க நினைச்சிட்டு இருக்காங்க. இல்ல பலனாக்கணும்.
Watching India Today.
Good evening. You're watching India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. The big news break that's come in just about 1 hour ago. Manish Sisodia and Satyendra Jain have resigned. As Arvind Kejriwal has accepted their resignation, what next for the Aam Aadmi Party? Preeti Chaudhary will be joining us on this broadcast to get you the inside track of what the AAP has to say. The headlines first. Manish Sisodia and Satyendra Jain's resignation jolts Delhi government. Kailash Gehlot and Rajkumar Anand to take over Sisodia's work. BJP calls it an admission of guilt by Kejriwal. No Supreme Court relief for Sisodia in plea against CBI. Top court tells him to approach the High Court. Deputy Chief Minister grilled over 100 crores alleged kickback via aid. Vijay Nair. Sisodia South cartel link unravels. CBI claims cartel met Sisodia aid in Delhi hotel. Amit Shah chairs meet with Telangana BJP leaders. UP cops probe gangster turned Neta Atiq Ahmed after conspirator Sadakat was spotted with Akhilesh in a picture. SP distances, says he was a BJP worker. Galwan hero's father abused, thrashed and jailed over his son's memorial in Bihar. Cops claim memorial was built on encroached land. India avenges murder of Kashmiri Pandit Sanjay, neutralizes terrorist who killed Kashmiri Pandit. Another terrorist also killed. And India's growth in third quarter slows down to 4.4% amid high inflation and low consumer demand. Government had earlier estimated GDP growth for the year would be at 7%. And the big Delhi news break that came in an hour ago. Two topmost Delhi ministers have resigned, Manish Sisodia and Satyendra Jain. Manish Sisodia and Jain submitted their resignations, and almost immediately Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal accepted their resignations as well. This comes after there was no relief for Sisodia from the Supreme Court. Just a few hours ago, the top court told Sisodia to approach the Delhi High Court if he wanted any relief, if he wanted to challenge his arrest by the CBI in the Delhi liquor policy case. And it looks like with that development from the Supreme Court, the Aam Aadmi Party has realized that this is going to be a long legal fight ahead of them, and that's why they have taken this step. Remember, the Manish Sisodia single-handedly managed 18 out of the 33 departments in the Delhi government. So this by far was the biggest blow to Arvind Kejriwal's party. What we're hearing is that Kailash Gehlot and Rajkumar Anand will now be holding the fort as far as Sisodia's portfolios are concerned. Satyendra Jain had 11 departments before he was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. Remember, he's behind bars in Tihar jail. All eyes are on what happens next to Delhi's governance. AAP has two grave challenges before it. One, to run a government with just 5 ministers, and second, to go ahead and protect its Qatar Imandar image, its corruption-free image, because now you have two topmost ministers, ex-ministers at least, who are in custody.
Mr. Manish Sisodia has resigned, and so has Mr. Satyendra Jain. And to our great surprise, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal has also accepted the resignation of Mr. Satyendra Jain after 9 months. Come on. If Mr. Manish Sisodia had any moral compass left, being the disciple of Anna Hazare movement, he ought to have resigned on the day this scandalous allegations came to light. He ought to have told, first I will get exonerated, then I will come back. But his plea in the Supreme Court was, I am looking after 18 departments, therefore please give me bail. The keenness was there to run the department, not to explain the scandalous case of corruption. Therefore, again, I would repeat, the whole conduct of Aam Aadmi Party is typified by 3C: cut, commission and corruption.
आखिरकार दिल्ली
We're getting you the resignation letter of Manish Sisodia, a 3-page letter that Sisodia has shot off to, in fact, the Delhi Chief Minister, confirming that he is resigning. In this 3-page letter, Manish Sisodia, we'll read out for you exactly what he said. He speaks about all the work that he has done for the people of Delhi for the last 8 years, speaks in great detail about how, in fact, he's worked as hard as he could for the last 8 years, and then goes on to say that no one in the world can call me corrupt. There are attempts to go ahead and book me in one case or the other in the last few months, and keeping that in mind, I have decided to resign. He's also gone ahead and spoken about how, in fact, the Delhi government has taken several steps to go ahead and ensure good initiatives. He thanks everyone for all the cooperation he received, but he says that in the face of non-stop allegations against me, all of which are false, after non-stop FIRs being filed against me, I have no choice but to resign. He's also gone ahead and said that the BJP fears Kejriwal's honest politics. So this entire 3-page resignation letter, if you look at it, is full of political salvos at the BJP. He's also in that letter reiterated again that all allegations against him in the Delhi liquor policy are false. He says no one in the world can call me corrupt. And he's also gone on to say that there's non-stop attempts to scare me, to threaten me. There are attempts to target me non-stop, and they've now gone ahead and arrested me and put me in jail as well. Now, in fact, you can see in several parts of this particular letter, he goes on to talk about the allegations against him, saying all of this is false, calling it nothing but political, saying this is a political witch hunt against me. That resignation letter on your screens, it's a full 3-page resignation letter that, in fact, Arvind Kejriwal has shot, or that Manish Sisodia, I beg your pardon, has shot off to Arvind Kejriwal. Preeti Chaudhary is joining us with more details on this. A loaded resignation letter, Preeti, 3 pages full of political salvos, reiterating, I'm innocent, this is an attempt to target Arvind Kejriwal.
Well, you know, as expected, Akshita, we're going to just take that letter out. He's actually addressing it more to the people of Delhi as well. We've exclusively accessed this letter. Let's take you through it, where he says, Delhi ke लोग अच्छी तरह जानते हैं कि पिछले 8 वर्ष के दौरान एक मंत्री के रूप में मैंने अपना कार्य पूरी निष्ठा और ईमानदारी के साथ किया. I'm going to take you right now where that letter is. We've accessed this letter. Understandably, there is a synchronization of these resignations. They've come from both Setendra Jain and Manish Sisodia, where it's a 3-page letter. It's been accepted by Arvind Kejriwal, where he's addressed it, of course, to Arvind Kejriwal, and he says, मैं इसे अपना बहुत बड़ा सौभाग्य समझता हूँ कि मुझे आपके नेतृत्व में लगातार 8 वर्ष तक दिल्ली सरकार में मंत्री के रूप में कार्य करने का अवसर मिला. मुझे खुशी है कि पिछले 8 साल में दिल्ली वालों की जिंदगी में खुशहाली और समृद्धि लाने का जो काम आपके नेतृत्व में हुआ, एक मंत्री के नाते मुझे भी उसमें थोड़ा बहुत भूमिका निभाने का अवसर मिला है. So he's primarily also giving the credit to Arvind Kejriwal of what he's been able to do as an education minister. Then he goes on to talk directly to the people of Delhi, where he's saying that the people of Delhi know exactly what he has done for them. He's also invoked his father, where he says, मेरे स्वर्गीय पिता ने मुझे अपना काम हमेशा ईमानदारी और निष्ठा के साथ पूर्ण करने की शिक्षा दी थी. He's invoked his father. He's talked. It's an emotional letter because he's talking about his own journey, where he says, जब मैं 6वीं क्लास में पढ़ता था तो मेरे पिता ने मुझे भगवान कृष्ण की एक बहुत ही सुंदर सी तस्वीर फ्रेम कराकर मेरे बिस्तर के सामने लगाई थी. It's his own personal journey. He's invoking God. He's also talked about how that kattar imandar, which the Aam Aadmi Party stresses on, where he says, अपने काम को ईमानदारी और निष्ठा से पूर्ण करना ही सच्ची कृष्ण पूजा है. He's talked all about that. And he signed off saying, यहाँ तक कि आज अगर मैं खुद भी चाहूँ तो भी ना तो किसी काम में बेईमानी कर सकता हूँ और ना ही किसी काम से जी चुरा सकता हूँ. He's talked about his parents quite a bit in this. It's an emotional letter that is written by Manish Sisodia. I'm going to just go up a little 3-page letter. Where
if you can focus, I think, on the second page, the second paragraph is where he talks about the allegations against him.
Yes.
Could you highlight that for us,
so
please?
There you have it. That's the second page where he's saying, मेरे ऊपर कई FIR की गई और अभी कई और करने की तैयारी है. Where he's saying that he's been targeted with various FIRs. He even thinks that what he calls a witch hunt will continue. He also says उन्होंने बहुत कोशिश की कि मैं आपका साथ छोड़ दूं. मुझे डराया धमकाया लालच दिया गया. Where he's talked about how he was coerced many times, where he was given incentives. Mind you, if you remember, during Gujarat, Manish Sisodia, when he was raided the first time around, had come out and said that he was actually offered the Delhi chief ministership if he actually testifies against Arvind Kejriwal. If you remember all the time, all the way when the Gujarat elections were carrying on, that was the initial time of raids on Manish Sisodia, and he had said that he had got a call from somebody very, very high up. He said he had the audio recording of that person, but that was never made public. Then in the end, eventually he says, मैंने दिल्ली सरकार के विभिन्न विभागों में ईमानदारी से काम किया है. And he signs it off saying, लेकिन अब जबकि उन्होंने झूठे और बेबुनियाद आरोपों की साजिश तहत मुझे रहते हुए तमाम सीमाएं पार कर ली, मुझे जेल में डाल दिया, तो मेरी इच्छा है कि अब मैं मंत्री पद पे ना रहूं. Again, he's giving credit to Arvind Kejriwal. मैं जानता हूं कि साजिश करता मुझे और आपको परेशान करने के लिए मुझे जेल में डाल रहे हैं, लेकिन मैं समझता हूं कि उनकी इन साजिशों से सच्चाई की राजनीति की हमारी लड़ाई और मजबूत होगी. वह हमें और हमारे साथियों को जेल में बंद कर सकते हैं, लेकिन हमारे हौसले को आसमान की ऊंचाइयों को छूने से नहीं रोक सकते. मुझे लगता है मेरे जेल जाने से हमारे साथियों का, हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं का मनोबल और बढ़ेगा. वह उनका अंदर देश के लिए कुछ करने का जज्बा और जोर पकड़ेगा. Then he's of course quoted Bhagat Singh. He invokes Bhagat Singh a lot. Bismil, he's quoted Bismil where he's saying, सरफरोश की तमन्ना अब हमारे दिल में है, देखना है जोर कितना बाजुए कातिल में है. अंत में मैं दिल्ली सरकार के उन तमाम अधिकारियों और सभी कर्मचारियों का धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं. He's thanked his departments. He had 18 of them, viewers, जिन्होंने मेरे मंत्री पद पर रहते हुए विगत 8 वर्षों में मेरे साथ काम किया और जिनके सहयोग से मैं मुझे दी गई जिम्मेदारियों को ठीक से निभा सका. आपसे पूर्ण मेरा विनम्र अनुरोध है कि दिल्ली सरकार के मंत्रिमंडल से मेरा इस्तीफा स्वीकार कर मुझे इस पद से मुक्त करने की कृपा करें. So that is Manish Sisodia, a 3-page letter, emotional. It begins with where he's invoking his parents. He's talked about Lord Krishna. Then he talks about how entirely he was pressurized, coerced many times over through the course of his tenure of 8 years to actually leave Arvind Kejriwal. That all of this is actually, in a way to target Arvind Kejriwal, and the fact that he never left Arvind Kejriwal's side is the reason he finds himself in jail today. He also says that maybe, his arrest will prove to be a trigger and a rigor of sorts where the Aam Aadmi Party cadre is concerned. His resignation, viewers, has been accepted right now by Arvind Kejriwal, the Delhi Chief Minister. But, I'll just take you through on what the procedure is. The resignation goes to the Delhi Chief Minister. He's accepted it, but it's not as simple. It's about a month and a half long process from here on. This resignation, the Chief Minister will send to the LG. Once the LG approves the resignation, the LG has to send the same resignation to the President of India. And that resignation, once approved, takes the whole process, takes about a month and a half. So it's going to continue for a month and a half. now, Akshita, I want to take you through on what's going on in the internal dynamics of the Aam Aadmi Party. Why is it that the Aam Aadmi Party today decided, that Arvind Kejriwal decided that a resignation is in order? It's not just happened that both Manish Sisodia and Satyendra Jain woke up at the same time and decided to tender in their resignation. There was an indication, there was word which was sent to the both of them through their lawyers that maybe that's the way to go. And that's how the party in particular, Arvind Kejriwal in particular, will put pressure on the narrative, and the narrative would be strengthened that this is a witch hunt, and they are not going to allow this witch hunt to come in the way of the Delhi model of governance. Therefore, their portfolios will be redistributed amongst other cabinet bearers. In this case, two particular cabinet ministers will now get additional charge. One is Kailash Gehlot. In all probability, he will get the juiciest in terms of PWD, finance. One thing is very clear right now. Arvind Kejriwal, our sources tell us, will not hold any portfolios. He's never held a portfolio. Earlier on, indication was that he might keep finance. He's not keeping finance. No portfolio will go to Arvind Kejriwal. Earlier on, there was also indication that perception-wise, to strengthen the party, there will be an elevation of fresh blood, namely Atishi and Saurabh Bhardwaj. But that's not going to happen. Why, viewers? Because the party can only fight in one front, which is the outside. They feel they are being targeted by the BJP. They say it's a witch hunt where the agencies are concerned. So they need to, it has to be all in when it comes down to the battle outside. So if they were going to elevate Atishi or Saurabh, which might be on air a lot perception-wise, it doesn't quite, it works for the Aam Aadmi Party, but where the rank and the file of the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, it doesn't quite work, and it could create friction and rancor, primarily because who's this other cabinet minister, who has actually stepped in terms of getting more of these ministries, Mr. Anand, who is Rajkumar Anand. Rajkumar Anand has been associated with the Aam Aadmi Party, not just since the inception of the party, but all the way back, viewers, since the movement of India against corruption. He's been standing by Arvind Kejriwal. He and his wife both have been, behind Arvind Kejriwal. So, and he's not the only such man. He might not be in front of the cameras. So there are a lot of these other older, more experienced, they'd call themselves, lot who are hoping now that these portfolios will come to them. And if you elevate somebody as junior as Atishi and Saurabh, they might be prominent in terms of television and spokespersons, but what about those who've been waiting in the wings for so long? Those who have been, with the party for years, even before Atishi and Saurabh stepped in. So to understand that this could create friction, which is to elevate the lower rung or the junior leaders, up front, the party has decided, even though the earlier on indications were it would go to Atishi and Saurabh, to not go there and continue to redistribute these portfolios. So Kailash Gehlot gets, as I pointed out, some of the plum cabinet minister portfolios, and Rajkumar Anand will get, some others. Rajkumar Anand was the same man who, after Mr. Gautam had stepped down from Arvind Kejriwal's cabinet, was given the social welfare ministry portfolio. So these two will now take over most of the portfolios. But what is it that led to today? There was actually an internal party meeting where they were discussing on what is to, what would be the future course of action for the Aam Aadmi Party. I'm given to understand Arvind Kejriwal and some of the top leadership left that meeting midway. So something clearly did trigger a reaction such as this.
Preeti, as you get us all of the, political takeaways from this big step, I want to bring in Munish Pandey also quickly on this. The perception, at least, of Arvind Kejriwal making this big decision is that the AAP is preparing for now a long fight for Manish Sisodia. A similar narrative as to what happened with Satyendra Jain could perhaps happen in Manish Sisodia, or at least it seems the AAP believes that, Munish.
Yeah, well, Akshita, in Satyendra Jain case also, we saw that there was a legal fight which was done by the Aam Aadmi Party. But in Satyendra Jain case also we saw that lower court rejected the bail, and then there were certain CCTV footages leaked to the media by the Bharatiya Janata Party. On those CCTV footage it was seen that Satyendra Jain, who was a minister in Aam Aadmi Party, that person was getting VIP treatment in Tihar jail. He was getting massage. So it has been almost 7-8 months. He has not come out of jail. His resignation came today, but he is in jail from last 7-8 months. Of course, questions were being asked by many political leaders, including the Bharatiya Janata Party, that why he is not resigning, or why Arvind Kejriwal is not taking action against his own minister. Now, as far as Manish Sisodia is concerned, last 2 days have been very crucial. Manish Sisodia was questioned, later he was arrested. But yesterday what happened changed the entire course of action, even for the Aam Aadmi Party. In the court, the Central Bureau of Investigation was able to convince the court that the grounds on the basis of which they have arrested Mr. Manish Sisodia are valid. Also, there are corruption charges, plus the way he conducted himself as an excise minister. So it was a win-win situation, not only for Central Bureau of Investigation, but also for the Bharatiya Janata Party. The last-ditch effort was approaching the Supreme Court, but there was no relief. And Akshita, Aam Aadmi Party is aware of the fact that once the custody of CBI is over, and if there is any chance of Manish Sisodia getting bail in the CBI case, then the ED will step in. And once the ED steps in, it will again be 14 days of custody at least, and then later judicial custody, which means that for
they're far too familiar. They're far too familiar with how really the agencies work in these kind of cases to know, as Manish is pointing out, that this is going to be a long haul. Preeti Chaudhary will be joining you on the other side of a very short break with all the big political updates that are coming in. And optics-wise, whether Kejriwal has really ensured that it's painted the way he wants it to be, that this is a step being taken to ensure that Delhi's governance isn't compromised, or whether in fact, the optics is all about Kejriwal giving in to the BJP's narrative. On the other side of a short break, she debates that and much more.
You are watching India Today.
जैसे सबसे तेज आपकी टैगलाइन है, तो इसी तरह से सबसे तेज हमारी सरकार की लाइफलाइन है.
Leader must have a vision.
We will continue to work with the developing and the developed world for win-win solutions.
Nature had, of course, willed the survival of the fittest.
हम आतंकवाद के खिलाफ जीरो टॉलरेंस की पॉलिसी को अपनाए हुए हैं.
1 साल के अंदर राहुल कन्वर की कार जो होगी वो इलेक्ट्रिक की होगी.
There is a confrontation of competing visions.
The awards season is in full swing in Hollywood, and the Screen Actors Guild Awards that took place in LA. Everything Everywhere All at Once won 4 awards, including the Marquee Ensemble in a Motion Picture. Lead star Michelle Yeoh won the SAG for Best Female Actor in a Leading Role.
This is not just for me, this is for every little girl that looks like me. Thank you for giving me a seat at the table, because so many of us need this. We want to be seen, we want to be heard.
While Jamie Lee Curtis and Kye-Hugh Kwan took home supporting actor honors.
Thank you so much.
Michelle Yeoh and Kye-Hugh Kwan became the first Asian performers to be honored in their categories.
Mrs. Wang. Mrs. Wang.
Mrs. Wang, are you with us?
I am paying attention.
Everything Everywhere tells the story of a Chinese-American laundromat owner struggling to finish her taxes when she swept into alternate universes.
I can see where this story is going.
It does not look good.
The film is now a frontrunner ahead of the Oscars ceremony next month.
What's happening? Evelyn, I'm not your husband. I'm another version of him from another universe. I'm here because we need your help. Very busy today. No time to help you. Across the multiverse, I've seen thousands of Evelyns. You can access all of their memories, their emotions, even the skills. There's a great evil spreading throughout the many verses. And you may be your only chance of stopping it. Don't make me fight you. I am really good.
I don't believe you.
Meanwhile, Brendan Fraser earned the Best Actor honor for The Whale.
I just want you to know for real, all the actors out there who have gone through that, who are going through that, I know how you feel. But believe me, if you just stay in there and you put one foot in front of the other, you'll get to where you need to go.
RRR is unstoppable as the film is bringing glory to the country with one accolade after another.
Thank you so much. It means a lot. I can't express in words how much it means.
Recently, this S.S. Rajamouli directorial bagged 4 awards at the Hollywood Critics Association Film Awards, including Best International Film, Best Action Film, Best Stunts, and Best Song categories. Several images from the evening have gone viral on the internet. S.S. Rajamouli, who was also present during the event, took to social media to share a picture with child actress Violet McGraw. He captioned the post as, "I was happy when the incredibly talented 11-year-old Violet McGraw presented me with the award on stage, and even happier when she obliged me for a selfie afterwards." That's not all. Lead actor Ram Charan was also one of the presenters during the award ceremony. During the same, Miss Marvel fame Anjali was all praises about her co-presenter. After yet another big win, the team of this period drama is eyeing an Oscar win, as Natu Natu, the Golden Globe-winning foot-tapping dance number, has already made its place in the nomination list. Natu Natu has created a flutter over the world, and now a video of staff from South Korean embassy in India grooving to the tunes of M.M. Keeravani's composition has gone viral. RRR, which also features Junior NTR as the other lead, was based on lives of 2 Telugu freedom fighters, Alluri Sitarama Raju and Komaram Bhima.
ఈ నక్కల వేట ఎంతసేపు కుంభస్థలాన్ని బద్దల కొడదాం పదా.
It's a wrap for Ravi Teja starrer Ravanasura. The makers took to social media to announce the same along with its release date, which is April 7. Directed by Sudhir Verma, Ravanasura is an action thriller and will feature Anu Emmanuel, Megha Akash and Faria Abdullah among others. The film marks Ravi Teja's first release after Valtair Viraya, which featured Chiranjeevi in the lead role.
ఆ కథలోకి మీరందరూ వచ్చారు. వీడు నా ఎరా, నువ్వే నా సొరా. వైజాగ్లో గట్టి ఏటగాడు లేడని ఒక పులి పూనకాలతో ఊగుతుందట.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching To The Point. Over the next 25 minutes, we're going to break down what the resignations of two leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party, Satyendra Jain and Manish Sisodia, mean for the Aam Aadmi Party. What really went down behind closed doors where the Aam Aadmi Party was concerned, that resignation of both the ministers was asked for. Is it that they couldn't really keep up with the anti-corruption image and they needed to make this decision quickly? Number two, is it, how will Delhi actually work? 18 of the 33 portfolios lie with Manish Sisodia. And number two, is the Aam Aadmi now planning to build a narrative to go to the people of Delhi saying that, okay, our personal witch hunt aside, we will deliver on what we promised, which was Delhi model of governance, and we are going to bring in new people, we are not going to let you suffer. Well, that's what seems to be the Aam Aadmi Party's narrative. And of course, the BJP in all of it, who's saying it should have happened not now, but nearly 10 months ago when Satyendra Jain was first arrested. All of that over the course of 25 minutes. I have Rajdeep Sardesai who's going to break it down for us as well. And our Aam Aadmi Party reporter Sanjay Singh would also be joining us shortly. But taking you through, two top Delhi ministers resign. The jailed Aam Aadmi Party leader Manish Sisodia and Satyendra Jain both tendered in their resignation. Manish Sisodia sent his resignation in a 3-page letter, highly emotional, where he invoked from his father, his mother, to allegiance to Arvind Kejriwal, Lord Krishna, and ultimately sacrificing his post at the altar of what is best for the citizen of the national capital. Trust Aam Aadmi Party to take and build that narrative further. Meanwhile, the Delhi Chief Minister has accepted their resignation. This comes clearly after there was no relief given to Manish Sisodia in the Supreme Court. The top court said that the Delhi Deputy CM needed to go to the High Court if he wants to challenge his arrest by the CBI in the Delhi liquor policy case. But viewers, one thing is very clear. that resignations of both the ministers might have happened and Arvind Kejriwal might have accepted it. However, it's going to be a long drawn process because the resignation will first have to be sent to the LG will approve, then the resignation goes to the President of India. This whole process takes about a month and a half. So who steps in to the shoes of both the leaders? Earlier on, indications suggested that the likes of Atishi and Saurabh were going to be elevated. Not quite. The party has decided with rumbles within the party of this elevation that they can only firefight outside the attack of the BJP, attack of what they call vendetta by the agencies. Let's listen in to Saurabh Bhardwaj.
आदरणीय और सीनियर मिनिस्टर्स, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की केंद्र सरकार के षड्यंत्रों के कारण आज जेल के अंदर हैं। उन्होंने अपने अपने मंत्री पद से इस्तीफा दिया है और ये पूरे हिंदुस्तान के लिए बहुत दुर्भाग्य की बात है कि वो दो मंत्री जो अपने काम के लिए जाने जाते थे और सिर्फ दिल्ली में नहीं, पूरे हिंदुस्तान में नहीं, पूरी दुनिया में अपने काम के लिए जाने जाने वाले मंत्री श्री सत्येंद्र जैन, श्री मनीष सिसोदिया जी, इन दोनों के पीछे पड़ के केंद्र सरकार ने इन्हें झूठे, फर्जी, नकली मुकदमों में फंसाया है और ये संदेश पूरी दुनिया में जा रहा है आज कि सबसे ज्यादा काम करने वाले मंत्रियों के पीछे देश की केंद्र सरकार पड़ी हुई है। ये कोई अच्छे संकेत नहीं है। ये के झूठे हैं, फर्जी हैं। हमारे दोनों मंत्री पूरी ईमानदारी से अपना पूरा जीवन जो है समर्पण कर रहे हैं इस समाज के लिए, दिल्ली के लिए, अपने देश के लिए। और आज उनका इस्तीफा मुख्यमंत्री जी को मिला है। उन दोनों ने अपना अपना इस्तीफा मुख्यमंत्री जी को दिया है क्योंकि दिल्ली में छोटी कैबिनेट है। मुख्यमंत्री जी और उनके साथ 6 मंत्री मंत्री परिषद में होते हैं और सत्येंद्र जैन जी और मनीष सिसोदिया जी के पास सब लोग जानते हैं ज्यादातर जो अहम मंत्रालय थे, पोर्टफोलियोज थे, डिपार्टमेंट्स थे, वो इन दो हमारे सीनियर मिनिस्टर्स के पास थे। तो इनकी एब्सेंस में दिल्ली वालों का काम जो है वो प्रभावित ना हो, दिल्ली का काम ना रुके, दिल्ली वालों को कोई परेशानी ना हो, इसलिए इन्होंने इस्तीफे दिए हैं। इनकी जगह 2 नए मंत्री जल्द बनाए जाएंगे, मगर पूरी की पूरी आम आदमी पार्टी और पूरी की पूरी दिल्ली सरकार आम आदमी पार्टी का हर विधायक, हर पार्षद, एक एक कार्यकर्ता मनीष सिसोदिया जी और सत्येंद्र जैन साहब के साथ उनके पीछे खड़ा हुआ है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
सौरभ, आपने कहा 2 नए मंत्री जल्द बनाए जाएंगे या फिर जो बाकी मंत्री हैं उनको जिम्मेदारी सौंपी जाएगी, ये आप कहना चाह रहे हैं?
मैंने कहा 2 लोग नए मंत्री बनाए जाएंगे।
मतलब 2 नए चेहरे होंगे कैबिनेट में?
जी।
अच्छा, क्योंकि अभी तक ये जानकारी आ रही थी कि जो राजकुमार आनंद है कब तक होगा, मतलब नया अपॉइंटमेंट का प्रोसेस होंगे या
होगा?
तो ये कब तक आप मान के चल रहे हैं कि 2 नए चेहरे मिल जाएगा? आप ही कह रहे हैं
इसकी कोई टाइमलाइन नहीं है हमारे पास, ये जानकारी है।
अच्छा,
सर क्या डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर को लेकर भी कुछ है कि कुछ उनके लिए भी कोई चेहरा
डिस्कशन देखिए, मेरे को इसकी कोई जानकारी नहीं है।
सौरभ, साथ ही सवाल ये है कि सत्येंद्र जैन तो अभी तक मंत्रियों की लिस्ट में थे, हालांकि उनके पास कोई पोर्टफोलियो नहीं था, वेबसाइट में भी जाएंगे उनका नाम था वहां पर, तो अब ऐसा क्या हुआ कि इस्तीफा अचानक से आपने ले लिया? ये सवाल उठ रहा है कि वजह क्या रही?
देखिए, ये एक बड़ी ही प्रैक्टिकल सिचुएशन है। सत्येंद्र जैन साहब जब नहीं थे हमारे बीच में, तो उनके जो मंत्रालय थे वो मनीष सिसोदिया जी को दिए गए थे, और मनीष सिसोदिया जी के पास लगभग सभी बड़े बड़े मंत्रालय थे, और वो बड़ी मेहनत से उन सभी मंत्रालयों के साथ जो है कोशिश करते थे कि काम हो। करीब 18 मंत्रालय उनके पास थे, एजुकेशन हो, हेल्थ हो, इंडस्ट्रीज हो, वाटर हो, लेबर हो, एक्साइज हो, होम हो, यूडी हो, सभी तरीके के मंत्रालय थे। अब क्योंकि मनीष जी को भी झूठे षड्यंत्रों में जेल में भेजा गया है, अब प्रैक्टिकली दिल्ली के काम ना रुके, इसको सोचते हुए उन दोनों ने अपना इस्तीफा टेंडर किया है।
All right, viewers, you're going to have press conferences after press conferences, but what's the biggest takeaway out of it? Manish Sisodia and Mr. Jain, Satyendra Jain, have tendered in their resignation. There will be 2 new ministers, but not now. At least for a month to 2 months, or even a little more than that, there will be no new inductions. Their portfolios will be redistributed amongst Kailash Gehlot and Rajkumar Anand. Rajkumar Anand has been with Arvind Kejriwal even before 2012, right through the India Against Corruption movement. So he actually got what Mr. Gautam's portfolio was when he stepped down, which is social welfare and justice. I want to bring it Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor, for more on that, and we'll cut across to Sanjay Singh in just about 2 minutes from now. Rajdeep, how do you view these developments? The party right now going ahead accepting the resignations of both these leaders. What does it mean politically? Because it seems they're going to build that narrative to the public that we're not going to let a personal witch hunt come in the way of delivering what we promised to you is the Delhi model of governance.
But the fact is, Preeti, Satyendra Jain has been in jail for more than 6 months. And his resignation was not sought. I think what has happened is with Manish Sisodia, who really is the right-hand man, number 2, the administrative face of the Delhi government, also being arrested and possibly in prison for an extended period. Arvind Kejriwal had no option. He simply had no option once Manish Sisodia was arrested that he will have to, in a way, effect some changes in government. It cannot be business as usual. It cannot be status quo. That's exactly what's happened. For much too long, Arvind Kejriwal perhaps was hoping against hope that this liquor policy case will, the alleged scam will simply be brushed aside and he and his party can focus on expansion. Only in the next few weeks, he was supposed to travel across the country from Chhattisgarh to Karnataka, in a way trying to build bridgeheads for AAP out across the country. That's possibly now going to have to be deferred till such time as he ensures that this immediate crisis, which as we discussed yesterday, is the worst crisis AAP has faced since its inception. Unless he can resolve that, Preeti, how does he now even hope to expand? And therefore, taking the resignations of the ministers is a first step towards acknowledging the nature of the crisis and then trying to find some solution. So I think in a way, Arvind Kejriwal was left with no choice once the Supreme Court today turned down Manish Sisodia's bail plea.
Well, and he also wants to continue, with his plan of going to all the election-bound states. So therefore, he wanted to settle the matter at the earliest because that stays as planned. In the next 10 days, Arvind Kejriwal will be going to all the election-bound states. But joining me right now is Sanjay Singh, MP Rajya Sabha, Aam Aadmi Party. He's joining us. Sanjay ji, ऐसा क्या हो गया कि दोनों मंत्रियों ने इकट्ठा रिजाइन किया, रेजिग्नेशन दिया? कौन कितना भार अब लगता है कैलाश गहलोत जी संभालेंगे, राजकुमार आनंद जी संभालेंगे, पर क्या हुआ कि इन दोनों के इस्तीफे मांगे गए?
देखिए, ऐसा है कि ये एक संकट का समय जरूर है, मुश्किल का समय है, और लेकिन मैं आपको ये कह सकता हूं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी दिल्ली के 2 करोड़ लोगों का भरोसा पाकर 3 बार मुख्यमंत्री बने हैं उन्होंने बिजली पे, पानी पे, शिक्षा पे, स्वास्थ्य पे अनुकरणीय काम किया है और उन्होंने मुनाफे का बजट दिया है दिल्ली के अंदर। तो वो जैसे पहले काम करते रहे हैं वैसे आगे भी करेंगे। ऐसी बाधाएं पहले भी हमारे सामने आई हैं, हमने उसका सामना किया, आगे भी करेंगे।
संजय जी, एक चीज बताइए, जो इस्तीफे हुए हैं इसमें अब सौरभ जी की अभी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस खत्म हुई है, वो कह रहे हैं कि 2 नए चेहरे आएंगे। क्या ये सौरभ और आतिशी होंगे? और जब तक ये नहीं आएंगे, कम से कम इनमें 1 या 2 महीने लगेंगे, सौरभ जी ये भी कह रहे हैं, कोई टाइमलाइन नहीं है। क्या तब तक ये जो पोर्टफोलियोज कैसे डिस्ट्रीब्यूट होंगे?
अब ये मुख्यमंत्री जी का विशेषाधिकार है, इसके बारे में वही फैसला लेंगे, उस पर मेरा कोई कमेंट करना ठीक नहीं।
चलिए, ये मुख्यमंत्री जी का विशेष अधिकार है। मुख्यमंत्री जी तो कोई पोर्टफोलियो नहीं रख रहे हैं, हमें यही सुनने में आया है, मुझे करेक्ट करिएगा अगर मैं रॉन्ग हूं। पर इसमें भाजपा कह रही है कि बहुत देर आए, 1 साल पहले, 10 महीने पहले इस्तीफा हो जाना चाहिए था। जब सीबीआई की रेड हुई मनीष सिसोदिया पे, तब इस्तीफा होना चाहिए था।
नहीं, बहुत सारे राजनीतिक दल आप देखिए, सीपीएम, सीपीआई, सीपीआई माले, आरजेडी, जेडीयू, केसीआर जी की पार्टी, अखिलेश यादव जी की पार्टी, हेमंत सोरेन जी की पार्टी, टीएमसी, सारे राजनीतिक दलों ने इस कार्रवाई की, शिवसेना, संजय रावत जी का बयान आया, सारे राजनीतिक दलों ने इस कार्रवाई को तानाशाहीपूर्ण बताया है और गलत बताया है। कांग्रेस ने अलग अलग राय, कुछ लोग इसकी तारीफ कर रहे हैं और कह रहे हैं कि बिल्कुल इनको तो फांसी पे चढ़ा देना चाहिए। लेकिन कल मैंने देखा कि जयराम रमेश जी का भी एक बयान आया कि जांच एजेंसियों का दुरुपयोग हो रहा है और ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। तो इतने सारे राजनीतिक दल देश भर में हैं, उन्होंने सब ने, विपक्ष के सारे दलों ने इस घटना की आलोचना की है।
संजय जी, आपको क्या विवश हो गए कि आपको ये रेजिग्नेशन करवाने पड़े? क्योंकि आज जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट है, उन्होंने भी जो भी आपकी याचिका थी उसको बोला है कि यहाँ पर मत आइएगा, हाई कोर्ट जाइएगा। तो अब क्या सिर्फ आपका धरना प्रदर्शन वही जारी रहेगा?
देखिए, प्रोटेस्ट तो होगा ही, क्योंकि देखिए लोकतंत्र में सड़क पर भी अपनी बात पहुंचानी है, सदन में भी अपनी बात पहुंचानी है और न्यायालय की भी लड़ाई। 3 मोर्चे हैं जहां पर हमको अपनी लड़ाई को लेके जाना है। अब एक ऐसी सरकार इस देश के अंदर बैठी हुई है जो फर्जी मामले लगाकर विपक्ष के लोगों को परेशान करती है, उनको जेल में डालती है, और जो बीजेपी से जुड़ा हुआ व्यक्ति है उसके ऊपर कोई कार्रवाई नहीं होती। मनीष सिसोदिया का गुनाह क्या है? दिल्ली के 18 लाख बच्चों को वो अच्छी शिक्षा दे रहे हैं। एक बेहतरीन शिक्षा का मॉडल दिल्ली में उन्होंने दिया, जिससे पूरे देश और दुनिया में उनका नाम हो रहा है। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की सरकार का नाम हो रहा है। अरविंद केजरीवाल की लोकप्रियता और आम आदमी पार्टी की लोकप्रियता देश के दूसरे हिस्सों में बढ़ रही। परेशानी यह है, यह मुकदमा पूरी तरीके से राजनीति के। आप बताइए, अगर मनीष सिसोदिया ने कोई घोटाला या घपला किया है, जो बीजेपी वाले कहते हैं 10,000 करोड़ की रिश्वत खा ली। अरे भाई, घर पे 14 घंटे छापेमारी कर ली सीबीआई ने, घर खोद डाला, कुछ नहीं मिला। गांव खोद डाला, कुछ नहीं मिला। दफ्तर में छापेमारी कर ली, कुछ नहीं मिला। बैंक का लॉकर चेक कर लिया, कुछ नहीं। अगर मनीष सिसोदिया ने कोई रिश्वत खाई है, कोई बेईमानी की है, कुछ तो संपत्ति, सोना, पैसा कुछ तो मिलता।
बहुत शुक्रिया संजय जी, आप हमसे जुड़े, बहुत शुक्रिया। थैंक यू देयर। वी आर गोइंग टू कीप एक्सपेक्टिंग मोर प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंसेस. Very quickly, I want to bring in Rajdeep for a quick word before we end the bulletin. Rajdeep, how do you see things go from here on? The other fact, do you think it was inevitable? Because the halo of Kattar Imandar was clearly getting dented, and this move had to be made quicker than later.
Oh, absolutely, Preeti. And let's also be clear that you can't defend Manish Sisodia on a corruption case by pointing to his track record on education. At some stage or the other, the Aam Aadmi Party will have to frontally answer the charges that are being made against them beyond just outrage. And I think while they can play the victim card for a while, there's a limit to how long you can play it. And therefore, I think the Aam Aadmi Party is recognizing it, Arvind Kejriwal is recognizing it, that you're almost going to have to take this opportunity to effect some kind of a facelift. Not easy, given the fact that Mr. Sisodia is such a critical player within the AAP's hierarchy. But I think a facelift is almost inevitable. What form that will take, how he will push that narrative. But clearly, as you rightly said, that anti-corruption image, the core of the AAP, has been badly dented by the arrest of Manish Sisodia.
All right, appreciate you joining us. Do stay with us. Our continuous coverage on the other side. Rahul Kanwal, stay with us.
Wali painting, a mural art form of Maharashtra, gives Aurangabad a facelift ahead of a G20 inception meeting. A group of 120 women painted non-stop for 6 hours to complete the artwork.
वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट शो करते हुए हम लोग ये जो प्रोजेक्ट कर रहे हैं वारली का, वर्ल्ड्स लार्जेस्ट वारली पेंटिंग जो है, जिसका रिकॉर्ड पहले पूना में था, उसको पूना के रिकॉर्ड को ब्रेक करते हुए, उसको चैलेंज करते हुए आज हम सब लड़कियां, वी आर 120 लेडीज हियर वर्किंग फॉर दिस वारली पेंटिंग टुडे. और इसका सबसे बड़ा क्रेडिट जो जाता है, जो मेरी बहुत अच्छी फ्रेंड है, वो है नंदिनी घोडेले. ये कॉन्सेप्ट जो जहाँ से आई है, वो लड़की ने सर 21 इयर्स की लड़की है. दिस इज रियली अ मोटिवेशन टू ऑल द गर्ल्स ओवर हियर.
The work spread over 3,200 square feet will enter the India Book of Records 2024 in the social and cultural category. This painting breaks the earlier record of 3,050 square feet set by artists in Pune. I congratulate all the dignitaries, those who have taken efforts, जिन्होंने इस इवेंट को एक सक्सेसफुल बनाया है, and congratulations to Aurangabad Municipal Corporation. There were no professional artists among the 120 participants. They came from different professions like medicine, accountancy, and engineering. Bureau Report, India Today.
The integration of Air India and Vistara needs to go through a regulatory approval process. There are 3 steps to that process. One is competition clearance. The second is from a DGCA regulatory aviation perspective. And the third is obviously the merger of the 2 companies. We are in the process of the first phase, seeking competition clearance. But in anticipation of this, we are working together with some external parties to work on what are the areas of opportunity in an integrated business, what are the things that we need to focus on in the process of that integration, and what would the end state look like once we have received clearance to actually embark on the integration process. The intention is to end up with one full-service airline and one low-cost airline in the group. The full-service airline will be an amalgam of Air India and Vistara, but we expect that many of the practices and systems will be those of Vistara, being a younger, privatized airline that has been able to imbibe the learnings that it brings from its other shareholders. We are not unaware of what they have in terms of systems and processes. And so over the course of the privatization process and the last year, a lot of the transformation that we've been doing at Air India has been with a view to put ourselves on a similar platform as Vistara, so that in the event the merger is approved, it's a much more seamless and faster process. I think there are certainly there's a desire to carry forward the heritage of both erstwhile Air India and Vistara into the new Air India. Quite the form in which that Vistara component takes, we're still working through. Vistara clearly has achieved a lot of success and very strong recognition and respect in the Indian market. But if you look outside the Indian market, clearly Air India is much more recognized and has a 90-year history. So we've communicated to staff that the future full-service carrier will be called Air India, but we would like to retain and celebrate some of the Vistara heritage in that new manifestation.
Risk when you want to, pick up the pace if you like, slow down if you wish to. Well, as you can see, I am doing a very simple form of exercise. It is walking, and there are many hidden benefits of walking. I'm here to tell you about all the hidden benefits of walking today. Does the sight of this overwhelm you? Are you always running out of time and can't make time to go to a gym? Do you feel worried about not getting any physical activity? Then don't, because walking even for a few minutes a day can go a long way in doing wonders for your health.
It affects our heart, it affects our liver, it affects our blood pressure, it affects our muscles, it affects our bone, it affects our brain, it affects our coordination, it affects our psyche. Walking releases endorphins, which are mood elevators. So really speaking, if you are walking every day, you are really living, otherwise you're not living at all.
The benefits of walking are many, and it goes beyond getting in some physical activity in. To start with, this is a great way to boost your mental health.
If you're looking to benefit from how you can cope effectively with the situations, the stresses that you have in your life, integrating an activity like walking can be also extremely helpful.
Just 30 minutes every single day can increase cardiovascular fitness, strengthen bones, reduce excess body fat, and boost muscle power and endurance. It can also reduce your risk of developing conditions such as heart disease, type 2 diabetes, osteoporosis, and some cancers. Don't have 30 minutes to walk, even 10 will do.
In fact, even when you're at home, a lot of times you'll find yourself sitting on a couch or lying down in your bed, not really moving about. And in fact, if you can integrate even an activity like walking for just about 10 minutes in your day, it can have immense benefits for your mental well-being.
Walking also helps in improving sleep, in dealing with insomnia. Studies show it reduces the risk of coronary heart disease as well.
Tragedies can either break you or make you. And this story from Naxal hit Gadchiroli will inspire you in many ways. Bharati Bogami was just 17 when her father, the Sarpanch of Lahiri village, was shot dead by Naxals in 2002. A brain tumor survivor, she faced several financial problems and yet continued her struggle to become a doctor. She now serves in the same area where her father was killed.
मैं सोच रही थी अब तो पापा चले गए, आज ये सब होने के बाद अगर यही मेरा फ्यूचर, अगर मैं पेपर ना दूं तो आगे कैसे बढ़ूं। मेरे पापा की एक ख्वाहिश थी कि मुझे बचपन से मुझे बोलते थे नर्स, बोलते थे डॉक्टर, बोलते थे, ऐसे मुझे अच्छा लगता था। पढ़ाई पूरी होने के बाद मैंने सोच लिया या तो सब सिटी में रहकर सब लोगों को तो डॉक्टर है, लेकिन मेरे गाँव को मेरे लोगों की बहुत ज़रूरत है। मेरे दिल में ऐसे कुछ तो भी चुभन सी लग रही थी कि अपने गाँव जाके मैं सेवा दूँ, इसीलिए फिर मैं रिटर्न आ गई।
Bogami found a life and work partner in Satish, who moved from Beed to the tribal area only to support her dream of serving her village.
मेरी जो बीवी है उसने मुझे मोटिवेट किया कि उन्होंने मुझे ये बताया कि डॉक्टर प्रकाश आमटे, डॉक्टर मंदाकिनी आमटे, डॉक्टर दिगांत आमटे और डॉक्टर अंदाकिनी आमटे वो जो कार्य वहाँ करते उनसे कुछ मैं इंस्पायर होके मुझे भी ऐसा कुछ लगा दिल को कि अपन जाके आरोग्य में थोड़ी तो सेवा देना। मेरे अंतर्गत जो 52 गांव है वहाँ जाना इम्पॉसिबल है। कई बाइक पे जाना पड़ता, कई जगह 10-10 किलोमीटर चलते हुए जाना पड़ता, वो आरोग्य सेवा देना पड़ता है।
Bharati and her husband have made it an aim to serve people in her village where health facilities are not easily available. Bureau Report, India Today.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Century Ply, आग से बचाए. Co-presented by Macho Hind, बड़े आराम से. Co-powered by CED, it helps. Co-powered by Sera, this is your space, play it your way. Hyundai Ioniq 5, the all-electric SUV.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching the news track. I'm Rahul Kamal. How will the Aam Aadmi Party function now that Arvind Kejriwal's key aide and associate Manish Sisodia is in custody? What happens to the future of the AAP? We'll look at that in detail on the news track.
Big Delhi Sarkar quake. After arrest, Sisodia resigns. Setback Jain quits too. Top Kejriwal ministers out. What happens to Delhi government now? Big focus on news track.
Here's a look at the headlines I'm tracking tonight. In his resignation letter, Manish Sisodia declares no one in the world can call him corrupt. His 18 portfolios will be distributed among Kailash Gehlot and Rajkumar Anand. UP cops probe gangster turned Neta Atiq Ahmed. Another Umesh Pal murder conspirator is pictured with Akhilesh Yadav. Samajwadi Party says he is a BJP worker. Tipu politics rages on in Karnataka. BJP MLA goes on an abusive tirade against the ruler, says only Shivaji supporters should win the elections. Galwan hero's father abused, thrashed and jailed over his son's memorial in Bihar. Cops claim the memorial was built on encroached land. GDP slows for the third straight quarter at 4.4% amid high inflation and waning consumer demand. After the dramatic arrest comes the resignation. Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister has quit, so has AAP's former Health Minister Setback Jain. The double resignations triggered a massive political quake. The BJP calls the resignations an admission of guilt. AAP says there's a witch hunt against its ministers.
In CBI custody till Saturday, Manish Sisodia is now being questioned over Liquorgate and his role in the scam. The Delhi Deputy Chief Minister's CBI grilling began at 10:30 a.m. on Tuesday. The investigating agency had a long questionnaire ready. The grilling was recorded on camera. India Today has accessed exclusive details of Manish Sisodia's questioning by CBI. The Delhi Deputy Chief Minister was grilled over 100 crore kickbacks, allegedly received as advance by Vijay Nair, AAP Communications in charge, who is also in custody. Nair allegedly took the kickbacks from the South cartel to formulate a favorable excise policy. Sisodia was asked if the kickbacks were received through Hawala channels and was confronted with oral as well as documentary evidence.
The charge against Manish Sisodia is that he, as the excise minister and member of group of ministers, made some changes in the excise policy with the aim to help some stakeholders to establish liquor sale monopoly in the capital between 2021-2022.
Sisodia's troubles are far from over. He got no relief from the Supreme Court, with the top court asking Sisodia to approach the High Court against his arrest.
Mr. Manish Sisodia has resigned, and so has Mr. Setback Jain. And to our great surprise, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal has also accepted the resignation of Mr. Setback Jain after 9 months. Come on. If Mr. Manish Sisodia had any moral compass left, being the disciple of Anna Hazare movement, he ought to have resigned on the day this scandalous allegations came to light.
केंद्र सरकार ने इन्हें झूठे, फर्जी, नकली मुकदमों में फंसाया है। उन्होंने अपने अपने मंत्री पद से इस्तीफा दिया है और ये पूरे हिंदुस्तान के लिए बहुत दुर्भाग्य की बात है।
Manish Sisodia has now resigned from the Delhi government. So has Setback Jain. It is Sisodia's resignation that will have a big impact on the functioning of the Kejriwal government in Delhi. Sisodia was single-handedly looking after as many as 18 key departments. Delhi's education model, several infrastructure projects under the PWD and urban development departments will be hit.
Supreme Court today refused to interfere in Delhi Deputy CM Manish Sisodia's arrest, asking him to approach the Delhi High Court instead. The Supreme Court Division Bench of CJI D.Y. Chandrachud and Justice P.S. Narasimha said that the Supreme Court interfering in this matter is going to set a wrong precedent for future litigants. One thing is for certain, that the Delhi Liquorgate battle before the courts is far from over. With Munish Pandey in New Delhi, this is Nalini Sharma for India Today.
Manish Sisodia was no ordinary minister. His presence lay at the heart of the AAP government. He did the nuts and bolts of administration. With him gone, there's a massive void for the AAP to fill in terms of administration, governance and even political management when it comes to the future of the Aam Aadmi Party. How will the absence of Manish Sisodia impact AAP's future plans? To talk about this and more, I'm joined on this broadcast representing the Aam Aadmi Party, its spokesperson Reena Gupta, representing the BJP. We have RP Singh with us in the studio. Satsrikal ji, welcome. We've got Rajdeep Sardesai joining us. With us is Shantanu Sen. He's a former joint director of the CBI. Abhishek Dutt is a spokesperson of the Congress, and Siddharth Mishra is an author, political analyst. He's tracked the AAP for long. Rajdeep, you know, if you speak to the Delhi LG, he says that Kejriwal never signed any files and barely did any administrative work. It is Sisodia who carried the bulk of the load. Now that Sisodia is not there, in your view, how does this impact the future of the AAP project?
You know, it's difficult to predict what happens next, especially with a party that is just 10 years old, truly, Rahul. But the fact is that Arvind Kejriwal is facing his biggest crisis since the inception of AAP. Because politics in the AAP has been centered around Arvind Kejriwal and administration has been centered around Manish Sisodia. And the arrangement worked very well for Arvind Kejriwal because it gave him the flexibility to travel around the country, try and expand AAP, build his own image, while Manish Sisodia focused on the nitty-gritty of governance. Now, in the absence of a strong second-level leadership, who are the new leaders who are going to give AAP a facelift? You see, Kejriwal will now have to delegate powers to people whom he can fully trust. Now, his problem in the past is that he's been able to trust very few people. Manish was among the few that he implicitly trusted. They go back to his days as an activist and an NGO. In the absence of Manish, are there enough leaders of who have the administrative skills? I'm not so sure, Rahul. So I think Arvind Kejriwal for now will have to do a bit of self-preservation, will have to be on the defensive for once and just do crisis management and then perhaps live to fight another day. He first needs to ensure that the blowback of what's happened to Manish Sisodia is controlled, because this is a party that was born out of the womb of anti-corruption, Rahul, and then when their senior leaders go to jail accused of corruption, while you may play victim, that outrage alone is not enough to, in a way, get the BJP off his back. So he will have to now make a genuine effort to find a second level leadership who is able to do some of the heavy lifting that Manish Sisodia was doing for him, while he too will have to spend more time on the ground in Delhi managing the situation.
Okay, Siddharth Mishra, now that Sisodia is in custody for the foreseeable future, we've seen how long Satendra Jain has been in custody despite all efforts to try and get him out. How do you think this impacts the functioning of the Aam Aadmi Party?
You see, Satendra Jain and Manish Sisodia were the two people from Anna Hazare movement who continued with Arvind Kejriwal, and the third one being Gopal Rai. So now Gopal Rai not as much trusted by Arvind Kejriwal as these two people were, Satendra Jain and Manish Sisodia. No wonder that he did not allow Satendra Jain to resign for 9 months despite being in jail. So with two trusted lieutenant gone, it's going to be very difficult. And as your news reporter said, that the departments are sought to be not distributed to Gopal Rai, who is again who was part of the Anna Hazare movement, who is with Arvind Kejriwal, but there is a trust deficit somewhere that happens in politics. So he is not to be given any of the important departments that were there with them. Now coming to governance of Delhi, administration of Delhi, there has been an issue of administration in Delhi. You see, Delhi cannot be governed by, in fact, the Lieutenant Governor who allowed the existence of the post of Deputy Chief Minister. It is not provided for in the NCT Act, but he allowed it under whatever circumstances or considerations, and this arrangement was made. If somebody is Chief Minister of Delhi, the first challenge, the first duty, the first obligation of the Chief Minister of Delhi is towards the people of Delhi, governing Delhi. It's a matter of record, and it should be checked that how many times that in a week that does Mr. Kejriwal visit Delhi Secretariat, the plush Delhi Secretariat building, earlier called the Players Building, better known as the Players Building, which was to be, a buzz of the government activities.
Okay. He will have to really roll his sleeves up and do more administration than he's done so far. A lot of that done by Manish Sisodia. Ashutosh Mishra tracks the Aam Aadmi Party for us. He knows the ins and outs of what top leaders in the AAP are thinking and saying, even if they aren't saying so on camera. Ashutosh, from all your sources in the AAP, what are you picking up? How big a challenge is the absence of Sisodia? What is Kejriwal's plan to try and make up for his absence?
Well, Rahul, there is no denial that it is indeed a bigger setback for the Aam Aadmi Party, particularly given in the light that Manish Sisodia has been second in command and the administrative face of the Aam Aadmi Party, and Arvind Kejriwal, who almost has a free time for his political expansion to complete his, political ambitions. And even what I know that even after these setbacks, the Aam Aadmi Party has decided not to be on back foot, but rather play on front foot. In that case, Arvind Kejriwal has decided to, stay with his man loyalists, and for now there will be no, no portfolios given, no additional ministers will be added. However, that will take place within a month. But for now, the allocation will be given to the ministers, so they will have additional portfolios. Subsequently, till the afternoon, there were discussion within the leaders that Arvind Kejriwal perhaps may have the finance department, and on 10th of March, he will present the budget with offering even a tribute to Manish Sisodia, praising Shahs in the assembly. But for now, he has decided that he will stand with his loyalist man, and at the same time, the political plans as it was decided from 5th of March to 15th of March and 23rd of March, that is the touring Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, that will continue, because day one I remember since Gujarat election and the number that they achieved in, Arvind Kejriwal has been saying off record and on record that now there will be more and more aggression from the central agencies and the BJP looking at their expansion, particularly after becoming a pan-India party. So that is indeed the Aam Aadmi Party was prepared. And even this afternoon, Manish Sisodia first sent his letter of resignation through his council, and then it was Setback, and immediately it was accepted by Arvind Kejriwal. But he also said to the party leaders that I'm not going to have new ministers in the cabinet, at least at the moment. I have to stand by with my leaders. I have paid them. And remember, one who knows a person like Arvind Kejriwal, as long as he believes that people close to him haven't done anything wrong, he always stands. And this is the exactly case what we are seeing at the moment, that Arvind Kejriwal completely standing by his men, including Setback Jain and Manish Sisodia. Rahul.
Okay, Shantanu Sen, the critical challenge in a case like this, and we've seen it in the past in many cases where high-profile political personalities have been involved, is the ability of the investigative agency to prove financial culpability in a court of law. It doesn't matter what Sardar R.P. Singh, Reena Gupta, Abhishek say in this program, a judge has to be convinced that there was a financial crime. On the basis of what we know in the public domain so far, do you think the CBI has been able to build enough of a case against Sisodia?
Too early to comment. The arrest has just taken place. I grant there is an FIR, and the FIR has very serious charges. But the handicap to the CBI is that CBI did not make any preliminary inquiries. Long ago, in the Sirajuddin case of the High Court of Madras, it was said that CBI succeeds because CBI does a preliminary inquiry. After 2018, when the powers of the CBI to register or inquire into any criminal case which flows from a decision of a public servant were taken away by this government, CBI can only investigate cases of red-handed traps or disproportionate assets on its own. Any policy decision corruption has to be given to the CBI, and that is what happened here. So CBI is a bit handicapped. It was not able to make preliminary inquiry, but then that handicap has probably been overcome because CBI has taken 8 months to lay the charges against Mr. Sisodia. CBI has carefully built up the charges, arrested him, and CBI has succeeded in getting remand. Possibly the remand will continue and the arrest of Mr. Sisodia will continue till the next 3 months, and if after that the CBI files a charge sheet, his arrest, like Setback Jain's arrest, will also continue. So these are serious criminal charges which the CBI is investigating. But the success in the court, well, I don't know. Raja got out, Kalimodi got out, Kalpanath Rai got out, Krishnamurthy got out, all failed in the courts. Despite CBI's great success and aims to investigate them, CBI did not succeed in convincing the court.
Let R.P. Singh come in on that, because this is the point. The court will want a financial linkage going back to Manish Sisodia, disproportionate assets or hawala money, but some route going back to Sisodia. Would you accept that that's where the challenge lies, to be able to nail him, not in public court or in terms of building a narrative, but actually to nail him in court?
Well, CBI person would have been a better person to answer you this, but as I understand, there is a 2009 Excise Act, Section 57, which categorically states any change in the policy, if has to be done, has to be first taken to the cabinet. In this, 144 crore rupees was waived off for the period of 1 month when there was no corona. I can give you date, which is 16th December till 15th of Jan. And also 30 crore of L1 was returned. So if these two things have happened, this is proof enough for giving favors to your friends. And also that they took a post facto approval. Once the red flag was raised by the Chief Secretary of the city, then they went for a post facto approval. And also that Excise Act Section 57 also categorically tells that you have to go and take the approval of LG for that. Imagine For that post-facto approval cabinet meeting also, the notice was sent to the chief secretary that very morning.
Now Rajdeep, the thing
Give me
is...
a second, give me another second.
Sure.
And LG was only told after the meeting. So this is a case of clear corruption, and then technically, legally, although as I said, CBI will write for people to tell you, but as I understand the legalities, they stand.
There is administrative lapse, procedural lapse, governance lapse, and then there is a financial crime. In court, you have to prove a financial crime, and that's where the CBI's task really lies.
You see, the AAP is, for example, claiming that the then LG, Anil Baijal, had cleared this liquor policy. So the administrative aspects of it are being defended by AAP, claiming that our policy had got the clearance of the then LG, Mr. Baijal. The fact is, was the policy then tweaked to benefit a few individuals, a few retailers, and was commission paid? At some stage, you will have to prove a money trail. You see, you are now charging him with Prevention of Corruption Act, causing loss to the exchequer. At the moment, it is based on policy decisions, policy tweaks, which ostensibly benefited few retailers. However, you have not yet, we may get more information, the CBI may have more information up its sleeve, which will prove a certain money trail, financial benefits that have gone to particular individual. Remember, it's not just Mr. Sisodia who's been arrested. There are several others who've been arrested before him. And there is a link which the CBI is claiming to build between the Delhi government and various retailers based in Telangana. So if that chain is established, it then becomes very difficult for Mr. Sisodia to claim that he's a victim. For now, based purely on administrative policy, he could well claim, as the AAP is at the moment, that they are the subject of a witch hunt. Eventually, Rahul, this will have to be settled in a court of law. The politics will play out. The politics, RP Singh versus Reena Gupta will play out in TV studios, it will play out on the street, and Arvind Kejriwal will claim victim. But that alone won't be enough, because he will at some stage have to be able to show that there was no specific benefit granted to individual retailers.
The financial crime has to be proven in court, but Reena Gupta, the politics is consequential as well. There is a national election coming up in about a year plus from now. AAP was hoping to play a national role. You were hoping to contest Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan. Kejriwal had Sisodia running Delhi for the large part. He was the person going out and campaigning. Now with his most trusted aide gone, how does this, in your view, impact the future of the AAP project?
So it's Rahul, it's a sad day today that one of the finest education minister that this country has had is behind bars because of vendetta politics of Bharatiya Janata Party. When was the last time you ever heard the United Nations talking about the schools of India, the United Nations talking about the Mohalla clinics of India? It is only because of Setback Jain and Manish Sisodia that these projects happened, these schools were built, these Mohalla clinics were built, and there was a ray of hope given to the poor people of this country that their children can also go to good schools. When was the last time you ever heard Bharatiya Janata Party doing anything worthwhile in any of their states, except for the fact that they go around buying MLAs and MPs and parshals, which is what they've been trying to do in Delhi as well. When they failed in the Delhi MCD, this was the next thing that they did. They went ahead and they arrested Mr. Manish Sisodia. I have read the charge sheet. There is zero evidence. It is all conjecture. It is people like RP Singh saying on national TV, scam hua hai ji, corruption hua hai ji. Where is the money trail? Where is the evidence? For 1 year, you have not shown any quid pro quo. For 1 year, you have not shown any disproportionate asset, just because the spokesperson of Bharatiya Janata Party keep coming on TV channels and saying scam hua hai 10,000 crore ka. Do they even know 10,000 crore mein kitne zero hote hain?
You know, we've typically seen RP Singh that in court the judges... Yes, Reena.
Please let me complete.
Okay, go on, ma'am.
What happens is that the process becomes the punishment. You go around a witch hunt, you go around putting all the leaders of opposition behind bars, and there is hardly any conviction, less than 1% rate of conviction, because these are all fabricated cases. But what has happened today, every TV channel is discussing, you've tainted the image of good leaders.
And because you cannot win on real delivery of projects of governance, this is the toolkit of Bharatiya Janata Party, that you go around harassing leaders.
Now, AAP is playing the victim card, seeking sympathy, saying that we won in the MCD elections, the BJP couldn't beat us, we are a political pain point, therefore they're trying to jail our leaders because they can't fight us politically. And remember, in Indian politics, the sympathy card, oftentimes for leaders cutting across political parties, has worked in their favor.
Well, Rahul, I made a technical and legal point earlier, but I want to make another political point also there.
Yes.
There's a gentleman named Vijay Nair. He is in jail in custody for 4 months. He is the communication head of the Aam Aadmi Party, was allocated a minister's bungalow. Mr. Kailash Galot doesn't stay in his bungalow. It was Mr. Vijay Nair who was staying in his bungalow and operating from that bungalow. That's a political point. But when they are hiding behind the education, let me expose them on the education. There are 1054 schools, Rajiv Blue check it. More than 800 schools don't have the principal, more than 470 schools don't have the vice principal. There are 6,832 teachers which are temporary teachers in the school. I mean, they can go and keep saying whatever they want. I never interrupted you, please. I mean, please learn how to behave. Don't be an anarchist. And they keep coming with some 10,000 crore figure. Did I utter 10,000 crore figure?
Let him speak. Reena Gupta, extend him the courtesy of completing his argument.
So did I?
No, but you have to prove. No, one second. Disproportionate assets. Let's talk about what you really need to prove. Quid pro quo, financial linkages going back to Sisodia. Where is that evidence?
Let me expose them.
Yes.
Did any of us spoke about 10,000 crore? They were 10,000 crore rupees figure. The Gapla is only 100 crore rupees. Or they said about 10,000 crore. There's a way to play, make a victim card. They built up a victim card. And also that they said charge sheet. I mean, there's nothing in the charge sheet. They could have gone to the court. They went to the Supreme Court. They tried their best in the trial court. And for Satyendra Jain, 8 months they have been tried their best. But courts are not giving any relief. If they have anything against that, and also in Mr. Sisodia's case, they have almost 6 months time. They could have gone to the court, said this all is false, fabricated. Please quash this FIR. That's the easy thing. They have spent almost 25 crore rupees Delhi exchequer money for those Abhishek Singhvi and other lawyers. On Delhi taxpayers' money, not his personal money. He could have spent another 5 crore rupees and got the case.
My question is about financial culpability, about proving disproportionate assets, about quid pro quo. You can say whatever you want, but you need to show the money trail to win the case in court.
CBI part is that whether there was any wrongdoing in the process or not. That you're talking about will come to the ED part if it comes to. But here it's a question of CBI and success.
Let me ask Shantanu Sen that. One second. Can the CBI, he's been a CBI officer, can the CBI, Shantanu Sen, get into procedure, policy? Ultimately, the manner in which a policy is determined, an action is taken administratively or not, to what extent is that the prerogative of the state government, and to what extent can the CBI probe that? What would they be looking out for?
Look here, if there is an administrative lapse, that the CBI will not go into.
That's the point.
That's a matter of departmental action, and Manish Sisodia is a minister, so the question of departmental action does not arise. But if in the implementation of the policy, there has been corrupt action, the CBI will definitely go into.
That's the point.
And that the CBI has to prove beyond reasonable doubt. And the CBI has to do that task meticulously, because CBI has had the bad experience of many of its ministers going scot-free. We had Raja going scot-free, we have Kanamadi going scot-free, we have Kalpanath Rai going scot-free, we have Krishnamurti going scot-free. So it's very difficult to fix the charges against the ministers. They give orders, and the actual in writing the orders are being implemented by bureaucrats. So it's going to be a tough job.
Abhishek,
but then this case
in Raipur, one of the things the Congress spoke about was opposition unity, trying to bring everyone together for 2004, 2024. Now you're going all guns blazing against the AAP, calling Sisodia corrupt, trying to find space back in Delhi. How are you viewing these charges? Will the Congress be seen on the side of AAP in Sisodia, saying that this is the government misusing its agencies against opposition parties, or will you try and use this as an opportunity to beat the AAP down?
Rahul, Congress party was the first party to expose the Delhi excise scam. First of all, your first question first. 21st July 2022, 13 opposition parties have sent a letter to the President of India against Modi ji's vendetta politics. The only party who refused to sign on this day was Aam Aadmi Party. The letter is right in front of you. So please tell them they have to be united with the opposition to get sympathy from the opposition. Secondly, let's talk about the Delhi excise scam first. The main point that you are missing on your debate today is Arvind Kejriwal ji had set up a committee of senior officers to set up the new excise policy. 4th September 2020, all the recommendations that was given by the committee was overlooked by Arvind Kejriwal ji and Manish Sisodia ji. Very quickly, I'll tell you what the recommendation was. The committee recommended that Delhi should follow the Karnataka model of liquor policy, where the state government becomes the buyer and they further sell it at 6% commission. Arvind Kejriwal ji and Manish Sisodia ji grabbed the recommendation of their own officials and got the private people to come and buy alcohol and take a commission of 12%. That was the first scam. Secondly, cartel formation in Delhi, that the manufacturer becomes a wholesaler and the wholesaler becomes the dealer. This has never happened in the history of Delhi. And if there was no scam in excise policy, why within 8 months of its implementation, Manish Sisodia ji had scrapped this policy? Manish Sisodia ji had implemented this policy on 17 November 2021. What happened after 8 months? On 1st September 2022, the entire policy got scrapped. He should have had faith in this policy that my policy is right, I will go ahead with this policy.
Does Sisodia's arrest complicate, in any case, AAP and Congress have fractured relations? Just one second, Abhishek. Now that Sisodia is arrested, how does this impact the opposition project against the Modi Sarkar for 2024?
Look, I think Abhishek that there makes a point which is valid, that AAP has never stood with the Congress in Congress's hour of crisis. Even when Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi in the National Herald case was subject to ED questioning, AAP wasn't standing behind.
So they shouldn't expect sympathy.
You know, so I think look, I think what you have within the opposition is a jostling for space, particularly between AAP and Congress. Because the Congress's peeve is that the AAP was responsible in its earlier avatar through India Against Corruption to undermine the Manmohan Singh government, which eventually was brought down by the BJP. So the Congress is convinced in its own mind that somewhere down the line, the AAP has been responsible for the marginalization of the Congress in Delhi and possibly in other parts of the country where the AAP is... Sorry?
Punjab.
In Punjab is another example, but the AAP is consciously targeting the Congress's base. So for the Congress actually, this is an opportunity perhaps to hit at Arvind Kejriwal and AAP to get some of that base back. So they are not going to do any special favors at the moment for Arvind Kejriwal, having called Arvind Kejriwal a B team in a way of AAP, and because they feel that it was Arvind Kejriwal and AAP that undermined the Congress all those years ago. So I can see where Abhishek Dutt is coming from. My only problem actually, after having a lot of people tell me nothing was actually wrong with this policy. The problem was the implementation. There are a number of states which are also encouraging private vends. It's the manner you go, and what is happening in neighboring Haryana? A very similar policy is in place. It's how you implement it where the question marks can arise. The problem, he says state government should stay out of liquor actually. Increasingly they should be staying out of liquor. What Abhishek there is saying is the old world.
Abhishek wants to Rajdeep, here you are wrong. I'm sorry, I have to interrupt. Rajdeep, here you are wrong. If you draft a policy to help people and make money, give me a second.
That's the implementation of it.
No, please. If the policy is being drafted only to help his friend, secondly, tell me, Rajdeep, in your career of so many years of in journalism, when is that L1 person is giving return the money? Tell me one instance in the history of economy or tender process.
Let Reena Gupta come in because the charges are being flung the AAP's way and she must respond. Reena.
You talk to any excise expert in the country, they will tell you it is an excellent policy. The same policy, exactly the same policy is being implemented in Punjab. The revenues have gone up by 40%.
Then why did you took it back?
Can I complete it? We took it back. I'll tell you why we took it back. The Lieutenant Governor forced us to take it back. You wanted to convert Delhi into a dry state like you are doing in Gujarat, where 20,000 crore of illegal alcohol is being sold, where people are dying every month.
So has it happened in Delhi? Again falsehood. Has it happened in Delhi?
I'm running out of time. Abhishek, the final words. Abhishek.
I'll tell you three
Rahul,
policies
this is
that
only
I will
because
tell
they
Mr.
wanted
Rajiv
to
Sarkisai
convert Delhi
also
into a
do
dry
proper
state.
research on it.
They wanted
First of
the
all,
illegal
never
alcohol
ever it has
business
happened
to
in the
happen
history
in
of
Delhi
Delhi
like it's
that
allowed in
marketing of
Gujarat.
alcohol shop
Every
was allowed.
month you
They
have people
introduced schemes
dying
like 1 plus
of
1
illegal
on every
alcohol. That is what they wanted to tell you.
on
They did not
every
allow that,
petty of
and that is
alcohol
why the
to
policy
encourage
was
more,
take it
more
back.
states. Secondly,
Okay.
dry days were reduced from 23 to 3. Thirdly, age of drinking was trying to be reduced from 25 to 21. All these decisions were taken only for helping their friends from the liquor industry to increase the sale
No,
of
but some
Delhi.
of those are procedural decisions. Does that prove a financial crime? I think that's the question which I'm going to put to Ravi
is no
Shankar Prasad
financial
as well. I want to thank all our guests for joining us on this broadcast as I shift our attention now to senior BJP leader Ravi Shankar Prasad. And what we've seen, sir, and you've been India's law minister, in cases like this, whether it's the 2G case or some of the other cases like the Kalpanath Rai case that have been mentioned, the critical challenge is being able to prove disproportionate assets or a quid pro quo of financial culpability in a court of law. Public posturing, narrative is all important. How convinced are you that the CBI, the investigative agency at this time, has a case which will stand in a court of law before a judge, and what happened in 2G won't get repeated in this instance? Let's start from there. Mr. Prasad, welcome.
Since you have mentioned 2G, in the opposition, I, along with late Arun Jaitley, unleashed a campaign in the Rajya Sabha, deputy leader there, and also seen it as a communication minister. Let me tell you, and I am saying with full sense of responsibility, Rahul Kamal, the order on 2G exonerating the accused is a patently wrong order. It is an order of extraneous consideration, and in appeal it is bound to be set aside. Beyond that, don't ask me questions. I can say a lot. I have read inch and inch of that judgment. I have rarely seen a judgment of such disproportionate, humongous corruption where a judge is keen to acquit and not to see the prosecution evidence. Let's leave it there. Here, kindly see, you cannot ignore the perception with the reality. What shall be the prosecution case, the trial, I should not speak. That will be the job of the CBI. But the larger issue is, which I today said in my press conference, here are the eminent pupil of Anna Hazare movement who had come with a big campaign of morality and probity in the public life of the country. Today, there is so much all in public domain. You change the policy overnight, the same policy which is sent by the southern lobby, then you relax the eligibility criteria so that only cartelization is permissible. Then there is allegation of payment of money, of huge money. Then you raise the commission from 2% to 12%. And then the policy advocated by your expert group is completely ignored. And the policy of the GOM headed by Mr. Sisodia is approved. When again objection is raised, the second objection, the policy is changed again. This is a case where there is physical evidence, Rahul Kamal, there is digital evidence, both. And the CBI has done their case quite well, I understand. Let's leave what happens. But the larger issue is the political messaging. Today, Mr. Jain resigned after 9 months because the Sisodia had to resign after the reversal by the Supreme Court. That's how. Therefore, the political message is important. And as I said in lighter vein, but I am quite serious with you, I have rarely seen an education minister also holding the excise ministry. शिक्षा के भी मंत्री हैं, शराब के भी मंत्री हैं, हाँ? ये तो कमाल है.
No, but on the issue of political management, AAP is trying to play victim card. They're trying to gather sympathy. Do you think this could work? That हम तो innocent हैं जी, सिसोदिया से ज़्यादा honest मंत्री नहीं है कोई जी. This is agencies being misused to target political parties. They're going down the sympathy and the victimhood route.
My reply is very simple. In Gujarat election, I'm sure you also covered that. IB has told them that they are going to sweep the polls. What happened? The same they said in Goa, the same they said in Himachal Pradesh. Let's leave it that. Now this whole victim card, there's a limit to which you can do it, na? After all, facts are facts. You are there. The media is there. The social media is there. The evidence is there. And the court declined to interfere. Supreme Court very clearly and categorically. Go and suffer the process of law. You have been on remand. And this whole argument, Rahul Kamal, that why should I say things about to incriminate me, it is not a question of incrimination. It is a question of explaining your conduct. If your secretary is saying in a statement before the magistrate under section 164 CRPC, you are supposed to explain that. If you are changing 16 phones, you have to explain that. If you are deleting so many messages, you have to explain that. You can't just wish it away that I cannot make any statement to incriminate myself. These are damning evidence. When the CBI calls you, you are supposed to explain. That is the purpose of the CBI issuing a notice to ask questions. If you don't reply, you are not only evasive, you are consciously trying to ignore. Because you have no reply, then you have to be arrested. That's the law of the land.
The absolute retort to some of these charges, Ravi Shankar ji, is that the CBI so far hasn't given, according to them, any evidence to demonstrate that that Sisodia was able to build disproportionate assets above and beyond his known sources of income, or that there was any financial quid pro quo which shows money coming back to Sisodia. That's where they're hoping that Sisodia will be able to get away.
Should I laugh over this comment? They have become bereft of even good legal advice. First of all, the trial has to take place. Mr. Sisodia has to suffer the trial. And the whole procedural irregularities by itself, as I just indicated very briefly, the CBI will explain that. And on this argument, Rahul Kamal, I will only briefly say, let them read the Prevention of Corruption Act more thoroughly. Okay? It is a case of 120B, criminal conspiracy, read with section 7, section 13 of the Prevention of Corruption Act. Examine it properly and see what kind of logic they are advancing. It's a very serious issue. I believe the Aam Aadmi Party will take this whole issue rather seriously.
I'm seeing on our screen graphics and quotes from multiple regional leaders, the likes of KTR, the likes of Hemant Soren, many opposition leaders from the states coming forward in support of Sisodia. Tejasvi Yadav now. Do you think this could become one issue ahead of the 2024 elections that brings your opponents together to some extent?
Well, anyone has got the right to comment. But what kind of alliance that will come up, let's leave it there. My good friend Nitish Kumar from my state Bihar was almost begging Congress party in a public rally that come on, finalize the alliance because his PM's ambition. Congress party issued a firmer message from Raipur. Only Congress party-led alliance will be acceptable. You know it very well. Let's leave it at that. But one thing I would like to flag here, this repeated charge that the CBI is vindictive, that the ED is vindictive. Rahul, you have covered that. Let's start from the east. In the famous teachers recruitment scam, stash of cash was recovered or not. I don't know, 60, 70 crores. Mantri jail mein hai ki nahi. The coal scam there, a big relation of the leader there and the associates are having trouble or not. The Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, his associates, officers close in his CM secretariat are in jail. Have they got bail? Come to my state, Bihar. Did Lalu Prasad suffer imprisonment or not, conviction or not in the fodder scam, which I argued as a lawyer in the PIL? Has yesterday notice gone against his wife, his daughter and himself in Naukri ke badle Jameen Do scam? You know the whole situation in Jharkhand you just talked about. What is the situation there? The mining scam and others. The bureaucrats gone to jail with stash of money, all these things you have shown that. In not even a single case, Rahul Kamal, they have been able to get relief from the court or quashing of the entire allegations. Because the court has always found substance in those allegations. Because be it CBI, be it ED, they do their homework well. तो मैं हिंदी में एक ही बात कहूँगा, आप पैसे कमाएंगे, पैसे उड़ाएंगे, पैसे लाएंगे, पैसे वसूलेंगे, सब काम करेंगे, लेकिन जब कार्रवाई होगी तो कहे कि हमें विक्टिमाइज किया जा रहा है. How can that be tolerated? And Narendra Modi government has a clear policy of zero tolerance against corruption.
Aam Aadmi Party, Ravi Shankar ji, had grand national ambitions. Ahead of the 2024 elections, Kejriwal is planning to go and campaign in Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, then expand their footprint in 2024. How, according to you, does Sisodia's absence impact Kejriwal's national ambitions? What do you see happening to the AAP project, which seem to believe that they could emerge as a challenger in the medium term?
Well, Rahul Kamal, you are a very senior television editor of the country. You have seen the polity of the country over the years. You have watched it evolve and grow. Politics is a serious business. It can't be, Rahul Kamal. Goa ka election, so I reach Goa, form a party ad hoc, we lose the election, we come back. We go to Uttarakhand, pick up some retired army officer, declare him the president, we lose, we come back. We go to Himachal Pradesh, pick up some retired army officer, declare him the president, we lose the election, we come back. Come on, you don't expand your party like this. Expanding a party is a hard business. You have to work hard with patience. I have the privilege that party gave me the chance to work as their election in charge in 8 states of India. The hard work, the dedication, all the party cadres do. That's how the party evolves. It is not a fly-by-night operation, Rahul Kamal. I'm sorry to say that. Mr. Kejriwal or his team is fully free to travel in any part of the country. That they're right. But to say that they can increase their ambition like this, it is again akin to saying, in Gujarat election I was there, Mr. Kejriwal declaring that IB ने report दी है कि हम sweep कर रहे हैं. I was holding a press there, I said, IB does not give any report to any chief minister like this, much less to Mr. Kejriwal.
God knows which IB they were talking about. That they never revealed. Which IB it is that they're talking about, because that IB is more likely to report to MHA than it is to Kejriwal.
I know you were there before the Sabarmati river, I know that. Therefore, if this is the kind of conduct, but the larger issue is this, Rahul. The so-called eminent pupil of Anna Sahab Hazare, who had self-appointed certification process among themselves that we will certify who is honest, who is a man of integrity, today have to suffer all this. That's a sad day.
Okay,
and
sure.
Today I have seen on the social media many of the associates of that movement also lamenting this crass decline. I don't want to name, but many of those eminent people are no more with this group. They are equally disturbed, and so am I. He had come with a great hope. But the point is, public life is a serious business, and remaining honest is a much more serious business.
Absolutely, but ultimately remember that these charges need to hold in a court of law. I think that is critical in this case. Ravi Shankar Prasad ji confident that the CBI has enough evidence to be able to ensure that there isn't a repeat of 2G, that the case actually stands in a court of law. We will track what happens very carefully. For the time being, Ravi Shankar Prasad for joining us on the News Track. Thank you very much. You've heard from the AAP, you've heard from the Congress, you've heard from the BJP, you've heard from investigative officers where they think this case stands at this moment. We're slipping into a break. When we come back, on the other side, Galwan hero's father abused, thrashed, jailed over his son's memorial in Bihar. Cops claim the memorial was built on encroached land. Details on the other side.
India Today Conclave 2023, March 17th and 18th, New Delhi. Listen to Janvi Kapoor, Malaika Arora, Anita Sengupta, Abha Adams, Hajar Chena Ramani, Dr. Ruha Shadab. The India Moment.
आजकल रिलेशनशिप में घुसना आसान है, उसमें से निकलना मुश्किल। रिश्ता जोड़ना आसान है, तोड़ना मुश्किल। इसलिए झूठ बोल के पकड़वाना नहीं है, बल्कि झूठ बोल के सच में छुपाना है, फिर 2 और झूठों में छुपाना है, फिर सच में छुपा के उस सच में झूठ की मिलावट का हल्का सा हिंट देना है। वो लड़की है, बाकी वो खुद कर लेगी, तुझे बस हल्का सा शक कराना है।
Ranbir Kapoor, who's awaiting the release of his upcoming romantic flick, Tu Jhooti Main Maktar, was recently spotted playing a cricket match with Saurav Ganguly. The teams were divided into two, Dada's Jhooti 11 and Ranbir's Maktar 11. The pictures from the same are going viral on the internet. Directed by Love Ranjan, the film also stars Shraddha Kapoor and Dimple Kapadia in key roles.
रिश्ता जोड़ना आसान है, तोड़ना मुश्किल।
नमस्ते पंडित जी, कुंडलियां मिलवानी थी।
अभी जल्दी क्या है? बुरा बन के ब्रेकअप तो कोई भी कर सकता है। खूबसूरत ब्रेकअप वो होता है जिसमें सामने वाले को, उसके घर वालों को, रिश्तेदारों को, सबको लगे कि लड़की तो बहुत प्यारी है, हमारे लड़के में ही खोट है।
रोक तो ले भाई, क्या कर रहा है? एक बार तो रोक। मुझे उद्देश्य नहीं दिख रहा यार तेरी जिंदगी का। अब क्या करेगा जी के?
Tu Jhooti Main Maktar is all set to hit cinemas on March 8.
तेरे प्यार में दिल चाहता है बस भीगे, तेरे प्यार में दुआ मांगता है बस भीगे भीगे भीगे।
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
अब इसे मैं बताऊंगा कि किसी मासूम के दिल से खेलने का नतीजा क्या होता है। इसे खेलना है ना, खेलते हैं।
You're on board the news track. A shocking story of a brave heart being insulted has emerged from Bihar. Jawan Jai Kishore Singh laid down his life fighting the Chinese troops in the Galwan Valley in 2020. His father was dragged, thrashed and abused by Bihar cops in the state's Vaishali district, all for constructing a memorial for his son. The father, Raj Kapoor Singh, constructed the memorial on the 24th of February last year, but now the state police claims that the memorial was built on encroached land. This is where we wrap up the news track tonight. For your time and your trust, thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you at 8 p.m. tomorrow evening. Till then, from all of us here, goodbye, good night.
So I think in general there is obviously much more digital advertising happening, and the platforms are becoming more active and influencers are becoming more active, because we do feel that this is going to shape advertising in the future in a very, very big way. So more than I would say, has it gone up or down, because the guidelines are very recent. I think what we can say is that just at an anecdotal basis, we are seeing a lot more influencers who are compliant. We are seeing the hashtags being used. We are seeing the paid partnership tags being used. So I think that's a great step, and we are definitely seeing more platforms also bringing in disclosure labels so that there is a native way to kind of disclose your material connection. So I think, influencers are taking this whole thing, I feel, in a really good way, in a very positive way, and using disclosure, not with any kind of pressure, but I think as a voluntary choice that they are making. And I think that is really, really great news.
Absolutely. Like you said, there's been a rise in digital ads. Digital influencing marketing is the newest thing on the block. Where do you think this will go? Will it take over the revenue, the ad spends that we saw for TV ads? Will digital advertising be the biggest advertising field in ad?
If you see the growth that it has, I mean, it's already kind of inching towards television growth. So television still remains the largest, but digital is now a close second. And the rate of growth of digital is definitely higher. So I think, I think all media will continue to grow. So it's not as if, that you will actually see a decline in any particular medium. But yes, I think just in terms of percentage split, I feel that digital is likely to take over television in the next few years.
Much has been spoken about skin and collagen, a protein naturally found in your body that is slowly reduced with age. And hence helping your body replenish it is essential. But do collagen supplements even work? And should you even bother taking them? Dermatologists say you must, but in a manner advised by them if you are supplementing yourself orally.
There are various ways of supplementing collagen. I mean, you could do it in the form of supplements which are available in the capsule form or also in a powder form. I prefer the powder form over the capsule because the powder can be sprinkled over salads, or you could mix it in your soup, or even just in plain water.
The first factor is the source of the collagen, right? Then look for the type of collagen. Type 1 and type 3 are the most widely used for your skin, for your joints and your bones. Type 2 is most widely used for your gut health.
If you are consuming orally and you have a good digestion process, they'll absorb at least 70% of the collagen they're taking from food. But if you take like a capsule or if you take powder, there has to be higher quantities to be taken so that it can be, absorbed in the right amount which your body needs.
In case you are not fond of supplementing yourself orally, there are some procedures that you can do at your dermat's clinic to enable your body to produce natural collagen. The most famous ones are microdermabrasion, ablative lasers, and a procedure called HIFU.
If you want to induce collagen locally, like on the skin, on the face, then you can visit a dermatologist for certain collagen induction procedures like microneedling, RF, monopolar radiofrequency, and even HIFU, that is high intense focal ultrasound.
So the verdict clearly is, yes, collagen works. As you age, you lose it slowly, and restoration is an essential part of the anti-aging process.
If you apply collagen, it will only go until that skin depth. And you'll have to do like a micro needling or an abrasion to the skin to put the collagen inside.
It is a natural protein which is present in your body abundantly. It's present in the skin, bones, cartilage. Now the quality of this protein is that it's extremely strong, means it's resilient and hence gives stretchability. So it makes your skin more elastic, it makes your bones a bit more pliable, and even the cartilage becomes really resilient.
While there are many marketing claims online of a whole host of products that promise a collagen boost, most of them are just hype. And you must consume what your treating doctor prescribes and in the quantity prescribed to you. After all, it is a protein naturally found in your body's connective tissue, skin, tendons, bones and cartilage. And overdoing it can be harmful.
Leo. Thalapathy Vijay is one of the most celebrated actors of Tamil cinema. And every time he returns on the big screen, it's no less than a carnival. Leo will also feature Sanjay Dutt, who is all set to make his Tamil debut. Trisha will also be playing a crucial role in the film. And with this, the actress and Thalapathy Vijay will collaborate after 14 years.
அதான் பார்த்தனே சார் பயங்கர ரொமான்டிக் மூட்ல இருந்தீங்க.
சாரி அஞ்சலி.
எதுக்கு?
இல்ல நேத்து நீ வீட்டுக்கு வந்திருந்தப்போ நான் மாதிரி பேசிர கூடாதுல.
சச்சா அந்த இடத்துல நான் இருந்திருந்தாலும் அப்படிதான் பேசிருப்பேன்.
Leo will also mark yet another collaboration between Thalapathy Vijay and filmmaker Lokesh Kanagaraj. Their first being Master. The action thriller will release in October. Mega star Kamal Haasan will also treat fans with his next offering, Indian 2. Directed by Shankar, the film is a sequel to the much celebrated film of the same name. Cine lovers are waiting with bated breath to witness Kamal Haasan in the khaki costume, essaying the role of vigilante Senapati. Surya 42. Next in line is Surya with his tentatively titled film Surya 42. Directed by Sirudai Siva, touted as historical fantasy drama, the film will also star Disha Patni in lead role. As per reports,
co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by Panasonic, create today, enrich tomorrow. Co-powered by CJI, it helps. Co-powered by Sera, this is your space, play it your way.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today. This is your primetime destination news. Newsmakers talking points. The big talking point is the tumult in the Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi, where Arvind Kejriwal has finally dropped Manish Sisodia and Satyendra Jain, two of his ministers who are now in jail. Is this the end of the road for the Aam Aadmi Party? Among my guests tonight will be Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who is appearing as the lawyer in the Supreme Court for Manish Sisodia. So plenty ahead. But first, let's get you the 9 headlines at 9. Manish Sisodia, Satyendra Jain quit as Delhi ministers. Sisodia's 18 portfolios to be distributed among his colleagues. He insists that he is innocent. No Supreme Court relief for Sisodia in the plea against CBI as he seeks bail. Top court tells him to approach the High Court. The Deputy Chief Minister is grilled over the alleged 100 crore kickback via another aide, Vijay Nair. GDP slows for a third straight quarter at 4.4% amidst high inflation and waning consumer demand. Supreme Court sends a strong message to the Punjab government and the governor amidst a face-off over a delay in the budget session, says a dire need for a constitutional discourse. The governor relents, calls for a session. UP cops probe gangster turned Neta Atiq Ahmed, another Umesh Pal murder conspirator pictured with Akhilesh Yadav. Samajwadi Party says he's a BJP worker. Galwan's hero's father abused, thrashed and jailed over his son's memorial in Bihar. Police claim the memorial was built on encroached land. India avenges murder of Kashmiri Pandit Sanjay, kills the terrorist who murdered the innocent civilian in Pulwama. New Zealand pull off a one-run miracle win against England in the second test. The second time in cricket history a team has won a test by just one run. And Jasprit Bumrah is now set to miss the IPL as well. The fast bowler is to undergo surgery to recover from the back injury that's kept him out of active cricket since August last year. But the story that we are breaking tonight is the big jolt to the Arvind Kejriwal government in the national capital. Manish Sisodia and Satyendra Jain, two of his ministers who've been arrested, have now resigned. Sisodia's 18 portfolios will be distributed among colleagues. Earlier, the Supreme Court refused any relief for Sisodia, asking the AAP leader to approach the High Court first to seek bail. So the big story once again is coming around the Aam Aadmi Party, which is facing its biggest crisis yet since it came to power 10 years ago. Remember, Manish Sisodia is accused in the Delhi liquor policy case, and Satyendra Jain has also earlier been arrested more than 6 months ago in a corruption case. All of this leaving a big question mark over the future of the Aam Aadmi Party, with both the BJP and even the Congress now targeting the party that was once seen to be identified with an anti-corruption brand. Take a look.
A big shake-up in the Delhi government. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal drops Manish Sisodia and Satyendra Jain from his ministry.
अब मनीष जी को भी इस तरीके के फर्जी मामले में फंसाया गया है और दिल्ली के बहुत सारे काम जो हैं इसकी वजह से रुक सकते हैं। बजट है, G20 है, अन्य सरकार की प्राथमिकताएं हैं। तो ये फैसला किया गया है कि जो है इन लोगों ने अपना इस्तीफा टेंडर किया, मुख्यमंत्री जी ने उसको लिया है और जो है आगे की जो है ताकि काम जो है जल्दी हो।
The resignations of Sisodia and Jain came just an hour after the Deputy CM's attempt to get relief from the Supreme Court failed. A two-judge bench headed by CJI, D.Y. Chandrachud, refused to interfere with the CBI's arrest, saying it would set the wrong precedent. The court said there are enough remedies at Sisodia's disposal. The bench suggested he approach the High Court. With Sisodia staying in CBI custody, AAP has come out guns blazing at the BJP, claiming targeted attacks on the opposition by the Modi government. With the political showdown peaking, the BJP has come out with a new term for AAP: cut, commission, corruption.
मुझे लगता था कि कट और कमीशन एक ही पार्टी की विरासत है, हाँ? लेकिन आज तो कहना पड़ेगा कि 3C केजरीवाल जी की पार्टी के लिए भी बोलना पड़ेगा: कट, कमीशन, करप्शन।
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की सरकार का नाम हो रहा है। अरविंद केजरीवाल की लोकप्रियता और आम आदमी पार्टी की लोकप्रियता देश के दूसरे हिस्सों में बढ़ रही। परेशानी ये है, यह मुकदमा पूरी तरीके से राजनीति के। आप बताइए, अगर मनीष सिसोदिया ने कोई घोटाला या घपला किया है, जो बीजेपी वाले कहते हैं 10,000 करोड़ की रिश्वत खा ली।
Opposition parties have rallied behind AAP, with political leaders across the country hitting out at the Narendra Modi government.
केस में देखिए दम है ही नहीं, ये हम भी जान रहे हैं, ये जांच एजेंसियां भी जान रही हैं। अब कोर्ट को निर्णय करना है।
Kejriwal ji has already said the other day when he had come out to Matushri that people who are scared of people who are actually being targeted are those who are coming ahead speaking the truth very often. However, you can see a common pattern that the opposition parties are being harrowed and harassed constantly by the government agencies.
The Congress, which initially kept mum, broke its silence on Monday. Party leader Jairam Ramesh tweeted that agencies like the CBI, ED and Income Tax Department have become arms of the BJP.
बेरोजगारी है, तनाव और हिंसा का माहौल है। आप देख लो रोज क्या हो रहा है। ईडी, इनकम टैक्स, सीबीआई का आतंक है। जुडिशरी दबाव में है, इलेक्शन कमीशन दबाव में है।
The Liquor Gate probe has put a cloud on AAP. Can Arvind Kejriwal's party, formed on the plank of anti-corruption crusade, weather the storm? Bureau Report, India Today.
My first guest tonight and my newsmaker is Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who has been a counsel for Manish Sisodia, appeared for him in the Supreme Court. Dr. Singhvi, without going into the specifics of the case, would you broadly agree that with Manish Sisodia not getting bail today from the Supreme Court as you sought, he's in possibly for the long haul? These are serious Prevention of Corruption Act charges, and therefore Manish Sisodia could now have an extended term in prison.
First of all, Rajdeep, I speak here as a counsel for him. I'm not speaking politically at all. There are larger issues of the political system which can be discussed. But as far as your question is concerned, I don't think any such inevitability must be presumed. The court has only told us that the correct forum at the first stage is to go to the lower court. That's about it. There is no observation of the merits. There is no denial of bail, as is being repeatedly wrongly reported by the media, which somehow tends to take frequently a superficial view of court orders. It is that, and there is substance in that you cannot approach the Supreme Court straight away.
No, that's exactly. No, let's be very clear. You're blaming the media. The media is reporting that you went to the Supreme Court seeking relief for your client. The Supreme Court said, you don't come to us, go to the High Court. I mean,
that's right.
Clearly, what the court was saying, that this was not a fit case to come at ab initio, at the initial stage, to the Supreme Court.
That's exactly what I'm saying, Rajdeep.
So that's a setback.
It's a denial. It's not a denial of merits. It is a decision that the correct forum, understandably, is the lower court. We also understand that it is in exceptional cases that the court can interfere. And they felt that this is not an exceptional case of the category which merits a direct intervention. So it was a decision on forum, where, not a decision on what. But to answer your larger question, I think you have the ladder from the trial court to the High Court, and there is no reason to suppose, if the merits of the case are strong as we believe it is, that he should be denied bail indefinitely.
No, but
not at all.
What is why is it an exceptional case, given the fact that the CBI claims that they are building a chain linking Manish Sisodia as Deputy Chief Minister, policy decisions taken by his government, to alleged kickbacks that were received? Why should that be treated as an exceptional case? Should he not be able to first lay out a strong case to explain? The CBI says that they've got this link that they've established between retailers in Telangana and the Delhi government.
Now, you see, if you want to ask me the arguments raised, they are the following 6 arguments, which have a lot of merit, but they will be decided by a different court. The first is that there are judgments, like Vinod Dua's case, to an extent like Arnab Goswami's case, where direct interventions by the Supreme Court have been entertained. In particular, Vinod Dua's case. That was cited, that was read. But the court felt that it might open the floodgates if you start hearing every case directly in the Supreme Court. So there is a allowing to withdraw and go to the right forum. That's point one. On the merits, the arguments would be, as in when we go to the other forum, and we gave the flavor of that today in the court. Firstly, that this is a matter approximately August 22. He's been summoned twice in all. Both times he has gone there. The offence alleged is Section 7, which is less than 7 years. For less than 7 years, judgments of the Supreme Court say that unless it is shown by the arresting officer, the investigating officer on paper, that it is imperative to arrest. Without arrest, investigation will be impeded. Arrest is not the option of first choice. It is the last resort which has to be demonstrated. There can be no reason to arrest a person after 8 months, will be the argument in the lower courts, because he cannot be a flight risk. He cannot be interfering with witnesses. All the evidence is documentary. He has cooperated going when he comes. And therefore, there is no reason why you should need to arrest him. You can interrogate him as many times as you like. The larger issue why this might be a special category case is, here is a person in public life. He's holding 18 portfolios. He's about to present the budget. The work of governance is impeded. And there is no reason demonstrated that you cannot do any investigation without arrest.
The CBI seems to suggest that A, he is non-cooperative, and B, that if he is allowed out, he could interfere possibly with the investigation, given the fact that he is such a high-profile individual.
Very important question. Just look at both your questions. And you will find the answers themselves, Rajdeep. You're an intelligent journalist, come person dealing with law, and you'll catch the answers immediately. First point, do you think that the meaning of interrogation is that I must go and admit my guilt? Is there a rule against self-incrimination? So if I go to you as investigating officer and you ask me questions and I say, look, I don't know or I don't want to answer, can you arrest me for that? That means that unless and until I admit my guilt, I'll be arrested. That is totally unknown to law, that rule. Second thing is, why should you need to at all arrest a person who has for now it's just say about almost just under a year, 10 months. There has been no evidence of interference with evidence with physical witnesses. Most of the evidence is documentary. After 10 months or 9 months in March of 2023, how can you possibly say that everything having been frozen, what can you interfere with? Everything is paperwork. So both those are fig leaves of arguments and they will be dealt with. Today, all that has happened is that the top court will not directly interfere. When we come up the ladder, I'm sure the top court, if necessary, will deal with it.
Therefore, let me ask you, Dr. Singhvi, you started off by saying that there are issues concerning the political system as well that perhaps also need to be looked at. And one of those issues allegedly is the fact that the process has become the punishment in this country, that particularly when you're an opposition leader, the ED and the CBI acts in a manner that makes you, in a way, go through an extended jail sentence. Are those arguments that can be made? That's whataboutery. That what about BJP leaders who get away and AAP or Congress leaders who suffer? You made a similar argument at the Raipur plenary. Does that argument hold? Misuse of agencies cannot be an argument to suggest that the individual is not culpable.
Not at all, Rajdeep, and I would appreciate if you give me a couple of minutes on a very important question you raised. It has nothing to do with Manish Sisodia. I made this point at the Raipur plenary in a speech in Hindi for almost 10 minutes. And I would like to explain this to you for your viewers to understand. It's a very nuanced and very important point. The point is this. 3 facts stand out from 2014. You have published it, newspapers have published it, there have been press conferences. Fact number 1, the total number of cases in sheer numbers where CBI and more importantly ED prosecution has been initiated has jumped 100 times. 90 times, 80 times. So if it's 10 before, it's 1,000 now, post 2015 or 14. Second, 95, if not 98% of that number, the 1,000 number or the 900 number, involves opposition leaders across the political spectrum. Fact number 3, in the rare cases where people who have been in the opposition and have switched and have had cases pending against them, but have switched sides, there is a whole list published by all of you in the journalist field. There has been the BJP laundering machine. Now, this is only fact. What is the legal conclusion from this, which is what I asked for at Raipur? And this has nothing to do with AP or Party B. I said at Raipur that you need, you will take time to come to a political coalition, which is ultimately the best way of dealing with Mr. Modi. And there has been now a call for a Congress-led coalition at Raipur. But before that, you should certainly have a legal coalition, which raises this issue before the court in a properly constituted petition that, look, if you add up these 3 facts, it amounts to creating a non-level, uneven, non-level playing field, which is skewed. And that affects democracy directly. If you start singling out in a discriminatory, selective manner only opposition leaders, that directly affects democracy. And if you affect democracy, you affect the basic structure.
That doesn't though in conclusion, Mr. Singhvi, affect the charge of corruption. My limited point and my final question to you therefore is, it's interesting. I know you've come here as Mr. Sisodia's lawyer, not as a congressperson, but the fact is your own party, particularly in Delhi, is saying that Mr. Sisodia is corrupt, that there is a scam in the liquor policy. So let's be very clear. The charges will have to be dealt with independently of what you say is the atmosphere which has been created of discriminatory treatment.
Rajdeep, you know very well that I am here speaking of something I said in Raipur 2 days before, 1 day before Sisodia was arrested. I am now saying something very different. I am saying that there is valid ground for a legal coalition of the top 10 parties going to the court and saying, look, and this is not about individuals, that if you find evidence of a skewed, discriminatory, selective application of the law against only opposition leaders, then you are skewing democracy itself.
No, but go to the Supreme Court and say that. Why don't you go to the Supreme Court and say that ED and CBI is being misused?
But that is
and
the
give
proposal
examples
I gave at Raipur. If you see my speech, it's in the public domain. That's exactly the proposal I've given at Raipur. That will happen in the due course of time. That is exactly the point I'm making.
You're giving us an important news point. You're saying that you are proposing that the opposition parties now go to the Supreme Court and say that the ED and the CBI are engaging in discriminatory treatment, therefore give us legal protection. Am I correct?
Let's get the facts clear, Rajdeep. I have saying this on Saturday, 2 days before, or 1 day before Sisodia's arrest. I'm not saying it today.
Okay.
Be it anything to do with AAP or Sisodia. See, this is a larger issue that whether the court should look at this phenomenon borne out by your statistics published among others in the Indian Express and elsewhere. We've had press conferences on that, which say that a coalition of the major, if not all, non-BJP, non-NDA parties should go to court. And I would be very happy to be tasked with drafting and putting that across to the court, for the reason that if you apply discriminatorily and selectively this agency set or this rule of various coercive laws against only opposition leaders, you cannot possibly have democracy. It is the antithesis of democracy. And that will affect the basic structure.
Okay, that's a very interesting argument that you're making, Dr. Singhvi.
In fact, I said jocularly at Raipur, Rajdeep, that while the political coalition may take some time to formulate, certainly this legal coalition should happen first. I said so publicly.
Let's leave it there. You've given us possibly what could happen in the future, that the opposition parties now possibly could go to the Supreme Court claiming that enforcement agencies are being misused and discriminatory treatment against them. We'll wait and see whether that flies with the court. But Dr. Singhvi, as always, sharp legal mind, analytical mind. Good to have you on the show. Thanks very much. Let's look, therefore, at the politics, though. Is this the end of the road for AAP? Can the AAP weather this corruption storm? What are the challenges that lie ahead of the Aam Aadmi Party? Joining me now, Yogendra Yadav, co-founder Swaraj India, once a founding member of the AAP. Harish Khurana is BJP spokesperson, and Saurabh Bhardwaj is AAP MLA and spokesperson. Let's turn to each of you to give us answers to that. I want to start with you, Yogendra Yadav. As a founding member today, do you believe that the AAP still has a future, given the number of their senior leaders who find themselves in the crosshair of the law for corruption charges?
Rajdeep, allow me to begin with something else. Allow me to first of all clarify that I'm not with Aam Aadmi Party. I'm no friend of Aam Aadmi Party. Number two, that my party, Swaraj India, was actually the first party in the city of Delhi to raise questions about the excise policy. Not today, not in 2021. Actually, way back in 2015 and 16, we had raised questions. And number three, I do believe that this is a serious case. It's a case that doesn't put Aam Aadmi Party in a great light. It's a case which deserves to. This is not figment of imagination. This looks like a serious case prima facie. Having said it, should I applaud, therefore, when Mr. Manish Sisodia is arrested? No, I can't, Rajdeep, because something much bigger is at stake, as came out from your conversation with Mr. Singhvi. What we are witnessing is one after another. If you have an opposition government, either they steal your MLAs away, or they put your key functionaries in jail on one pretext or the other, apply completely different standards in your case than in anyone else's case, and therefore make it virtually impossible for you to govern if you are in opposition. No Democrat can celebrate it. I don't think it's whataboutery, Rajdeep, to think about other cases in which such things have not been done. Because when you assess a situation like this, you say, okay, what are the norms? What should be the norms about arresting? And on that point, I happen to agree with Mr. Singhvi. He has a much better legal mind than I do. Unless you can say that this public functionary is destroying evidence, can destroy evidence, or is about to run away, why arrest? Build a case. This looks like prima facie a serious case. Build a case, take it to the court, get him convicted. That's all right, perfectly all right.
Why this political drama? So let me get it clear before I go to my other panelists. You're saying you believe prima facie this is a serious case. You believe that there is a prima facie case of corruption. You're only questioning the procedure adopted. Now the CBI will turn around and say, look, we are following the procedure. We've arrested him, we've gone to the court, we've sought custody. We are following procedure. You can't then turn around and say, oh, but what about the BJP leaders who have been allowed to get away?
Rajdeep, one, I did not say this looks like prima facie a corruption case. I'm not into prima facie judging it. I'm saying prima facie it looks like a serious case. And Aam Aadmi Party in this initial exchange doesn't come out looking very good. But let's not rush into these things. These are very serious charges. And a party that has come on the plank of anti-corruption should answer, and I'm sure my colleague Saurabh Bharadwaj sitting here will try to answer these questions. All I'm saying, but on the question of CBI, no, Rajdeep, I don't think this is the normal standard procedure. The normal standard procedure is that you ask someone questions, you investigate. If they don't, you proceed further. You finally take the case to the court and get the court to pass a judgment. Why arrest? Why do all this drama? All this drama, to my mind, is to distract the attention away from the biggest scam that this country has seen, which involves Mr. Adani, which involves direct connect to the Prime Minister of this country. This is what it is all about, and that's why I cannot celebrate it.
Interesting, you're saying this is a distraction, you believe, from the Adani issue. I'll come to that to Harish Khurana in a moment, but Saurabh Bharadwaj, let's be clear. When your number 2 in government gets arrested, when your number 3, if I may call Satyendra Jain, that gets arrested in the government, all on corruption charges, somewhere the sheen is gone. You all came to power as an anti-corruption force. Like it or not, this has been a huge reputation hit.
Radeep, I'm not into politics for long. I've been in politics for like 11 years. And believe me, in 2013, in 2014, in 2015, and many more years, we have had similar occasions when we thought that now probably the party may be over. Probably our careers in politics are done. And a lot of political analysts also thought so. But what I've seen in my experience is that whenever Aam Aadmi Party has faced such attacks, we have come out stronger out of it. And I believe that we will rebound. And Rajdeep, it's a small world. Everybody is watching India and they can see that, there is a central government and there is a small party which is governing a city-state called Delhi. And two of its ministers, Satyendra Jain and Manish Sisodia ji, they have been known for their works in health and education. These are the two main planks of Arvind Kejriwal's model of governance.
But that cannot be a defense.
What I'm saying
if Manish Sisodia has done good work in education,
I'm not saying
that cannot be a defense.
Rajeev,
You're going to have to answer the specific charges in this case.
No, Rajdeep, I'm not taking a defense. What I'm saying is that the whole world is watching. That you have two ministers who are known across the world for their work in education and health, and the central government ruled by Mr. Modi is targeting these two ministers. And these two specific ministers have been put behind the bars. So people are watching it, and it's a matter of shame for the government of India that everybody is closely watching all these developments in India, and this doesn't build any reputation for us. All the opposition ruled states are being disturbed by the governors or the agencies. These bring a lot of instability in the states. And if the states are unstable, do you think the government is stable? The country's outlook is stable? Then you talk about investments, then you talk about economy. When the central government itself is trying to destabilize the states, how do you see a growth in a country? You will not get any growth. You will not see any stability. So this is very unfortunate situation. That just for small political gains, the central government is hell-bound to destroy all the opposition.
You're in a way.
Sad.
Okay, Harish Khurana, you're hearing words like destabilize, distract. That actually the BJP wants to use the Aam Aadmi Party to distract from what the opposition saying is the real story to follow, Adani's story. We've also given a list yesterday which has now gone viral on Twitter, where we gave a list of all the BJP leaders who somehow seem to have escaped the ED CBI scanner the moment they switch sides. So, there are serious questions that Harish Khurana, while you are smiling, you will have to answer. At some stage, do you go along with that there is a distraction, an attempt to destabilize?
Rajdeep, I might be listening to my future Minister of Delhi, Mr. Saurabh Bhardwaj, who might be a minister in waiting. I understand his problem. He's batting on a weak pitch, so he might be defending a wrong person right now. He said he's in politics since last 2013. I am taking back to him to 2013 only. You know what they used to say? No, P. Chidambaram, Sheila Dikshit, Nitin Gadkari, no, they are corrupt ministers. We will not buy these. We don't want any proof. They have to go, they have to resign first and then to face the music and then to go to the court. Now what happened now? Setback Jain, who's in jail since last 8 months on the order of court, not by order of any ED or any CBI. He's in jail since on the order of the court right now. Vijay Nair, their close associate, the close aide of them, is in jail and rejected 4 times his bail. He's in jail since last few months and 4 times his bail has been rejected. So, is it a CBI or ED vendetta? No. I think they are legally and morally both are down right now. Morally, because since last 8 months, their minister is in jail. They are not taking any action. 2013, they used to say, we are the Kattar Imandar Log. So, their morality has gone for a toss. In Punjab also, we have seen that.
So you're saying, you don't agree that the rules are different? You refuse to accept that the rules are different in this country now for BJP leaders who've had to face ED and CBI charges that are put on the back burner.
Rajdeep, I'll rebut on this. I'll give me 10 seconds. Rajdeep, you are a seasoned journalist. Since 2004 to 14, Manmohan Singh was the government in the center. And what CBI used to say, he said, Tota, how many cases on BJP was been impound? Tell me, kitne inquiries hui thi wahan pe? I don't think so, many of them. 2014 to 2000 till date, if you have any problem, I was listening to Abhishek Manu Singhvi, he's very cleverly says, I am over here for legal issues, but he talked about politically. How many cases he has filed a PIL on BJP leaders that ED is not taking an action? Let's intervene the court intervention. I think none of them. Or if they have won, we have seen what has happened in a court. My point is, they very easily finger point on ED and CBI, but on a legal battlegrounds, they always either don't appear or they fail.
Okay, so you're saying that if the opposition believes that there are BJP leaders getting away in similar cases, go and file a PIL before the court. Saurabh Bhardwaj, before we come to Yogendra Yadav, just let's get clarity. Let's get clarity. It's taken 8 months to get Satyendra Jain's resignation. Today you've taken Manish Sisodia's resignation. The belief is that the Aam Aadmi Party now first needs to do crisis management before it expands across the country. You're going to have to first get your reputation back. Do you concede that at some stage, all of what has happened is a setback?
Radip, believe me or not, we have been getting a lot of feedback from the ground. We sit in our offices where we talk to lots of people. And, we are not the kinds of politicians with whom, people are afraid to tell the truth. They keep sending us texts, they keep sending us WhatsApp, and we see Twitter and everything. I think people can see that the way the central government is targeting Aam Aadmi Party, central government is very serious about Aam Aadmi Party's growth in India. They do understand that Aam Aadmi Party is growing at a faster speed possible. We have governments at 2 states. We have MLAs in Gujarat. We have MLAs in Goa. We are getting councillors, mayors across the country. So I think BJP as a party is nervous of the rise of Arvind Kejriwal.
You're
in
saying...
our recent, polls which are being done by our TV channels, we have seen that in terms of opposition leaders, Arvind Kejriwal is one of the most popular leaders in the opposition. So the kind of energy the central government and its agencies are spending on Aam Aadmi Party, it makes all the anti-BJP people think that yes, here's the contender. Here's the challenger, Arvind Kejriwal, who is challenging Mr. Modi, and probably this will help us crystallize the support for Arvind Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party. And believe me, We will come out
10
very
seconds.
strong out of it.
You're claiming
and we are not afraid of BJP.
You're
They
claiming
believe-
that the
they
BJP
believe
is
that,
targeting you because your popularity you claim has increased. But Yogendra Yadav, it's very interesting that we are seeing now. No, just a minute. We are seeing that even the Congress has, at least at the Delhi level, questioned the Aam Aadmi Party, claiming that there is corruption in the Delhi liquor policy. Do you believe, and perhaps you can wear your political hat here, not just as Swaraj India, but as someone who's observed politics, do you believe that a movement that starts from anti-corruption, when it gets tangled in corruption charges, the halo is gone, and therefore Arvind Kejriwal now is seen as just another politician?
Rajiv, it all depends on whether it's the Aam Aadmi Party that finally gets tainted or it's the CBI that finally gets tainted. We still don't know yet. We need to wait and watch. And just as I worried in what I said earlier, worried as a Democrat, as someone who supports federalism, I worry about what kind of things are being done. I also worry about something else, because both the things that you said might be true. It might be true, as I said, it is a serious case. It's not a figment of imagination. There is a chief secretary's report. There is a lot of documentation. There is something to be answered. But it is also true, and Saurabh Bharadwaj is correct, that in wider public perception, ये सब CBI का खेल है, तो हमेशा ही ऐसा करते हैं. The real fear that I have as a citizen of this country is that the manner in which CBI and other investigative agencies are being used, more so by this regime than by the previous one, no one would trust any investigation ever. Nothing is serious. That is the question that we should be asking. My BJP friend just said, that actually no such case has happened. You've already given a list. Can I add a small item to that list? There is a report done by Reporters Collective that came just 2 days ago. What does that report show? That report shows with CAG documents. These are not just reporters making allegations. This is the Comptroller and Auditor General of India's findings, which have been suppressed, which shows that the Modi government, after they came to power, were involved in the same kind of discretionary and corrupt allotment of coal mine blocks. In this case, to a group called RP Goenka Group, which the CAG objected to. Yet all these things were bypassed. All these things were done. Now, would we expect a CBI investigation into that? Would we expect CBI calling these people, checking it out? And Rajdeep, allow me to say, do we expect the CBI to interrogate the SEBI chief, the SBI chief, and the LIC chief for their role in the Adani scam?
You want to finally answer that, Harish Khurana? I know you've been dying to jump in. The fact is, na khaunga na khane dunga was what the Prime Minister promised 2014 August. No. Na khaunga na khane dunga only operates for the opposition?
No, Rajdeep, before...
No, answer that. No, forget
Rajdeep,
before. Answer that. Answer that. Direct question. Direct question.
Rajdeep, listen to me out. Rajdeep, listen to me out. Listen me out first. Please, you have not intervened anybody else. At least I expect not to intervene me also, boss. See, I want to revert first to my minister in waiting, my friend Mr. Saurabh Bharadwaj. He's saying we are nervous, BJP is nervous. A party who have no seats in Lok Sabha, I will call it a Manohar Kahaniya. In the phrases Manohar Kahaniya. We are expecting 272 seats and making him as a future Shiksha Mantri of India. You need to have 272 seats. If you have a thing in Punjab and Delhi, both the numbers we calculate, the total stake of Aam Aadmi Party is just 20 seats. Out of 272, you need to have 272 seats. So when you say that BJP is afraid, these were same rhetoric which have been repeated in Gujarat election. You remember when Vijay Nair was arrested? BJP ghabra gayi hai. What has happened? BJP got 153 seats and you got only. I still remember Arvind Kejriwal was giving in writing. मैं writing में देता हूँ. 5 seats will be.
ना खाऊंगा ना खाने दूंगा.
And
sir, ना खाऊंगा ना खाने दूंगा.
You remember?
Can you give me an assurance that the CBI, can you give me an assurance that the CBI, the SEBI are independent institutions? No, you haven't answered that. We still don't know. According to the opposition, all of this is being used as a distraction from the Adani case.
Rajdeep, hear me out. First of all, Adani case is already in the court. Point number 1. Point number 2, whatever the allegation Yogendra Yadav is making, योगेंद्र यादव इज a learned gentleman. भाई आप कोर्ट पे चले जाओ ना यार. अगर आपके पास you have a proof, you believe in courts ना. File a PI in a court that these are proof. Let's have a SIT. Let's have a court intervention SIT over there. Okay. Why are you doing that? They will not do that because they don't have a substance. We have seen one of the case in Rafael. What has happened? चौकीदार चोर है. क्या हुआ? अंत में माफी मांगनी पड़ी ना. They have to feel sorry about that. What they have said. Point is, they are just making a baseless allegation without the evidence what the substance they have.
Okay,
they don't have any substance. They want to allegate कि मैं बस एक narrative set करना है.
Okay, you're saying you made your point. You're claiming that Yogendra Yadav ji, please go to court. Is the message from the BJP?
They have the CBI and the opposition has one possibility of going to the court to appeal to please institute an SIT. Wonderful. I get the logic.
Okay. I think we get the logic as well. Clearly though, for now it's the Aam Aadmi Party.
Have you got a substance?
Okay, no,
just making an allegation. I'll make an allegation Yogendra Yadav chor hai. Will it make a sense? No, I think no. Yogendra Yadav, we need to prove it. Ki yes, these are substance. At least we should understand before aliegating somebody.
Harish Khurana, you're on a roll. Harish Khurana, Saurabh Bhardwaj, and Yogendra Yadav, and earlier Abhishek Manu Singhvi. Clearly, there are lots of issues tangled in here. And because we are building up to 2024, it would be unfortunate if investigations get tangled in politics. We want corruption to be removed, but corruption must be done in a manner that ensures that everyone, irrespective of political affiliations, are prosecuted as per due process. The process must not become the punishment. Thank you all very much for joining me. Let's turn from there to another case which is making the headlines from the Supreme Court. Only yesterday, the Supreme Court dismissed BJP leader Ashwini Upadhyay's petition to rename cities and historical monuments that were named after invaders. But the two-judge Supreme Court bench, which struck down the petition, also made certain important observations about how renaming could only fan communal disharmony at times. What does this mean to renaming cities? Take a look.
Aurangabad to become Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar. Osmanabad becomes Tharashiv. Allahabad renamed as Prayagraj. And there are calls to rename Hyderabad as Bhagyanagar. In the past few years, many cities have got new identities, and there is a clamour for many more name changes. Now the top court of India has come down heavily on one such petition for renaming cities. The Supreme Court on Monday rejected a public interest litigation by Ashwini Kumar Upadhyay, a BJP leader, seeking new names for all cities and historical sites named after who he called barbaric invaders. During the hearing, two-judge bench of Justice K.M. Joseph and Justice B.V. Nagaratna made several observations. Justice Joseph said the plea is aimed at a particular community. He highlighted how digging up the past can lead to communal disharmony in the society. The justice asked the petitioner if he wanted to keep the country on the boil. Justice Joseph described Hinduism as the greatest religion in terms of metaphysics, adding, "Do not belittle it." The justice said he is a Christian, but he is equally fond of Hinduism and has tried to study it. Justice Joseph pointed out that religious worship has nothing to do with roads. Justice B.V. Nagaratna made several observations on Hinduism and its essence. She said Hinduism is a way of life, because of which India has assimilated everybody. Hinduism does not allow bigotry, she added. Justice Nagaratna asked the petitioner not to bring back the divide and rule policy of the British with such petitions. She said historical facts cannot be wished away and that the country has many other problems to address. The court stressed that India is wedded to rule of law, secularism and constitutionalism and cannot be a prisoner of the past.
भगवान कृष्ण ने सोनप्रस्थ मांगा था, वो सोनीपत हो गया। इंद्रप्रस्थ मांगा था, दिल्ली हो गया। पानप्रस्थ मांगा था, वो पानीपत हो गया।
The petitioner has also wanted the Archaeological Survey of India list all historical sites named after settlers.
ऐसे वो स्थान जिनका वर्णन कहीं न कहीं वेद पुराण में है, कहीं न कहीं गीता रामायण में है, उन स्थानों का नाम बदला जा चुका है। हम आज़ादी की 75वीं वर्षगांठ मना रहे हैं, तो हमें ये अधिकार है कि हमारे कम से कम जिन स्थानों का वर्णन वेद पुराण में है उनका पुनः नामकरण किया जाए। सेकुलरिज्म का मतलब ये नहीं होता कि हमारे जो धार्मिक स्थान है, जो ऐतिहासिक स्थान है, जो सांस्कृतिक स्थान है, वो आक्रांताओं के नाम पे चले।
The Supreme Court bench of Justices K.M. Joseph and B.V. Nagaratna, while dismissing the PIL by Ashwini Kumar Upadhyay, said that no nation should be allowed to become a prisoner of its own past. The bench in its order stated that the history of no nation should impact its current and future generations to such an extent that the succeeding generations become a prisoner of the country's own past. In its order, the bench also spoke extensively about the concept of fraternity and how a true sense of brotherhood and a true sense of secularity can only be achieved when different sections of the society come together in true harmony. In New Delhi, this is Nalini Sharma for India Today.
Interesting court verdict. Let's take a break at this point. When we return, we are turning to our campaign for justice. For a young woman who lost her mother, a college principal was burnt to death by a former student. We'll be speaking to the family up next. You're watching the news today.
I think there's an opportunity for India particularly to work with the United States and others.
India is the largest, has the largest vaccine manufacturer in the world.
I thought if it's blowing in the wind, it's best I'm on the motorcycle. And I did 15,000 kilometers in 36 days.
Rich countries have a particular obligation to exercise their investment in innovation.
I believe that global business has the money and the power.
Improvements in the way we understand the importance of education and healthcare.
You have a greater chance of killing yourself than of being killed by any soldier or terrorist or criminal.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Tonight's Get Real India story is part of our campaign of justice for a story that has shocked the nation. After a college principal was burnt to death by a former student over a delay in getting a mark sheet. We had highlighted the story yesterday of how Ashutosh Srivastav set Professor Vimukti Sharma on fire by pouring petrol on her last week. A week later, while the student has been arrested under the stringent National Security Act, the family is demanding fast-track justice and insisting that the police inaction led to the tragic incident which they insist could have been prevented. Earlier today, I spoke to the daughter of the principal. Listen in to Devanshi as she spoke to me of exactly why they want justice above all else now. Listen in. And joining me now is Devanshi Sharma, daughter of Dr. Vimukta Sharma, principal of the BM College of Pharmacy near Indore. Remember, it was her mother, the principal of that college, who was tragically burned to death, set ablaze by her own student, who's now, of course, in police custody in jail. But Devanshi wants more. First of all, Devanshi, my deep, deep condolences for what happened. I know it's only 8 days since this has happened, but the sheer horror of it, I can tell you, has shocked and outraged all of us. So all our sympathies with you above all else, ma'am.
Thank you for that.
Devanshi, you sent me a WhatsApp message yesterday saying that you wanted the media to take up the case to ensure fast-track justice. What exactly are you looking for now that the person involved has been arrested?
Right. So, the last 5 to 6 days when my mother was in the hospital, I got a chance to speak to her once, and she multiple times said, I want to survive, I want to live, I want to be here. Unfortunately, 90% burn was way too much for her to be with us, and therefore she's no more. I've seen her in pain, in so much trauma, and I have seen her suffer in those 5 days, mentally as well as physically. I think anything less than hanging that person or giving him the highest order of punishment would be less. I demand a fast track court proceeding in which the accused should be hanged to death, and every person in the system who knew about it when my mother was writing requests, asking for police protection, asking for help, and the action was not taken. I also want action against all of them. I also want action against them who, when my mother was pleading for help, they did not help her at all.
Let me understand this. You are saying that you have no faith in the police system, in the criminal justice system, because the fact is that the concerned officers who apparently did not heed your mother's complaint, they've been transferred out. Action is going to be taken, say the local police, against them. Don't you have any faith in the system? Do you believe that somehow this person could still get away?
So, when in the earlier requests and FIRs that were done against the accused, he was threatening my mother. He was sending messages that were life-threatening, on which there was an avedan that was given to the police. The last sentence says clearly that she wanted police protection. Neither was the accused taken into custody, nor was any protection given to my mother, result of which is what has happened today. So there has been some action that has been taken against the person who was involved in it from the police side, but till this accused is hanged till death, I think I would not feel that the justice has been served to my mother.
But we are finding that this case has struck a chord with a lot of people in Indore. There have been protests over it. It's also getting a political angle. This is an election here in Madhya Pradesh. We are hearing politicians expressing their grief. What would you like to tell the netas who are also now sort of expressing their solidarity? Do you want to keep politics completely out of this? You just want justice above all else. Am I right?
Absolutely, absolutely, sir. I have lost my mother. There is hopelessness and helplessness that I am going through right now. I don't want anything to be politicized. All I am begging for and all I am asking for is justice for my mother at the earliest. Because the way she has been serving in the education sector, we say Gurur Brahma, Gurur Vishnu, and then this has happened to her. I absolutely just want justice regardless any politics that is surrounding this. All I am requesting and all I want and all that my family is wanting is justice for my mother.
A daughter's cry for justice. Hopefully, there will be swift and sure action in this case. Let me leave you with our good news today's story, and it comes from an image. A quite remarkable match took place in New Zealand, where New Zealand created a slice of history as they beat England by just 1 run at Wellington in the second test match. This is only the 4th time in the history of a sport that a team has managed to win the match after following on, and only the 2nd time that a team has won by just 1 run. That was the dramatic moment when Neil Wagner got James Anderson out caught behind, leading to a victory by just 1 run. That's why they call it Test cricket. Great fun to watch that. Stay well, stay safe. Remember, cricket and music are the 2 stress busters in the times in which we live. Bye for now.
What a stunning test match! Unbelievable! Anderson can't believe it. The actor save for New Zealand. The disappointment for England. It's Wagner. He's done it. What a remarkable game of test match cricket.
Wali painting, a mural art form of Maharashtra, gives Aurangabad a facelift ahead of a G20 inception meeting. A group of 120 women painted non-stop for 6 hours to complete the artwork.
वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट शो करते हुए हम लोग ये जो प्रोजेक्ट कर रहे हैं वारली का, वर्ल्ड्स लार्जेस्ट वारली पेंटिंग जो है, जिसका रिकॉर्ड पहले पूना में था, उसको पूना के रिकॉर्ड को ब्रेक करते हुए, उसको चैलेंज करते हुए आज हम सब लड़कियां, वी आर 120 लेडीज हियर वर्किंग फॉर दिस वारली पेंटिंग टुडे. और इसका सबसे बड़ा क्रेडिट जो जाता है, जो मेरी बहुत अच्छी फ्रेंड है, वो है नंदिनी घोडेले. ये कॉन्सेप्ट जो जहाँ से आई है, वो लड़की ने सर 21 इयर्स की लड़की है. दिस इज रियली अ मोटिवेशन टू ऑल द गर्ल्स ओवर हियर.
The work spread over 3,200 square feet will enter the India Book of Records 2024 in the social and cultural category. This painting breaks the earlier record of 3,050 square feet set by artists in Pune. I congratulate all the dignitaries, those who have taken efforts, जिन्होंने इस इवेंट को एक सक्सेसफुल बनाया है, and congratulations to Aurangabad Municipal Corporation. There were no professional artists among the 120 participants. They came from different professions like medicine, accountancy, and engineering. Bureau Report, India Today.
integration of Air India and Vistara needs to go through a regulatory approval process. There are 3 steps to that process. One is competition clearance. The second is from a DGCA regulatory aviation perspective. And the third is obviously the merger of the 2 companies. We are in the process of the first phase, seeking competition clearance. But in anticipation of this, we are working together with some external parties to work on what are the areas of opportunity in an integrated business, what are the things that we need to focus on in the process of that integration, and what would the end state look like once we have received clearance to actually embark on the integration process. The intention is to end up with 1 full-service airline and 1 low-cost airline in the group. The full-service airline will be an amalgam of Air India and Vistara, but we expect that many of the practices and systems will be those of Vistara, being a younger, privatized airline that has been able to imbibe the learnings that it brings from its other shareholders. We are not unaware of what they have in terms of systems and processes. And so over the course of the privatization process and the last year, a lot of the transformation that we've been doing at Air India has been with a view to put ourselves on a similar platform as Vistara, so that in the event the merger is approved, it's a much more seamless and faster process. I think there are certainly there's a desire to carry forward the heritage of both erstwhile Air India and Vistara into the new Air India. Quite the form in which that Vistara component takes, we're still working through. Vistara clearly has achieved a lot of success and very strong recognition and respect in the Indian market. But if you look outside the Indian market, clearly Air India is much more recognized and has a 90-year history. So we've communicated to staff that the future full-service carrier will be called Air India, but we would like to retain and celebrate some of the Vistara heritage in that new manifestation.
Tragedies can either break you or make you. And this story from Naxal hit Gadchiroli will inspire you in many ways. Bharati Bogami was just 17 when her father, the Sarpanch of Lahiri village, was shot dead by Naxals in 2002. A brain tumor survivor, she faced several financial problems and yet continued her struggle to become a doctor. She now serves in the same area where her father was killed.
मैं सोच रही थी अब तो पापा चले गए, आज ये सब होने के बाद अगर यही मेरा फ्यूचर.
Co-powered by Get quick loans from Tata Capital. Volkswagen Verter.
Viral professor back in India. Babonus drops another bombshell. Surgical strike on VDEM democracy report. Flawed practices behind low democracy rating. Salvatore Babonus, live and exclusive on India First.
A University of Sydney professor and American sociologist, Professor Salvatore Babonus, has exposed major shortcomings in Sweden's varieties of democracies or VDEM ratings. Professor Babonus, in a paper accessed exclusively by India Today, has not only decimated the latest VDEM ratings of 2022 that placed the Indian democracy in the 100th position as against 65th in 2014. But he has also questioned the methodology adopted by the VDEM Institute of Sweden. Professor Bebonis joins me on India Today for an India First special broadcast. But first, we bring you some of the bizarre findings of the report. Varieties of democracies rankings are flawed, asserts a Sydney University professor after a detailed analysis of the VDEM 2022 report that claimed India had fallen to the 100th position as a democracy. Professor Salvatore Bebonis insists that there are very serious methodology flaws that lead to mischaracterization of democracies in this report.
It's what democracy really should be all about. Now, this report's being released March 1st as a launch report for the Indian Century Roundtable think tank. I hope you'll read it and take a look at it. It is a much more technical, statistical, methodological investigation of the most important of the three rankings, the VDEM rankings. It's not all based on an analysis of the text involved in describing the rankings. It is an analysis of the rankings themselves and of the statistical methodology behind it.
The American sociologist working at the Sydney University carried out a detailed analysis of the Varieties of Democracies Report 2022 brought out by the VDEM Institute in Sweden. The professor has faulted the report both on its objective and subjective sub-indices.
The result of these methodological quirks, almost all of the analytical power, the discretionary power in the VDEM rankings, comes from two completely subjective sub-indices, that is, from the freedom of association and freedom of expression sub-indices. Here, there's a lot more room for interpretation. It seems to me highly unlikely that we can take these subjective measures at face value. The result of all of this is that India, in effect, gets no credit for having an objective democracy, that is, a place where people can vote in genuine elections.
The VDEM Electoral Democracy Index, published in March by Sweden's Varieties of Democracies Institute in its 2022 report, based on the data of 2021, saw India fall to the 100th position as against the 65th position in 2014. But Professor Bebonis argues that the report suffers from serious flaws, giving a perfect score on the sub-index of elected officials to countries like Libya, Cuba, Belarus, Russia, Syria and Vietnam. Among the 174 countries given a perfect score for universal suffrage, China, Hong Kong, Iran, North Korea, Myanmar, Palestine and Venezuela score higher than genuine democracies. Professor Bebonis says the methodology in these ratings is so flawed that according to these rankings, India's electoral system between 2019 and 21 was less free and fair compared to the height of emergency in 1976, when elections were suspended and more than 100,000 political opponents were imprisoned without trial. VDEM ratings are unable to differentiate between real and sham democracies, he insists.
The VDEM rankings, it turns out, have very serious methodological flaws that lead it to mischaracterize not only Indian democracy, but many democracies around the world. The VDEM rankings include 5 sub-indices of electoral democracy that don't really differentiate in many cases between sham democracies or even complete non-democracies like China, North Korea, and Cuba, and genuine democracies like India.
The study has also questioned the subjective aspect of the ratings, where India is ranked 119th in the freedom of expression, thereby indicating censorship in India like in Iran. Bureau Report, India Today. And Professor Bebonis now joins me in our studio. Sir, welcome on India Today.
Pleasure to be here.
Before I come to the specific aspect of India, when we talk about this VDEM report that gives a perfect score to countries like Belarus, Cuba, Libya and Syria on the issue of elected officials, what do you make of these findings?
134 countries in the world get a perfect score on the two objective sub-indices of the Rise of Democracy Institute rankings. These are elected officials and universal suffrage. Interestingly, India is not among the countries that gets a perfect objective score because until recently, 2 members of the Lok Sabha were appointed to represent the Anglo-Indian community, meaning that India fell short of China on the metric of elected officials because they're simply asking, do the constitutions say that everyone should be elected? They're not asking about the quality of those elections.
Bizarre. Then let me come to the second aspect. Among 174 countries, those given a perfect score for universal suffrage include countries like China, Hong Kong, after the Chinese takeover, Iran and North Korea. Why would anyone take the VDEM rating seriously?
Well, VDEM actually says that they are not taking into account the quality of elections. They explicitly say sham democracies might be included among those rated as perfect democracies on these objective indicators. Now, they do differentiate between countries on the subjective indicators, but right off the bat, countries that are communist dictatorships, Vietnam, for example, starts out with a perfect score on 2 out of the 5 sub-indices, and that's what India's got to make up. That is, it has to make up with the quality of its democracy for the fact that Vietnam is beating India already when it comes to the 2 objective components of VDEM.
And if we were to specifically talk about India now, on clean elections.
Yes.
India down to 91 in 2021 from 59 in 2014. This, when not even opposition in India questions the fairness of elections.
Oh, it's worse than that. India's 91. Hong Kong, occupied by China under the China security law, is rated 71 in the world. Hong Kong's elections are rated 20 ranks above India's for being free and fair elections. Now, that's not because of some subjective opinion. We talked last time about India's intellectuals. This isn't because of that. This is because of the very design of the rankings. When they define free and fair elections, they're asking questions like, is there vote buying? Is the voter registry complete? Is there violence at the polls? Are there polling irregularities? Now in Hong Kong, they get a perfect score for all of these. Of course there are no irregularities at the polls. You can only vote for one person.
Yes.
So why would you have any violence at the polls when there's no opposition at the polls? So bizarrely, Hong Kong's elections are voted freer and fairer than India's by VDEM, 20 ranks higher on free and fair elections because they're not differentiating between these kind of sham elections with one candidate and an election that's truly competitive. In fact, in a country like India where the elections are competitive, maybe at the margins there is a little bit of vote buying. I don't endorse that. VDEM doesn't endorse that. No one endorses vote buying. But no one buys votes in Hong Kong because you have no choice who to vote for.
Yeah. Let me then come to one more aspect, and that is the issue of freedom of association. If we were to talk about freedom of association, India, as per these latest rankings of VDEM, is ranked at 114 in 2021 in this report that came out in 2022, down from 92 in 2014. Does this, in your appreciation, Professor, reflect the bias of those who are writing this report, or is their methodology flawed?
Well, first of all, I'm suspicious of biases when Vietnam shows having higher freedom of association than India. When, again, it's a one-party communist dictatorship. But let's leave that aside and look at the methodology, because that's really what this report is about. When freedom of association is measured, we have multiple questions about can NGOs operate in the country. There's only one question about can you form a political party? Now, you think at the heart of democracy would be, can you have an opposition political party? But on the 5 major sub-indices of the VDEM rankings, only one, freedom of association, concerns itself with can you form a political party. And even then, it's only one of the sub-indices of that, which means that can you form an NGO is actually more important for these rankings than can you have an opposition political party. On top of that, even on that one question, which should be central to democracy, can you oppose the government? Can you have an opposition political party? Even India doesn't get a perfect score there. Why? India bans the CPIM.
So the fact that
CPI-ML, you're absolutely right.
So the fact that India bans a small number of terrorist-linked parties is equated with Vietnam and Hong Kong banning all opposition parties. They result in nearly the same points reduction for these two actions.
Which is one, disturbing. Two, if the methodology is flawed, the outcome would be flawed.
So this is by design. These are not problems of expert evaluations. These are not problems of interpretation. This is the design of the index. The index has very poor measurement qualities. Yes, it has a lot of questions that, if you look at them individually, seem to have to do with democracy. But when you add up the sum total, and you find out that the only real differentiation being made between a one-party communist dictatorship and a truly competitive electoral system, the only distinction being made is on one question on one sub-index. And even there, the fact that certain political parties are banned is equated with you cannot have any opposition whatsoever. That shows that by design, VDEM is significantly flawed. And that's not only flawed for India. I wouldn't take any of the ratings in VDEM seriously. I mean, I'm American. My own country is rated below Argentina for the quality of its democracy. Now, I don't take that very seriously, but nonetheless, that's the result of the idiosyncratic measurement choices being made by the designers of this index.
You know, so maybe in America can get away because of its economic power, its political power. Maybe they can get away and say that we don't take these ratings seriously. But for an emerging economy, of course, the world's fifth largest economy, India, can these ratings be damaging?
It's a serious problem because the rest of the world only knows about India what they hear from the likes of VDEM. The rest of the world doesn't have strong knowledge of what's actually happening in India. If you hear from VDEM that Indian democracy has fallen to the level of Hong Kong or Vietnam, why should you doubt that if you're somewhere in the rest of the world? On top of that, because VDEM is so methodologically sophisticated, highly flawed, but very sophisticated, it's embedded in all sorts of other rankings. The Cato Institute rankings use it. U.S. Agency for International Development uses it. The World Bank uses it. That is, when other people are looking for an authoritative gauge of a country's institutions, they go to VDEM.
In fact, that's the point I was coming to. But let's for a moment talk about freedom of expression. India has a huge media footprint. We have a very large number of television channels, and across the country, multiple states, large TV, radio, newspapers, digital, online, social media, broadcasting across the country and to the world. Media is vibrant, vocal opposition, assertive judiciary. What, in your view, then, would explain India at 119 in 2021 against 61 in 2014.
Well, and currently rated on a par with Iran for media freedom, which of course is bizarre. But this is a result of the problems we already knew about VDEM, that its subjective components, the 2/3 of VDEM that's subjective, that is all based on expert evaluations. And so India's own intellectuals are rating India's own journalists are rating India as having the press freedom of a country like Iran. That subjectivity is baked in. This new paper, though, is really all about the fact that even if we give that, even if we accept that there are problems with this subjectivity, even the objective components of VDEM are so badly designed that they don't differentiate between a vibrant democracy and a one-party communist dictatorship.
And that should be alarming because ratings like VDEM, as you point out, it fails to differentiate between a real democracy and a sham democracy. But I want to come back to that question. Would this not adversely impact India's standing and ratings globally?
So first, that word sham democracy is not just my word, it's their word. I mean, I can read from them that on 1/5 of the ranking, our officials elected, quote, a popular election is minimally defined and also includes sham elections with limited suffrage or no competition. This is baked right into the rankings. Now, of course, when other people use these rankings, they don't question the methodology. Look, even I didn't question the methodology, and this is my own area of academic expertise, is international rankings. I had taken this at face value until I started unpacking and trying to ask, why did India score so low on these rankings? Not just attributing it to the answers intellectuals gave, but asking, what are the nuts and bolts of it? Even I hadn't looked into it. So the idea that other people would look into it, that journalists, that fund managers, that people use these rankings as governance indicators, that the idea that they would somehow read the whole report and come to their own conclusion is ridiculous. Of course, they read the overall press release, they get the number at the top line number. The top line number is number 100 in the world, and they discount India's democracy on account. And that's not 100th among democracy, that's 100th total. Remember, most countries in the world today don't even have real elections. India ranks worse than places like Ivory Coast, which are one-party dictatorships where the opposition leaders have been sent into exile. I mean, it's really incredible. But it rates worse because the problems with measurement are baked right into the methodology. It's not just about it's not just about India's experts giving India low scores. It's that too, but it's also fundamental flaws in the methodology.
And in your view, so, we've spoken about the objective part where you've questioned the methodology, but on the subjective part, where personal biases or influences or what's written perhaps in op-eds, not just in India, but also overseas, does that impact the overall ratings of a country, outlook towards a country, and should that not be corrected?
So absolutely that's a problem. Of the 5 major components of VDEM, 2 are purely objective, 1 is kind of a mix, and 2 are purely subjective. Now, on the objective ones, like I said, we had this problem that India is rated the same or even slightly lower than one-party dictatorships like Vietnam and China. On the mixed ones, we have the problem that, again, they don't properly differentiate between truly free elections and single-party elections. Now, at the heart of democracy is competition. There's nothing, and I emphasize this, nothing in the VDEM rankings that actually measures the degree of competition and the degree of choice that voters have. Okay. On the subjective side, of course, India gets savaged. And that's where I've said before that it's India's intellectuals who are responsible for the anti-India bent of these rankings, because they're the ones savaging India on the subjective components. But I want to stress, even if they didn't, even if they all reversed their opinion, even if India's intellectuals decided tomorrow that the Electoral Commission of India truly is independent and has not become beholden to the government, even if they reverse course, India is still all going to be stuck with a ranking among the worst among actual democracies in the world, because the objective components are baked in.
Then it would bring into question these rating agencies, and not just VDEM, the others. How seriously should they actually be taken, or can they also then be used as instruments of foreign policy to browbeat or coerce a nation?
Ironically, it's VDEM that is the best of the indices that rates India the worst. The Economist Intelligence Unit, which seemingly just picks a number out of thin air and gives a country a rating, actually rates India much higher. And I think because they're aware that there is real democracy in India, and they're making a purely subjective expert evaluation. It's when we get to these objective but very badly designed indicators, VDEM is the key example of that. The Freedom House indices are also objective but questionably designed. They give a false sense of certainty. They give the idea that, look, on this mostly objective, highly methodologically sophisticated set of indices, the creator of VDEM went in an interview and said that VDEM was based on astronomer math, extraordinarily sophisticated mathematics. It's because of the high level of sophistication that people tend to trust VDEM, that people tend to trust Freedom House. And that trust is misplaced, because even though it may be very sophisticated, it is extraordinarily badly designed. And I say that as someone whose profession is studying international indicators.
Exactly. So, and that's a big point that you're making here on India Today, that the trust in VDEM is actually wrongly placed, or it's misplaced.
Well, the trust in a way is rightly placed in that this is an independent academic organization with independent grant funding from the European Research Council. This should be a first-rate ranking. The methodology is very sophisticated. They've simply messed up. They've just got it wrong. And take it from me, I always remind people I am not an India expert. I'm a rankings expert. I've come to India because I've seen it misplaced on the rankings, not because I have such deep knowledge of India. This ranking methodology is screwy. It's not designed to harm India. I really have to stress that. It is just very badly designed. And as a result, it does not differentiate. And they even admit they don't differentiate on certain subcomponents between genuinely competitive elections and sham elections in which one party is the only choice.
Okay, which brings me to the point, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, this is India's year of G20 presidency. The Prime Minister says, we are the mother of democracies. Now, and we are, I mean, given India's history, given India's past record, the fact that we've had free and fair elections, this report, the 2021 report and the elections that have happened in 2019 and so on, would give the emergency in India higher ratings than 2019.
Well, again, if you believe that the Electoral Commission of India was more independent during the emergency, and if you believe that the opposition in India today is more severely restrained than during the emergency, well, then you can trust these rankings. On the other hand, if you think that the emergency was a unique event in Indian history, never to be repeated, then I think you have to take the subjective component of these rankings with a grain of salt. But again, what's new in this research, we've known since August, we've known since my interview in India today in November, that the subjective components were flawed because the subjective components were based on individual people's opinions that really couldn't be trusted. What is new in this paper is the analysis that the objective components, so the things that we should be able to trust, we should be able to say we don't have to worry at least about the objective components, they can't be influenced. Those are just so badly designed. They're not designed to harm India intentionally. They're just so badly designed that India, which has real elections, gets a lower score on the two objective components than Vietnam, which is a one-party communist dictatorship, lower than Cuba, lower than the Palestinian Authority, which hasn't had an election in 30 years. India ranks lower on the objective components. And that's what's really new here, is the discovery that it's not just all about India's intellectuals giving India a bad rating. It's about the rankings themselves being so badly designed that India can't get a break.
In India's G20 presidency year, a report like this, does that damage India, or does that actually damage the institute and its flawed methodology?
I think there's serious problems with the methodology, and I've come to believe now that they're so serious that VDEM really has to start over. Now, it doesn't have to start over because India got a low ranking. Lots of countries are unhappy with their rankings. They need to start over because the methodology is so seriously flawed that we really can't take any of their rankings seriously, not just for India, but really almost for any country in the world. I mean, the idea that Hong Kong is something like 70th in the world for free and fair elections and much better than a country like India, it's just shocking. And that's not the result of an expert evaluation. That's the result of the perverse methodology embedded in the rankings.
Now, when you look at these rankings, and you've also traveled through parts of India, what's your appreciation of the country vis-a-vis the rankings?
India, of course, is a highly successful democracy. I always call it the world's most extraordinarily successful democracy. Extraordinarily successful because it's cracked the code of how to run a democracy on a GDP per capita of less than $2,500 a year. No other country in the world has managed that. To find another country that's a democracy that has even 3 decades of free and fair elections, you have to look at countries that are 3 times as rich as India. So this is a real opportunity for India to do democracy education around the world. If someone is going to be the Vishwa Guru of democracy, it's not going to be the United States. We've seen that disaster in Iraq and Afghanistan and so many places. It's India that seems to have solved the question, how do you run a democracy in a poor country? And I'd love to see India giving technical advice to the world, not just on earthquakes, not just on development, but actually helping them learn how to run a democracy on a budget. That's what India does that no other country has managed to do.
I will let that be the last word on this part of the show. Truly, India, according to Professor Bibon, is truly the Vishwaguru of democracies, and there are lessons that the world can learn from India junking such ratings. That is all I have time for on India First this evening. Many thanks for watching. News and updates continue on India Today. Stay with us.
All successful people worked hard, nothing comes easily.
Sometimes you need to just cross that mental barrier. काफी प्रोसेस ओरिएंटेड
डिफरेंस मैं जब दोनों मेडल को ले रहा था और मैं बोल रहा था कि दो ही हमारे पास मेडल है इंडिया में और दोनों आज मेरे हाथ में हैं.
The very fact that you're opening the India Today conclave with a session on Olympic sport tells me that we've made progress.
Well, the weather is certainly chilly here in Barcelona. In fact, it snowed here on day one of the Mobile World Congress in Barcelona, something that doesn't usually happen during these days. But this is MWC. It's back, and it's back with a bang. In fact, last year it was subdued, obviously due to the pandemic. Before that, it was postponed and cancelled. But we expected this to be, well, not as grand and extravagant as it has been. Absolutely massive. This is genuinely the biggest, the latest and greatest in tech, all under one massive roof here in Barcelona. Of course, several themes here at MWC. 5G is, well, a theme from the previous years. 6G is being spoken about. And of course, with what's happening with ChatGPT, a lot of the stalls over here are talking about generative AI. And a lot of companies seem to want to really claim ownership of that space because they're saying that we have solutions in the generative AI space, be it from image, from text. There's all sorts of things happening here at MWC. Of course, there's also smartphone launches. This one being the Xiaomi 13 Pro, something we've been waiting for a long time on Tech Today, actually has a Leica lens on it. Those cameras cost nearly $20,000. You're getting that now on a smartphone. OnePlus has announced a phone with liquid cooling tech. That's a concept phone. These guys also have another concept phone where they have a massive lens attached to it on a 1-inch sensor. And that's not all. There's a 240-watt fast-charging Realme smartphone being announced as well, and all sorts of announcements in the AR, VR, and metaverse space. We thought it would be muted, given that, you know, a lot of these brands haven't really shown up over here over the past couple of years for obvious reasons, but they're back and back with a bang. A huge participation from China, over 150 exhibitors, because restrictions have eased and everyone seems to be keen to come and explore the European markets as well. So much happening on the geopolitical front, and that's why we see increased involvement over here. 80,000 attendees, 2,000 exhibitors here at Mobile World Congress Barcelona 2023. Tech Today is going to be here on day 1, day 2, day 3. We're going to be exploring exactly what's happening at the most influential tech event of the year, so stay tuned.
Hello and welcome. You with us here in Business Today. I'm Abha Bakaya. Here are the day's top stories. Economic growth slows down to 4.4% in the October to December quarter amid high inflation and weak demand. Manufacturing sector contracts by more than 1%. The government maintains a 7% growth estimate for the current fiscal. 8th straight day of fall on the Lal Street. Energy and pharma shares dragged the Sensex down 326 points below 59,000. Nifty down 89 points. Adani Group stock rebound today after reports of debt prepayment next month and a favorable relook into the group companies by MSCI. Adani Enterprises closes up nearly 20% from the day's low. Microsoft founder Bill Gates visits the RBI in Mumbai, meets Governor Shaktikanta Das. The two hold wide-ranging discussions on financial inclusion, payment systems, microfinance and digital lending. From rollable tech to the world's first 3D tablets, we get you all the action from day 2 of the Mobile World Congress in Barcelona, Spain. The economy has slowed down sharply in the third quarter of the current fiscal. According to figures released by the government this evening, GDP growth rate slowed to 4.4% in the October to December quarter. This is in sharp contrast to 6.3% in the previous quarter and 13.5% in the April to June quarter. The sharp slowdown comes on the back of the manufacturing sector, which contracted by 1.1% during the period. The industry managed to register an improvement over last year, but the services sector also slowed down. The crucial agriculture sector grew 3.7%. The government has kept its growth estimate for this financial year unchanged at 7%, while revising the last year's growth to 9.1%. Business Today TV Managing Editor Siddharth Zarabi spoke to Shogata Bhattacharya of Axis Bank and Madan Sabnavis of Bank of Baroda on the latest numbers. Here's an excerpt.
On that, Shogato, to you first, 4.4% in the third quarter.
Slightly lower than what we had expected, 4.6, but that's okay because given the levels of uncertainty, it'll be the internals that will matter most. That's the GDP number. What the GVA number would be, whether it's 4.3 or 4.4 or whatever, which will be the key indicator for this. And on the other side, we are talking about the demand, the supply side, agriculture, industry, services. Where the number slowdown is coming in from the demand side, personal consumption, private consumption, government consumption, investment, etc., will be a key thing to watch out for.
Madan?
You see the impression, I've just looked at the numbers. It looks like that the GVA increase has been something like 6.6%. So we are talking of a slightly more impressive growth rate than what we had expected. And I think the service sector has delivered very well. So I think this growth number seems to be more in lines with what the RBI has projected. So to that extent, I think it's not really off track. And we, of course, had a number of around 4.6% for the third quarter. So this would be slightly lower than what we had projected. But as I mentioned earlier, I think this number does say that we're very well on track of getting this number of 6.8% for the entire year.
All right, and we have some more details that are coming in at this stage. The full year growth number seems to have been retained, and the versus number that we are seeing on the screen for the comparable quarter should be 5.4%, and the latest number is 4.4%. The whole year growth that is being spoken about, and I'll request my producers to bring that up, that estimate remains unchanged at 7%. Shogato, why would that be the case for a full year estimate to be maintained at 7%?
So again, we had actually expected a slight uptick to 7.1% given the numbers. Because remember, these numbers are based on extrapolations of trends in the past. We still don't have the full year numbers. Q4 numbers are largely unavailable. So we were expecting a slight uptick in this to 7 point from the earlier 7%, the first advance estimates, now to 7.1% in the second advance estimates, based on the leading indicators that we track. There was a small jump in the agriculture numbers, in the mining numbers, in the electricity numbers, etc. So we had expected a slight jump, but overall, this is completely on track. Particularly given the slightly lower number, the 4.4% in Q3. So this is probably on expected lines.
Okay, Madan, as we get more details about the numbers, and we are trying to bring that up. You very clearly, just to recap for our viewers at this stage, third quarter growth at 4.4%. below most of the estimates that we were seeing. The full year estimate being retained at 7%, and as we get more details on the numbers as we put them up, agriculture growth at 3.7% versus 2.3% in the same period a year ago. More of those details are coming in. Madan, given this, coming back to you again, your thoughts about what's happening as far as agriculture is concerned?
Yeah, I think the agriculture number for the third quarter at 3.7% is more a reflection of the Kharif crop. It does not tell us about what is going to be the fate of the Rabi crop. So I think this is pertinent today because we are talking of extreme heat conditions which have developed, especially in the northern part of the country. And that's something which has the potential to affect the wheat crop. So I think there could be some kind of a negative surprise out there. So while the overall growth which the NSO is talking of is 7% for the year, we would still stick to the number of 6.8% for the entire year. And I think the difference would probably be accounted partly by the agricultural production, which could turn out to be lower. But I think when I look at these numbers, Siddharth, I think most of the sectors seem to be doing very much on expected lines. But I see a negative growth when it comes to manufacturing, the value added in manufacturing. So I think that is something which would, again, I would say if it was expected, the number would be on the lower side because of the fact that a large part of this is based on corporate results. And the corporate results for the third quarter did show that profits had actually come down. If you remove the BFSI and the IT sectors, if you remove the service sector, we actually were looking at profits coming down. And I think that's something which is getting reflected in terms of manufacturing output going down. Otherwise, I think the other sectors, especially the service sector, has been showing a lot of buoyancy. And I think the pent-up demand, which was reflected even in the PMI numbers all through, is finally also getting reflected in terms of the value addition numbers, which we see in front of us for the third quarter.
Some more numbers that I have now, viewers, and I'll just take all of you through those. Please bear with me. India, October, December, the third quarter, mining sector growth has come in at 3.7% versus 5.4% a year ago. The construction sector growth is at 8.4% versus 0.2% same period last year. The October-December GVA number growth 4.6 versus 4.7% a year ago. Manufacturing, which was just being spoken about, has degrown, is at minus 1.1% versus 1.3% the year ago. Farm sector growth at 3.7% versus 2.3% a year ago. The FY22 GDP growth estimate has been revised to 9.1%. That is the revision that has happened for FY22, as you all know. The second advance estimate for FY23 and the first, second and third revised estimates for 3 financial years have also come in. FY23 GDP growth is unchanged at 7, and the details really, Shogoto, I'm coming to you. Please share with our viewers, what do you make of the sectoral numbers that we have just read out?
So, the first remarkable thing is the revision in the FY22 growth number that you mentioned, 9%. So that's probably one of the reasons why the 7% instead of the 7.1% that we were talking about has actually come about, because the base effect is now higher, base effect of the previous year's growth, number one. Second, in terms of manufacturing, that we had a fairly good idea because a large part of that also comes in from the IIP, where we know that there has been a significant amount of weakness in the third quarter. The IIP numbers are actually also negative. So I mean, so that is something which is expected. Overall, industry, which is a combination of manufacturing, electricity, and mining, the two together, and the mining numbers that you have just said. It was 3.7 is very strong. In electricity numbers too are relatively strong. So overall industry level growth will probably be around 2.2%. One of the reasons for the drop in the manufacturing segment is the fall in commodities prices.
The Reserve Bank of India should keep growth numbers in its sight when raising interest rates to battle inflation. According to Monetary Policy Committee external member Jayant Verma, the central bank's pursuit of its target of 4% inflation should factor in the additional mandate of supporting growth. As per the framework followed by the RBI and MPC, the stated aim of monetary policy is primarily to maintain price stability while keeping in mind the objective of growth. It prescribes an inflation target of 4% within a band of plus or minus 2%. The RBI has hiked repo rate by 250 basis points in the last 6 policies, and Verma feels that risks to growth now outweigh those on the inflation front. He was one of the 2 members who dissented against the 6-member committee's resolution to raise policy rates by 25 basis points earlier this month. Equity benchmarks traded lower again today, extending their losing run for the 8th straight session. The indices were dragged by energy, pharma, technology and metal stocks. Interest rate hike fears, sustained foreign selling and GDP data for the December quarter all kept investors cautious. The 30-share BSE Sensex fell 326 points to settle at 58,962, while the broader NSE Nifty moved 89 points down to close at 17,304. Among the top gainers, Adani Enterprises up about 14%, Adani Ports, Asian Paints, Britannia and M&M. Meanwhile, among the top laggards today, Cipla, Hindalco, Dr. Reddy's, ONGC and Reliance. Adani Group shares rebounded after reports that the group is prepaying some of its debt next month. Adani Enterprises was up more than 14%, adding 19,000 crores to its market cap. 4 other group companies hit the upper circuit of 5% in trade. Just 2 of the Adani pack were in the red. The rebound follows reports that the group plans to prepay share-backed loans worth $790 million by the end of March this year. This plan comes as the conglomerate seeks to polish its credit profile after the damning report by Hindenburg Research that eroded its fortunes. There seems to be no respite for Life Insurance Corporation of India and for its investors, with the insurance major slipping out of the top 10 list of the most valued companies in India. As my colleague Sakshi Batra explains, exposure to the Adani Group companies continues to bruise LIC, whose shares slipped to an all-time low of 566 rupees yesterday.
Well, that's right, Abha. LIC is out of the top 10 listed stocks on the Nifty by market capitalization, and this is because the shares of Life Insurance Corporation are hovering near its record low levels of 566, which it had hit yesterday. That's February 27th of 2023. Remember that LIC stock is now down 20% from January 24th levels from the time the Hindenburg Research report on the Adani Group was actually released. Remember that even though Adani Group stocks account for less than 1% of LIC's equity portfolio, the market has really severely battered the LIC stock amid the carnage that we have witnessed on the Adani Group stocks over the last 1 month. Now, as on January 31st, LIC's equity and debt holding in the Adani scrip stood at a little less than 36,000 crores. The value of its equity purchase was 30,127 crores. Remember that after a precipitous fall of the Adani shares, the value of its holdings has slipped below the cost of acquisition, and that has stoked a lot of concerns as well. LIC's market capitalization ranking has also now slipped to 12 from 6, which was at the time of the listing of LIC shares. Remember that the state-owned insurer's market value is now down to 3.65 lakh crore rupees as well. And with this, it stands at the 12th position in terms of market capitalization of the Nifty stocks, falling behind Reliance Industries, TCS, HDFC Twins, Infosys, ICICI Bank, HUL, ITC, even SBI, Bharti Airtel and Bajaj Finance also now. Shares of LIC, which were listed on the bourses on May 17th last year, are now trailing by about 40% against its own issue price of 949 rupees per equity share. Investors are now worried about the impact of LIC's business due to the negative sentiment created by the exposure to the Adani Group. Besides, there is a constant overhang of the misuse of LIC as a white knight for the government disinvestment as well. Earlier in the day, I also spoke to market expert Nipun Mehta to find out
What should be investor strategy on LIC now? Should one really look at adding or averaging the LIC shares at these record low levels or the near record low levels, or will the stock continue to give lackluster performance on the street? Listen in.
I think these are issues that come about largely when particular stock prices fall significantly. It's important to understand that all this is investing in equities. When the stock prices of any of these, forget the Adani Group stocks, but any of the other stock prices which were going up, nobody was complaining. Then why complain when the stock prices are going down? I mean, there was a time when a stock like ITC had gone into double figures, and LIC still had a significantly large quantum of ITC as well. Nobody was talking about. So I think investors need to understand that this is equity as an asset class. You will see ups and downs. Maybe to a small extent there was, to a very limited extent, I would think there was some concentration. 1% is not really, I mean, you can't even term it as concentration of holdings. But I think one needs to understand and appreciate that there's a mix of investments that are there as far as entity organization like LIC is concerned. There's a fair amount of debt. There's equity that is there, and within equities there have been ups and downs. And this kind of an upheaval might as well result in maybe an extent of cleaning up of the portfolio or whatever extent. But I think this is something which investors probably need to take in their stride, and maybe this is something which is showing up as an opportunity to get into companies like these, stocks like these.
Let's take a very quick break. When we come back, we bring you all the latest from the Mobile World Congress in Barcelona.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome back. It was day 2 at the Mobile World Congress 2023 in Barcelona. The biggest tech festival of the year is where most tech companies come up with their big launch and announcements. Until now, we've seen a couple of flagship phones like Xiaomi 13 Pro, Motorola's Riser being launched today. OnePlus announced its first foldable phone as well. Joining us is Ayush Alawadi with more details from day 2.
From concepts to humanoid robots, cyber dogs, electric scooters, and of course, smartphone launches, which were closer to reality. It's been an action-packed day 2 at MWC. Let me try to round it all up for you. Of course, there's been smartphone launches. Realme with the GT3, a 240-watt fast-charging smartphone. Yes, it's the world's first 240-watt fast-charging smartphone. But what does that really mean for battery health? We will test that claim on Tech Today. OnePlus has a concept phone, which everyone's been talking talking about, but I'm not quite sure it's a game changer. It borders more on the gimmick category. I'll tell you why, because there's an LED backlight behind the phone, and whenever there's a liquid cooling mechanism which really does cool the phone, in their tests and their claims are up to 2 degrees Celsius, then that would help you in gaming and performance. But I'm not sure that concept will really make it to reality. Oppo had a huge booth here at the Mobile World Congress as well, but most of those products at that booth we've seen already, especially on Tech Today. You got an exclusive launch last week from London when we had the Oppo Find N2 Flip, which is now launching in India, pricing to be revealed soon. But this is just smartphone launches. There's so much more happening here at MWC. I really think in terms of being game-changing tech, we have from ZTE and Nubia a 3D pack. Takes any sort of content from 2D, converts it to 3D, uses this light field technology. When you're actually standing in front of it, it has 2 cameras using artificial intelligence, yes, the keyword of MWC AI, which then converts that content to 3D. It's an optical trick, but honestly, it is a sight to watch. If you actually consume that content, it could be a game changer, and that will be available globally, although it is going to be a China product which will be sold to international markets very soon, come April. That's not all. At the Lenovo Motorola booth, it looks like Motorola is all set to make a comeback very soon. When you're talking about concepts which could actually be a game changer, it was Motorola's rollable phone, the Motorola Riser. I'm going to play that out for you to see exactly what the Motorola Riser is all about.
Tata Motors has launched its first registered vehicle scrapping facility in Jaipur, known as Rewire, which means recycle with respect, re.y.re. The facility has a capacity to dismantle 15,000 vehicles per year. It's developed and operated by Tata Motors' partner Ganganagar Vahan Udyog, and they're going to be scrapping end-of-life passenger and commercial vehicles of all brands. The company plans to open more vehicle scrapping facilities across India.
India imports around 8 million tons of scrap steel annually. A typical scrapping center of 25,000 annual capacity can generate about 70,000 tons of scrap steel annually. About 50 to 60 scrapping centers can significantly bring down the demand for imported scrap steel, making India self-reliant. I am always insisting for use of alternative to steel in construction works. The energy cost and environmental regulations are also driving a move to increase use of scrap. Further, the vehicle scrapping policy will promote the establishment of organized setup for the scrapping and dismantling of vehicle and thereby generating employment. India has potential to become a scrapping hub of the entire South Asia region. We can import large numbers of old vehicles.
Wipro has announced a major reorganization to cope up with the rapidly changing macroeconomic climate. The IT major will reorganize its management and business units into 4 major categories with a global head assigned to each unit. The 4 new units will concentrate on enterprise, cloud, consultancy and engineering technology.
This evolution of our business lines will allow us to sharpen our focus on clients, simplify how we orchestrate internally and across our ecosystem, accelerate our speed to market. Streamline decision-making allows us to channel investments more effectively and more efficiently, and offer bigger and more exciting roles and talents development opportunities for our people. This new model is designed to take our growth to the next phase and advance our position as the trusted strategic partner to our clients. These are bold bets, the right bets for the future of our business.
Vedanta share price fell for the 8th straight day, falling 6.7% today. This comes on the back of news that the government is upset about the company's proposal to sell its international zinc assets. Highly placed sources have told Business Today TV that the government feels the sale will hinder and distort its plan to dispose its residual stake in Hindustan Zinc. The government still holds 29.54% stake in Hindustan Zinc, which it had divested to Vedanta in 2002. For more on this, we're joined by Business Today TV's Karishma Sudani.
Well, the government is actually upset with the company Vedanta for proposing and deciding in order to sell the international zinc assets, because it puts a spanner on the residual stake sale process of the government that in fact DIPAM has been leading and was counting on in order to complete its disinvestment target for the current and the next year. What happens next is, as you see, Centre has already opposed. Ministry of Mining, which also had an internal discussion with Finance Ministry officials, including DIPAM officials, has opposed this decision. Going ahead, Vedanta in its shareholder meeting, which is likely to be in 3 months from now, will raise this issue, and the Centre, which has 3 directors appointed as the minority shareholders on its board, will oppose this decision. If the company decides to go ahead with it, Centre believes that they'd like to take a legal route because this is clearly trying and stopping the whole disinvestment process, because government has been looking to sell 29% of its residual stake. They of course are looking to sell 5% of it in the initial first phase, followed by the rest. Centre also believes that this could be an issue. There could be an issue of valuation that Vedanta is probably not taking into account, and since this is a related party transaction, it needs to be transparent.
All right, Karishma, thanks for bringing us all those details. That's all the time we have on the show tonight. Thank you so much for watching.
So I think in general there is obviously much more digital advertising happening, and the platforms are becoming more active and influencers are becoming more active, because we do feel that this is going to shape advertising in the future in a very, very big way. So more than I would say, has it gone up or down, because the guidelines are very recent. I think what we can say is that just at an anecdotal basis, we are seeing a lot more influencers who are compliant. We are seeing the hashtags being used. We are seeing the paid partnership tags being used. So I think that's a great step, and we are definitely seeing more platforms also bringing in disclosure labels so that there is a native way to kind of disclose your material connection. So I think influencers are taking this whole thing, I feel, in a really good way, in a very positive way, and using disclosure, not with any kind of pressure, but I think as a voluntary choice that they are making, and I think that is really, really great news.
Absolutely. Like you said, there's been a rise in digital ads. Digital influencing marketing is the newest thing on the block. Where do you think this will go? Will it take over the revenue, the ad spends that we saw for TV ads? Will digital advertising be the biggest advertising field in ad?
If you see the growth that it has, I mean, it's already kind of inching towards television growth. So television still remains the largest, but digital is now a close second. And the rate of growth of digital is definitely higher. So I think, I think all media will continue to grow. So it's not as if, that you will actually see a decline in any particular medium. But yes, I think just in terms of percentage split, I feel that digital is likely to take over television in the next few years.
You are watching India Today.
Hello, you're watching India Today and I'm Aishwarya Paliwal. Let's start the show with the headlines. Manish Sisodia and Jain quit as Delhi ministers. His 18 portfolios will be distributed amongst Kailash Gehlot and Rajkumar Anand. No Supreme Court relief for Sisodia in plea against CBI. Top court tells him to approach the High Court. Meanwhile, Deputy Chief Minister has been grilled for allegedly 100 crore kickback via aide Vijay Nair. The GDP slows for third straight quarter at 4.4% amid high inflation and waning consumer demand.
Uttar Pradesh cops probe gangster turned Neta Atiq Ahmed. Another Umesh Pal murder conspirator is pictured with Akhilesh Yadav. Samajwadi Party says he's a BJP worker. News that's just coming in. A big order has come from the Supreme Court on the protection for the Ambani family. The Supreme Court has ordered that the Ambani family should be given Z+ security throughout the country. The expense of the security will be borne by the Ambani family. Supreme Court says protection is not just restricted to the state of Maharashtra. My colleague Nalini Sharma is now joining me on the story. Nalini, this is a big order which is coming from the Supreme Court, very clearly saying that it's not just in the state of Maharashtra that the family will be given protection. Throughout the country, they'll be given protection. They'll also be given protection, once they, whenever they go out. And also, this will be Z+ protection that will be given to the family.
Yes, Aishwarya. In fact, if you remember, there were multiple PILs that were filed that were in fact seeking that the security, the Z+ security that has been granted to the Ambani family should in fact be revoked because they were private citizens. And after that, the Supreme Court had asked for the threat perception regarding the Ambani family from the MHA, a report on that. And in accordance with that, the Supreme Court's now passed this order, and they've said that the reason they are passing this order is so that all of the pending petitions across high courts in the country, they are put to closure immediately. And what they've said is that there is threat perception that has been assessed by the Mumbai police as well as the MHA. And keeping that in mind, the Ambani family should be granted Z+ protection, not just restricted to the state of Maharashtra, but throughout the country, because what they've said in their petition and during their submissions before the Supreme Court is that their network and their philanthropic activities reach every remote corner of the country, and there is also a threat perception when they're traveling abroad. In fact, what the Ambani family has told the Supreme Court is that they are at the risk of being targeted so that the country can be financially destabilized. So keeping that in mind, the Supreme Court's now asked the MHA to ensure that protection, Z+ protection is granted to all of the members of the Ambani family, and they are the ones who will bear the cost for this protection, whether it's in the country or when they're traveling abroad.
Thank you, Nalini, for joining me with all those details on this story. A very big jolt to the Arvind Kejriwal government after two of his top ministers, Manish Sisodia and Setback, tendered their resignation. Now, these resignations are coming amid the storm over the CBI arresting Manish Sisodia as part of their investigation in the alleged Lekagate scam. The opposition, however, has rallied around Manish Sisodia. The opposition is now claiming that this is vendetta by the Narendra Modi government. Watch this report.
A big shake-up in the Delhi government. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal drops Manish Sisodia and Setback Jain from his ministry.
अब मनीष जी को भी इस तरीके के फर्जी मामले में फंसाया गया है और दिल्ली के बहुत सारे काम जो हैं इसकी वजह से रुक सकते हैं। बजट है, G20 है, अन्य सरकार की प्राथमिकताएं हैं। तो ये फैसला किया गया है कि जो है इन लोगों ने अपना इस्तीफा टेंडर किया, मुख्यमंत्री जी ने उसको लिया है और जो है आगे की जो है ताकि काम जो है जल्दी हो।
The resignations of Sisodia and Jain came just an hour after the Deputy CM's attempt to get relief from the Supreme Court failed. A two-judge bench headed by CJI D.Y. Chandrachud refused to interfere with the CBI's arrest, saying it would set the wrong precedent. The court said there are enough remedies at Sisodia's disposal. The bench suggested he approach the High Court. With Sisodia staying in CBI custody, AAP has come out guns blazing at the BJP, claiming targeted attacks on the opposition by the Modi government. With the political showdown peaking, the BJP has come out with a new term for AAP, cut, commission, corruption.
मुझे लगता था कि कट और कमीशन एक ही पार्टी की विरासत है, हाँ? लेकिन आज तो कहना पड़ेगा कि 3C केजरीवाल जी की पार्टी के लिए भी बोलना पड़ेगा, कट, कमीशन, करप्शन।
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की सरकार का नाम हो रहा है। अरविंद केजरीवाल की लोकप्रियता और आम आदमी पार्टी की लोकप्रियता देश के दूसरे हिस्सों में बढ़ रही। परेशानी ये है, यह मुकदमा पूरी तरीके से राजनीति के। आप बताइए, अगर मनीष सिसोदिया ने कोई घोटाला या घपला किया है जो बीजेपी वाले कहते हैं 10,000 करोड़ की रिश्वत खा ली।
Opposition parties have rallied behind AAP with political leaders across the country hitting out at the Narendra Modi government.
केस में देखिए दम है ही नहीं, ये हम भी जान रहे हैं, ये जांच एजेंसियां भी जान रही हैं। अब कोर्ट को निर्णय करना है।
Kejriwal ji has already said the other day when he had come out to Matushri that people who are scared of people who are actually being targeted are those who are coming ahead speaking the truth very often. However, you can see a common pattern that the opposition parties are being harrowed and harassed constantly by the government agencies.
The Congress, which initially kept mum, broke its silence on Monday. Party leader Jairam Ramesh tweeted that agencies like the CBI, ED and Income Tax Department have become arms of the BJP.
बेरोजगारी है, तनाव और हिंसा का माहौल है, आप देख रहे हो क्या हो रहा है। ईडी, इनकम टैक्स, सीबीआई का आतंक है, जुडिशरी दबाव में है, इलेक्शन कमीशन दबाव में है।
The Liquor Gate probe has put a cloud on AAP. Can Arvind Kejriwal's party, formed on the plank of anti-corruption crusade, weather the storm? Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, the CBI at the moment is also investigating Manish Sisodia's links with the South cartel. Now, sources have told India Today that a quid pro quo deal was struck with KCR's daughter and an Andhra Pradesh MP and his son. Now, to understand exactly what is the Manish Sisodia and the South cartel money trail, watch this report.
After Manish Sisodia, is Kalvakuntla Kavita Rao next? With Sisodia's arrest, the BJP is now predicting that another big political gun will be arrested next by agencies in the Delhi Liquor Gate. And that is BRC MLC, Telangana Chief Minister KCR's daughter, K. Kavita. With months to go for elections in Telangana, BJP is going all out to gun for Kavita's arrest.
अभिषेक बोनीपल्लू और बच्ची बाबू गोरंटा के खिलाफ, जो कि के कविता के चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट बताए जाते हैं, उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई अगर होगी और जो तार अगर जुड़े पाएंगे तो चाहे कितना भी बड़ा आदमी क्यों ना हो, अगर आप विपक्ष के मुख्यमंत्री हैं तो आपका परिवार करप्शन करे और बच्चा रहेगा, ऐसा इस निजाम में नहीं चल सकता।
But the BRS is also fighting back with all its might. Kavita's brother KT Rama Rao lashed out at the Modi government, accusing the centre of misusing agencies. A veiled message of support, perhaps.
తెలంగాణకు పట్టిన శని, తెలంగాణకు పట్టిన దరిద్రం ఏదన్నా ఉన్నదా అంటే ఈ భారతీయ జనతా పార్టీ అని చెప్పక తప్పదు. ఎక్కువ మాట్లాడినాం అనుకో, ఇప్పుడు నేను ఇట్లా మాట్లాడినా కదా, పంపినరా వెంటనే ఈడీని పంపినరి, సిబిఐని పంపినరి, ఐటీని పంపినరి, ఈయన సంగతి చూడుండ్రి. వేట కుక్కల్లాగా ఆయన కింద ఉన్న సంస్థలను ఉసిగొల్పి ఇవాళ ప్రతిపక్షాల మీద దాడి చేయండి, కేసులు పెట్టండి, వాళ్ళని ఇరికియండి, జైల్లో పెట్టండి అనే ఒక దిక్కుమాలిన పని తప్ప ఇంకో మంచి పని అయితే చేస్తలేడు ప్రధానమంత్రి.
देखिए, 2 घंटे के लिए अगर सीबीआई ईडी किसी के पास भी आती है तो देश का बादशाह बन जाएगा आज के ज़माने में, लेकिन लोकतंत्र नहीं है, सिर्फ विरोधी है अपने, इसीलिए उनको सताया जा रहा है, जेल में डाला जा रहा है। मैंने कल भी कहा कि आपके पार्टी में सिर्फ संत महात्मा और साधु बैठे हैं क्या, कि 10 दिन हिमालय और केदारनाथ से अप डाउन करते हैं मंत्रालय में, उनको नहीं हाथ लगाने की हिम्मत आप।
But why is the Telangana leader's name being dragged into a Delhi excise policy case? The allegations stem from accused turned approver Dinesh Arora, who named K. Kavita. She's been named in the ED charge sheet as well, which claimed that the BRS MLC was contacted by the accused, changed multiple phones and then destroyed these phones to get rid of evidence. But Kavita has dismissed all these allegations, calling it nothing but a witch hunt against her. Her former CA, Buchibabu Gorantla, has also been arrested by agencies in the case, spelling more trouble for her. KCR's daughter isn't the only one. YSR Congress Party MP Magunta Srinivasulu Reddy, his son Raghav Magunta and businessman Sharath Reddy are also accused and collectively have been called the South Group by the ED. From Delhi to Telangana to Andhra, the investigation into the Delhi excise policy has opened a political can of worms across the country. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, there has been a very big twist in the probe of the daylight murder that took place of Umesh Pal in Prayagraj in Uttar Pradesh. Now, the Uttar Pradesh police has uncovered the role of gangster turned politician Atiq Ahmed in this murder. Watch this report.
A key witness in a murder case is gunned down. The daylight murder of Umesh Pal outside his home in Prayagraj last week has shaken up Uttar Pradesh. The police investigation is pointing fingers to former SP MLA Atiq Ahmed. The gangster turned politician allegedly facilitated two conspirators to meet his brother Ashraf at the Bareilly jail to plan the murder. Police sources claim this was revealed and accused Sadakat Khan, another key conspirator in the case. Sadakat has allegedly confessed to meeting the shooters at the Muslim hostel in Prayagraj where he was living.
इलाहाबाद विश्वविद्यालय का जो मुस्लिम हॉस्टल है कमरा नंबर 36 यही है। इसी कमरा नंबर 36 में सदाकत खान रहा करता था और पूरी हत्या की साजिश इसी कमरे में की गई, ये आरोप यहाँ पर है।
Meanwhile, photos of Sadakat Khan alongside SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav has surfaced on social media causing a political uproar.
जब मुख्यमंत्री जी ने कहा कि मिट्टी में मिला देंगे तो अखिलेश जी को बड़ी तकलीफ हुई थी, आप सबने देखा होगा। बोलते हैं ये क्या किस प्रकार की भाषा है? अरे माफियाओं को, क्रिमिनल को कहाँ लेके जाएंगे हम लोग? उनको तो मिट्टी में मिलाना होता है ना, तो मिट्टी में तो मिला रहे हैं, तो आपत्ति किस बात की? मगर अखिलेश जी अब आप जवाब दीजिए, कितने क्रिमिनल्स को आपने संरक्षण दिया, आपकी पार्टी ने संरक्षण दिया?
The Samajwadi Party has denied Sadakat is their member.
तस्वीर किसी के साथ भी हो सकती है। कल जब हम लोग खाना खा रहे थे तो हमारी तस्वीर मुख्यमंत्री जी के साथ थी, और अगर मुख्यमंत्री जी ने अपने केस वापस न लिए होते तो सोचो आप क्या चला रहे होते। तो आज ये सोशल मीडिया का जमाना है, कोई भी आता है फोटो खिंचवाता है।
The Samajwadi Party also posted a photo of Sadakat Khan with a BJP MLA's husband, claiming the murder was a conspiracy by the Saffron Party to spark communal violence. The police on Monday shot down another accused, Arbas, who had a bounty of 50,000 rupees. The encounter comes just days after the Uttar Pradesh CM vowed to wipe out mafia from the state.
माफिया कोई भी हो, सरकार की जीरो टॉलरेंस की नीति है और उन माफियाओं के खिलाफ मिट्टी में मिलाने का काम उनको हमारी सरकार करेगी, पूरी मजबूती के साथ उनसे निपटने का कार्य करेगी। लेकिन चोरी और सीना चोरी दोनों नहीं चल सकता।
The police are still on the hunt for the main shooters who killed Umesh Pal. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, in a bizarre incident, United States of Kailasa, the country which was constituted by controversial godman and raped accused Nityanand, recently took part in a United Nations meeting in Geneva, where a representative claimed Nityanand is being persecuted by India. Now, this is a mockery of the diplomatic proceedings. Take a look at this report.
These are the representatives of rape-accused Nityanand's country, the United States of Kailasa. That's right, his cult island nation is called the United States of Kailasa, and all this while it's never been recognized as a legal nation. Until now. This woman seen here is Ma Vijayapriya Nityananda, who represented Nityananda's nation at the UN meeting. Wearing saffron and gold jewelry, complete with a mang tikka and her hair dreadlocked, much like Nityananda, this woman has repeatedly spoken on behalf of Nityananda at global platforms. More pictures show these cultists posing with Fiji Islands representatives and then with Cameroon diplomats in Geneva, pushing their propaganda material with books and handouts. Rape-accused Nityananda, who fled India, also tweeted his praise for the representatives at the UN, all of this sparking questions on whether the UN has actually recognized a country that so far many believed was nothing but a figment of imagination. Soon after their UN showing, Ma Vijayapriya Nityananda also posted this video, reiterating the need to protect Nityananda, who she called, believe it or not, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa have gone through intense persecution and human rights violation for reviving the indigenous traditions and lifestyle of Hinduism. And he was even banned from preaching and exiled from his birth country.
It didn't stop there. The woman on your screens then went on to extol Nityananda for his contribution to Hinduism, calling Kailasa a place of refuge for Hindus, and apparently has established embassies and NGOs in 150 countries.
Kailasa is the first sovereign state for Hindus, which is established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nityananda Paramashivam, and who is reviving the enlightened Hindu civilization and its 10,000 indigenous traditions of Hinduism, including the Adi Shaivite indigenous agricultural tribes, for which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the leader as well.
As bizarre as all of this sounds, there's a serious question that must be answered. How is it that a man accused of rape and child abuse, who supposedly established a nation of his own, filled with cultists, being given a platform by the United Nations? Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, a Sydney University professor and American sociologist Salvatore Babones has exposed the major shortcomings in Sweden's Varieties of Democracies rating. Professor Babones, in a paper which has been exclusively accessed by India Today, has not only decimated the latest VDEM ratings of 2022, but has also questioned the methodology that has been adopted by the VDEM Institute. Watch this report.
Varieties of Democracies rankings are flawed, asserts a Sydney University professor after a detailed analysis of the VDEM 2022 report that claimed India had fallen to the 100th position as a democracy. Professor Salvatore Babones insists that there are very serious methodology flaws that lead to mischaracterization of democracies in this report.
Is what democracy really should be all about. Now, this report's being released March 1st as a launch report for the Indian Century Roundtable think tank. I hope you'll read it and take a look at it. It is a much more technical, statistical, methodological investigation of the most important of the three rankings, the VDEM rankings. It's not all based on an analysis of the text involved in describing the rankings. It is an analysis of the rankings themselves and of the statistical methodology behind it.
The American sociologist working at the Sydney University carried out a detailed analysis of the Varieties of Democracies Report 2022 brought out by the VDEM Institute in Sweden. The professor has faulted the report both on its objective and subjective sub-indices.
The result of these methodological quirks, almost all of the analytical power, the discretionary power in the VDEM rankings, comes from two completely subjective sub-indices, that is, from the freedom of association and freedom of expression sub-indices. Here, there's a lot more room for interpretation. It seems to me highly unlikely that we can take these subjective measures at face value. The result of all of this is that India, in effect, gets no credit for having an objective democracy, that is, a place where people can vote in genuine elections.
The VDEM Electoral Democracy Index, published in March by Sweden's Varieties of Democracies Institute in its 2022 report, based on the data of 2021, saw India fall to the 100th position as against the 65th position in 2014. But Professor Babones argues that the report suffers from serious flaws, giving a perfect score on the sub-index of elected officials to countries like Libya, Cuba, Belarus, Russia, Syria, and Vietnam. Among the 174 countries given a perfect score for universal suffrage, China, Hong Kong, Iran, North Korea, Myanmar, Palestine, and Venezuela score higher than genuine democracies. Professor Babones says the methodology in these ratings is so flawed that according to these rankings, India's electoral system between 2019 and 21 was less free and fair compared to the height of emergency in 1976, when elections were suspended and more than 100,000 political opponents were imprisoned without trial. VDEM ratings are unable to differentiate between real and sham democracies, he insists.
The VDEM rankings, it turns out, have very serious methodological flaws that lead it to mischaracterize not only Indian democracy, but many democracies around the world. The VDEM rankings include 5 sub-indices of electoral democracy that don't really differentiate in many cases between sham democracies or even complete non-democracies like China, North Korea, and Cuba, and genuine democracies like India.
The study has also questioned the subjective aspect of the ratings, where India is ranked 119th in the freedom of expression, thereby indicating censorship in India like in Iran. Bureau Report, India Today.
It is time now for us to slip into a very quick break. More news coming up on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
India Today Conclave 2023, March 17th and 18th, New Delhi. Listen to Janvi Kapoor, Malaika Arora, Anita Sengupta, Abha Adams, Hajar Chena Ramani, Dr. Ruha Shadab. The India Moment.
Many who understand sustainability understand slow fashion is the way to go. So what's the problem? Slow fashion can be more expensive, and more often than not is expensive compared to fast fashion. But there is a solution. Reuse, repurpose. Alternatively, go for something called as a closet detox. You can sell a big label on a pre-loved fashion platform to make the planet a better one, so that all of that does not go into the landfill. What's more, you can even buy pre-loved clothing. Celebrities have now caught on to the pre-loved trend. Recently, Alia Bhatt, Deepika Padukone, Katrina Kaif and Anushka Sharma indulge in a closet detox, setting off a pre-loved revolution in India. While you give your closet a second life, remember you are also giving your planet another life. And with that, don't forget to reuse, repurpose, or alternatively, join the pre-loved revolution in India. In New Delhi with Vaishnavi Kaharwar, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
Watching India Today.
Now, India has largely been unfazed in the Border Gavaskar series so far. The men in blue have already retained the trophy, and they will now take on the Aussies in the third test in Indore. The visitors are likely to make 2 changes, with Cameron Green and Mitchell Starc likely to come in for Pat Cummins and David Warner. Besides that, there will also be a change in the leadership, as Steve Smith will lead the side in absence of Cummins. As for Rohit Sharma's men, Indore presents an opportunity to take 3-0 lead in the series. While India looks settled in most of the departments, questions are looming large over the inclusion of KL Rahul, who at the moment has been stripped of his leadership role.
We talk about players going through a tough time. Anyone with potential will be given enough time to prove themselves, and being vice captain or being not vice captain doesn't actually tell you anything. At that point in time when he was the vice captain, he was probably the senior most, and his removal of vice captaincy doesn't indicate anything. As far as Gill and KL both are concerned, I mean, that is how they train, that is how they practice before any game.
A win in Indore seals India's place in the World Test Championship final, and the host will now aim for another clinical performance.
Throughout the series so far, India have always had their noses ahead of the Australians. Barring a few concerns like the lack of runs from the top order, India have had more positives. Another such positive awaits them here in Indore, as a victory will not only secure a series win for them, but will also ensure them of a place in the final of the World Test Championship. This is Rahul Rawat in Indore for India Today.
Now, Jasprit Bumrah will continue to stay away from competitive cricket, with reports suggesting that he could miss this year's edition of the IPL. According to reports, Bumrah has still not recovered from his back injury, and the BCCI is treating his case on an urgent basis. The extent of Bumrah's injury is such that the option of a surgery is also being looked at the moment. Given this year's 50-over World Cup, which will be hosted by India, the BCCI is likely to take a decision in this regard very soon. The pace bowler was last seen in the national colours in September last year. That's all the time we have on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today. This is me, Aishwarya Paliwal, signing off.
You are watching India Today.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You're watching In the Club. I'm Nabila Jamal. This is where we get you the best from the world of entertainment. First up, pictures of Desi girl Priyanka Chopra's upcoming spy series Citadel are out, and the action spy thriller show produced by Russo brothers will premiere on the 28th of April. Here's the complete story.
A new beginning. But as a trained operative, there's one thing I've learned that I can't let go.
Priyanka Chopra is back as a spy.
Always be prepared.
Don't move. It's done. After kicking some bad guys in her first American drama thriller series Quantico as Alex Parrish,
I had a feeling it was you. All this time, I knew you were AIC.
I was not. Our very own Desi girl is all set to treat her fans with yet another spy thriller titled Citadel. PC took to social media to share the first glimpse of the key characters from her upcoming venture. She will essay the role of Nadia Sin, an agent who is deceased according to the files. Co-starring Richard Madden, the action-packed sci-fi series will also see a hint of romance between him and Priyanka. Helmed by Avengers fame ace director duo Russo brothers, Citadel is also being adapted in Hindi by Raj and DK and will be headlined by Varun Dhawan and Samantha Ruth Prabhu. It was in December last year when Priyanka announced the wrap of a much-anticipated outing and captioned the post, "It's a wrap on Citadel." Phew, a whole year of doing the most intense work during the most intense time. It could not have been possible without this incredible lot of people. Priyanka has been proving her merit in Hollywood for quite some time now. Rather, she's actually ruling it. She also has a couple of other biggies lined up for release, including Love Again, co-starring Sam Hugan and Celine Dion.
Oh my God! You just get yourself a date the normal way.
She thinks I am interested. But if I tell her, she'll never speak to me again.
I was looking forward to this. I just felt like I knew you or something.
Do you think you could fall in love with someone just through their words?
I think you're very cute.
The more I get to know her, the better I like her.
And what the fans love equally as much as a spy thriller is seeing PC in a romantic drama.
You know, I'm just wearing my dead boyfriend's shirt and texting his old number.
This James C. Strauss directorial is exactly that and is all set to hit theatres on 12th of May.
I miss you so much. There's an aching inside of me.
Do you have a question for me?
Yes, Miss Dion. Do you really believe in all these things you sing?
You obviously know nothing about it.
What?
Love.
Meanwhile, Priyanka was last seen in the widely famous Matrix franchise titled The Matrix Resurrections, portraying the role of Sati in the sci-fi film, alongside Keanu Reeves, Jada Pinkett Smith and Carrie-Anne Moss.
Hello, Neo.
I know you.
I tried to keep my eye on you.
Why?
We met a long time ago.
Back home, Priyanka also has Farhan Akhtar's Jile Zara in her kitty, co-starring Alia Bhatt and Katrina Kaif. And with this interesting lineup of projects, Priyanka Chopra continues to slay both the worlds of showbiz and across genres. From action-packed spy thriller
Blot her tears. It would be weird to give her tissue.
to a romance drama, she surely knows how to switch gears when it comes to acting with perfection.
And dreams. For 3 years, I've called this my home. A new life of peaceful serenity. A tranquil sanctuary full of beauty, love, and the simplest of pleasures.
With Gyanisha Malik, Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
2 years since you passed, and I still can't believe it.
Who is sending me these texts?
Every morning I open my eyes hoping I'll still see you.
When the sun comes up,
maybe we just take it a little slower. Yeah.
So filmmakers in the Indian film industry have often secured the rights to hit films in Tamil, Telugu, Malayalam, only so that they could remake them with a twist. However, the box office performances of Kartik Aaryan's Shehzada and Akshay Kumar and Imran Hashmi starrer's Selfie has really proved that audiences really prefer something different. In fact, their mood has changed certainly, and remakes doesn't seem like the right formula anymore.
Filmmakers in the Indian film industry have often resorted to remaking successful films in the hopes that audiences would flock to a theatre. However, recent releases such as Kartik Aaryan's Shehzada and Akshay Kumar and Imran Hashmi's starrer's Selfie, which are also remakes of Allu Arjun's Ala Vaikunthapuramalu and Prithviraj Sukumaran's starrer Driving License, have turned out to be box office duds. And cinephiles will be hoping that this could bring an end to the remake culture in Bollywood. The box office success of several big-budget films in Bollywood has been on shaky ground, with audiences rejecting remakes of South and Hollywood movies lately, and the Hindi film industry losing its grip on the audience due to the lack of originality. Let's take a look at some disastrous Hindi remakes which tanked.
हम अक्सर सोचते हैं कि हर कहानी के सिर्फ दो ही सिरे होते हैं, अच्छाई या बुराई.
Hrithik Roshan and Saif Ali Khan collaborated with filmmaker duo Pushkar Gayatri for the Bollywood version of the Tamil hit Vikram Vedha. The film, which was made on a massive budget of 175 crore rupees, approximately grossed over 78 crores at the box office. Whereas R. Madhavan and Vijay Sethupathi starrers' lifetime collection was over 58 crore rupees at the box office, but was made on a relatively lower budget.
कुछ लोग विश्वास नहीं करते, पर जिंदगी में चमत्कार होते हैं जी.
Amir Khan and Kareena Kapoor Khan's starrer Lal Singh Chadha crashed out of theatres with a lifetime collection of 58 crores approximately in its domestic run. The film was a remake of Tom Hanks's hit film Forrest Gump.
लिखिया होता है, मैंने नहीं पता कितने लिखिया है सब, किसने लिखिया है और क्यों लिखिया है जो लिखिया है.
जब हमारे पिताजी कैंसर के लास्ट स्टेज पे थे और मेडिकल वाला पैसे के बिना दवाई देने को तैयार नहीं था, हमने हथियार उठा लिया.
The Akshay Kumar and Kriti Sanon starrer, which is the remake of the 2014 Tamil film Jigar Tanda, turned out to be a box office dud and ended up collecting over 72 crores. Reportedly, the film was made on a budget of 180 crore rupees and was panned by critics.
मुझे भाई नहीं, गॉडफादर बोलते हैं.
मुझे 500 रुपए चाहिए विद्या.
वो जितना मांग रहा है उतनी कमाई है नहीं.
मुझे पता है तुम्हारे अकाउंट में.
After Kabir Singh, Shahid Kapoor picked yet another Telugu film for a remake. Shahid Kapoor's sports drama Jersey ended up doing poor business at the box office with a lifetime collection of 19 crore rupees, approximately, despite good reviews. The Telugu version, meanwhile, collected over 50 crores. An official remake of the Spanish movie Mirage, Taapsee Pannu's starrer Dobara turned out to be a huge disappointment. The sci-fi thriller's lifetime collection was over 5 crore rupees at the box office.
कहाँ मिलेगा नहीं?
तुम्हारा माइंड इधर-उधर फैले डार्ट्स जोड़ रहा है.
हम मिडिल क्लास फैमिली की लाइफ ही प्रॉब्लम है, लेकिन जब प्रॉब्लम फैमिली पे आती है ना, तो एक निकम्मा ही काम आता है.
From poor reviews to a low box office collection of approximately 1.5 crores, the Shilpa Shetty, Abhimanyu Dasani and Shirley Setia starrer washed out from theatres within a few days of its release.
जीत तो मैं तभी गया था जब मैंने सोच लिया.
The film was a remake of Nani's Telugu flick Middle Class Abbai, which had collected over 69 crores. With Snigdha Shweta, Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
₹10 పెట్రోల్ ధర పెరుగుతుందంటే అర్ధరాత్రి పెట్రోల్ బంక్ బయట 1/2 కిలోమీటర్ క్యూలో నిలబడతాం. అలాంటిది మా ఫ్యామిలీ జోలికి
Now, Akshay Kumar was once hailed as the box office king, and his films often managed to enter at least the 100 crore coveted club. But his purple patch seems to be now over with back-to-back box office duds. Akshay's latest film, Selfie, has ranked, at this point we believe that it's just raked in 10 crore rupees merely the opening weekend. His lowest collection in a decade so far. So where did Akshay go wrong with his film choices? Let's find out.
Between 2016 to 2019, Akshay has had several hits at the box office.
बताता हूँ, इन्होंने मेरा स्पर्म इनके वहाँ भेज दिया और आपका स्पर्म इनके अंदर.
Tables, however, turned thereafter. He had 5 theatrical releases, out of which 4 turned out to be major box office disasters. And of the 4, 3 were back-to-back in a row in a span of 6 months.
जैसे ही मेरी बहनों की शादी हो जाएगी मैं ले आऊंगा.
His film Raksha Bandhan released during a long festive weekend on August 11th and amidst the boycott calls on social media. Made on a budget of approximately 70 crores, this Anand L. Rai directorial could reportedly only manage to make over 40 crore rupees in 10 days. Akshay Kumar's Samrat Prithviraj, which was reportedly made on a budget of rupees 175 crore, finally rolled out in cinemas on June 3rd after several delays, but its lifetime collection in India stands at rupees 68.5 crore rupees. This period drama was his second consecutive flop after Bachchan Pandey, a multi-star action comedy which had its theatrical run for 21 days and turned out to be a commercial misfire at the ticket counters.
हम मारते थे, मजा आता था.
With these back-to-back flops, Akshay has not just been having a hard time delivering a hit, but has equally been also struggling to get Bollywood back on its feet.
Films are not working. It is our fault. It is my fault. Okay? I have to make the changes. I have to understand what the audience wants. I want to do my changes